standing by the lake, startling the lovebirds who squawk in surprise. The old man looks at his wrinkled face reflected in the water,
Testing,
unable to believe
testing.
the image before him. Yi
Alright.
Jun-lin did not expect that while he was just dozing off in class, upon waking, he would find himself in the body of an old man. He feels despair, pain, and tears stream down his face as he laments his fate. Once a tall young man of 185 centimeters, just entering university and yet to enjoy the beauty of life, he now finds himself an old man close to death, which he cannot accept. Yi Jun-lin trembles in anger, his eyes red and unwilling to resign. He shouts in fury, "If I've crossed over, then this old man must be a hidden expert. I want to see his memories." Through the remnants of his past memories, he learns that the world he is in is called the Kunlun realm, where cultivators are revered. The hierarchy of cultivators is divided as follows: refined qi, foundation establishment, golden elixir, yuaning, divinity, integration, great ascension, save lives, and true immortal. The current body of Yi Jun-lin is the host's home. Yi Jun-lin is exceptionally talented and reached the golden elixir stage at a young age. Due to his outstanding giftedness, he was chosen to join the Misty Peak Xian Tian sect, one of the 6 major sects in the eastern region of Wasteland Province, an opportunity not easily afforded to everyone. However, during an operation to eliminate evil cultivators, he was ambushed. His dantian was destroyed, resulting in the complete loss of his cultivation, turning him into a waste. After more than a decade, he became dull-witted, living in negativity, and completely resigned, remaining on the mountain without concern for worldly affairs. Until he reached the age of 110, Yi Jun-lin's complexion suddenly changed. He thought of something, feeling an overwhelming fear that made him sweat profusely, his whole body trembling, and his eyes brimming with tears. After all this time, I am just an ordinary person. Moreover, based on my previous age, shouldn't I die at any moment? I just crossed over. But recalling his experiences of writing web novels for many years, Yi Jun-lin gradually calmed down. In his mind, he suddenly thought, if it's a crossover, there must be a system. So surely fate will not cut off my path. He forcefully slammed his cane down on the ground, his face full of arrogance, pointing to the sky and shouting loudly, "System, your father is here, come out and face me." But the heavens replied to the youth with a painful blow, and there was no movement in any direction. "Are you playing hide and seek with me? Hurry up, stop messing around." Yi Jun-lin looked pitiful. "System Gidge, I was wrong, that was just a joke. Please say something." Looking at the silent space, Yi Jun-lin felt a bit desperate, but suddenly he remembered something. He quickly groped his body, searching for his last bit of hope. Maybe it's not a system save, what if it's the ring of the master of the sect? So that I won't bully the old and poor a little. Then he found an old ring and lowered his voice to ask, "Dude, old man, are you in there?" Seeing that the ring still showed no sign of change, Yi Jun-lin panicked and angrily shouted, "Old man, don't pretend, I know you're hiding in there." After a long while without any response from the ring, he despairingly threw it away. At this moment, Yi Jun-lin could no longer maintain his composure. He angrily raised his stick to the sky and cursed, "Damn it, old heavens." Hearing these curses, the system could no longer stay hidden and had to reveal itself, warning the young man about his language. Measurement detection indicates that the host is cursing quite badly, so this system has to activate a passive response. Please refrain from swearing and strive to be a civilized person. Yi Jun-lin was so overjoyed to see the system that he felt like crying, but he also blamed the system for being somewhat untrustworthy, almost causing him trouble. It was suspected that this book was following the mortal line. The system then issued a notification, "We apologize, it was a bit deep in sleep before, and this system has just woken up. To make it up to the host, we are giving a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it?" Without any hesitation, Yi Jun-lin shouted, "Open it for me." The system granted him a special ability. The stronger he faced, the stronger he became. As long as he confronted any opponent with a higher realm than his own, he would permanently receive cultivation one level higher than that opponent. Moreover, there are no side effects. Yi Jun-lin was astonished and said, "Is that true? For example, What if I am an ordinary person now? In his heart, he couldn't help but have doubts about confronting immortals, but the system assured him that there would be no problems. Hearing this, Yi Junlin was extremely excited, but if that's really the case, doesn't that mean I will be invincible? I can always be a step ahead of my opponents, so what's the point of cultivating anymore? Cultivate my ass. Seeing this, the system immediately doused the young man with a cold splash of reality. The kind system reminds the host that there is only 1 hour left before the end of your life. At that moment, he felt as if he had been struck dumb. No way, am I really about to die? I need to quickly go down the mountain to find someone and pretend to collide in order to extend my lifespan. Thinking this, Yi Junlin leaned on his staff and took heavy steps down the mountain. He hadn't gone very far when he was already gasping for breath and sighed to the system. You said the heavenly demon is waiting at the top of the mountain. Thanks to you, I'm being bothered right now. The system displayed a notification once again, kindly reminding him, the remaining time for the host to live is 35 minutes. Hearing the system, Yi Junlin became even angrier and shouted, enough with the urging, it feels like a funeral procession. Will my old bones be able to keep up? At this moment, at the peak of the distant mountain, dark clouds suddenly gathered, covering the entire sky. The thunder boomed, catching Yi Junlin's attention, causing him to startle and wonder, what's going on? Are those black monsters demon beasts? Su Yunlan, along with the disciples and elders, had gathered. He, filled with rage, shouted, how audacious! Which monstrous being dares to disturb my Xian Tian sect? The Qingping Demon King hovered in the air, arrogantly threatening, Xian Tian sect is a shameless bunch. This Demon King is still alive, and today, I will definitely wipe them out. Seeing his arrogance, Su Yunlan could not hide his anger. Years ago, he severely wounded the one who slaughtered the Li Kingdom, knocking him down a vertical cliff of thousands of feet. Unbeknownst to him, this guy had survived by sheer luck and brought a pack of beasts to seek revenge. However, he instead feels grateful for returning hatred. The Qingping Demon King hovered in the air, emanating a terrifying aura, laughing loudly. Is this enough to rely on? Feeling the pressure from him, Su Yunlan immediately changed color and shouted, what? You have broken through to the nascent soul stage. An elder asked in panic what they should do. A strong nascent soul stage opponent was not something they could contend with. Seeing this, Yunlan turned around and said loudly, even so, we cannot sit back and wait. At this point, we can only fight to the death, determined to protect the Xian Tian sect. With that, he and everyone else charged forward together. Then, one person and one demon rushed into battle. Qingping Demon King commanded, all of you, come at me, kill these filthy Taoists. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Junlin witnessed the scene before him, his trembling hand raised in desperation, someone, come and help me. But there was no fairy to hear his plea at that moment, only the system's reminder, host currently has 20 minutes of lifespan left, quickly take measures to save yourself. Seeing this, Yi Junlin felt despondent, only able to cry out, no way, must I go to reincarnation so soon? They are too far from me, they can't hear me at all. Knowing that he had little time left, Yi Junlin had no choice but to continue using his cane to climb the mountain. Returning to the battle between the Qingping Demon King and the people of the Xian Tian sect, it was currently taking place with great intensity. The Qingping Demon King laughed proudly, so weak. If this is all the strength you have, then today marks the end of the Xian Tian sect. I will show you how powerful the nascent soul stage truly is. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a massive beam of light, carrying overwhelming pressure down upon them. A few people were struck and stumbled to the ground. Yunlan, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, struggled to sit up while holding his stomach. There's no other way, the gap between the golden elixir stage and the nascent soul stage is just too great. Seeing their pitiful state, the Qingping Demon King couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Haha, is there anyone else who wants to resist? Just sit still and wait for death. At that moment, on a mountain not far away, a loud shout rang out, hey, you stupid bird, come back here. Stop looking around, I'm talking to you. Hearing this, the Qin Ping Demon King was startled and turned toward the source of the sound. Seeing the old man provoking him, he became furious. The damned old man! You really don't want to live anymore, do you? You dare to insult me? Yi Junlin's face turned red, and he shouted loudly into the speaker provocatively. If the stupid bird is unconvinced, come here and fight me. I have been waiting for you here since this afternoon. If you don't come, you are just my grandson. Fortunately, the young man rummaged through the old man's house and found a speaker. As long as he used spirit stones, he could activate and use this speaker. Feeling belittled, the Qin Ping Demon King was furious and wanted to burrow into the ground. In his entire life, he had never met anyone so arrogant. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Yi Junlin. The group could not believe that this was their junior brother. A woman exclaimed, "Oh my God! Is that the legendary Misty Peak?" A few were unable to hide their astonishment because they knew Yi Junlin had withdrawn from the world for decades, so how could he suddenly appear here? They feared he wanted to lend a hand, but unfortunately, he was assassinated back then, his cultivation completely destroyed, turning him into a waste. Another person exclaimed in shock, "Yi Junlin dares to mock the Qin Ping Demon King. Isn't he seeking death?" Qin Ping Demon King laughed loudly, his tone mocking, "Haha, so it turns out to be the useless person from a few decades ago." Yi Junlin's body was on the verge of collapse. He struggled to muster his last bit of strength and shouted into the speaker, "Grandson, I don't actually need cultivation to kill you and turn you into roasted quail. If you have the guts, come here and die." The system kindly reminded, "Host has 10 seconds before death occurs." Sweat poured down his forehead as his body grew weaker. Why does this stupid bird keep babbling on? Talking so much nonsense, if you don't hit me, I'll die. The system began the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Junlin helplessly screamed for help in his heart. The Qin Ping Demon King, furious, gathered all his strength to unleash a move, shooting a pillar of light toward Yi Junlin. If you want to seek death, this king will turn you to ashes. Faced with the terrifying attack of the Demon King, Yi Junlin was not afraid at all but rather extremely excited. At this moment, Yi Junlin widened his eyes, a glint of light flickering in his gaze, and within his pupils appeared the image of a flower. The force measurement revealed that the host was under attack by an early-stage Yuaning enemy. Now activating the passive effect, the stronger the opponent, the stronger he becomes, receiving mid-stage Yuaning cultivation. Just a second later, a powerful force erupted within Yi Junlin's body. His aging face gradually began to rejuvenate, and the wrinkles on his skin disappeared. Yi Junlin looked at his invigorated body and wondered, is this the nascent soul stage? The system announced, of course, our system is very professional. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Junlin, emitting strength to counter the Demon King's attack. The two auras clashed violently, creating an intense atmosphere. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the ground around them. The Qin Ping Demon King was astonished by the scene, left speechless and sweating profusely. What is happening? Yi Junlin's explosive power made everyone cover their faces in fear. A senior sister worriedly asked, Yi junior brother, is he still alive? From the explosion, Yi Junlin stepped out with an handsome face, exuding an impeccable aura. He gently opened his eyes, looking at the brightly shining golden lotus in his hand, surprised. Is this the true strength of the nascent soul stage? No wonder it is the top fighting force of the human realm. It is indeed frightening. Qin Ping Demon King's expression stiffened for a moment as he stuttered, You are also at the nascent soul stage. He did not expect that the cultivation level of the other person was higher than his. Everyone was astonished, taken aback. How can this be? So Yi junior brother is actually a strong nascent soul stage. It turns out that those years away were just to hide from others. He appeared to be a normal mortal, but he has actually broken through to the Yuaning realm. Yi junior brother, it turns out you are a fraud. People were amazed and began to discuss, Yi junior brother actually kept his skills hidden, this is the Yuaning realm. Unexpectedly, there are not many people in the entire Wasteland province, yet our Xian Tian sect has produced one. At this moment, Qing Ping Demon King was scared, recoiling and clasping his hands in submission. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I decide to resolve the conflict with your sect, and I will come to pay my respects when I have the time. Yi Junlin coldly replied, you have destroyed the foundation of the Xian Tian sect and killed countless disciples of our sect. And you say to me that this is a misunderstanding? The system voice resounded, congratulations to the host for achieving cultivation for the first time, receiving a magical talent, a random reward from the system, the Great Wilderness Prison. Yi Junlin smiled triumphantly and channeled spiritual energy in his hand, I will wipe out your entire clan, slaughter your sect. After it's done, I'll tell you it was all just a misunderstanding that I inadvertently caused. The pupils of the Qing Ping Demon King immediately constricted. The Qing Ping Demon King, unable to reconcile with him, was so enraged that he gritted his teeth and threatened, your cultivation is slightly deeper than mine, but the difference is not significant. Do you truly want a life-and-death struggle with me? Yi Junlin did not want to provoke him, but if he assaulted him, he would definitely seek revenge. He pointed at his face and cursed, besides, a scum like you, killing countless humans, is not worth regretting even if you die. He was infuriated by Yi Junlin's provocation and shouted loudly, you human, you pushed me to this point. Even if I have to burn all my inner Dan, I will drag you down with me. You have no idea of your limits. Yi Junlin raised his hand high, creating a ball of energy. The corner of his mouth curled up, displaying a triumphant smile as he looked at him. The one who doesn't know their limits. Yi Junlin unleashed his ultimate technique, the Great Wilderness Confining Finger, delivering a powerful strike towards the boastful eagle to teach him a lesson he would never forget. The technique radiated outwards, and the terrifying energy caused the Qing Ping Demon King to lose his composure. He panicked and shouted, what is this? Wait! Stop! Yi Junlin, my wife gives this to you. I don't need my clan anymore. I'm begging you. I've just entered the Yuaning realm, I still don't want to die. The overwhelming force crashed down, directly shattering the rocky ground. In the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion. The ground shook violently, and as the dust cleared, only the blood-soaked corpse of the Qing Ping Demon King lay cold on the ground. Seeing their leader had been annihilated, the remaining demon beasts were terrified, turning to run in panic. The king is dead. We need to run. But wanting to run doesn't mean they could actually escape. Yi Junlin slowly raised his hand, his entire body radiating evil energy. Want to run? He raised his hand, and a gigantic hand crushed the group of demon beasts. Finally, he flew down to the crowd, his hair fluttering, his presence radiant, and said, these filthy birds won't dare to disturb Xian Tian sect anymore. Yunlan clasped his hands, exclaiming, Yi junior brother, this time we are truly lucky to have you. I apologize, I previously thought your cultivation was wasted and completely collapsed. But I never expected you to have broken through to Yuaning. In response, he merely smiled lightly and looked at him. Su Qianshui twirled his hair, chuckling softly, what are you looking at? With the demeanor of Yi junior brother like this, how could he have completely collapsed? Master Peak of Hidden Sword, Zhao Dezhu, was filled with excitement and said, that's right. Yi junior brother's humility is why he doesn't show off and silently protects the sect. Yi Junlin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this guy is good, knows how to imagine. But that's fine, it saves me the headache of explaining. Just when things seemed calm, a desperate shout rang out, report to the master. There's a great danger. An elder, covered in blood, was supporting a severely injured person and ran over pleading for help. The Wind Thunder sect suddenly came to seize the spiritual mineral resources of our sect. The disciples guarding them die a tragic death. Yunlan hadn't been happy for long when he heard the news and reacted fiercely, shouting, what kind of reason is that? The Wind Thunder sect usually has very good relations with us, right? How could they have the audacity to do this? Without a spiritual mind to cultivate, this is no different than cutting off our path to becoming immortals, it's pushing us into a dead end. Seeing this, he quickly said to Yi Junlin, Yi junior brother, I am preparing to lead the disciples to reclaim our resources. Are you willing to join me? Yi Junlin's expression darkened. He knew very well that the Wind Thunder sect was one of the 6 major sects in the Wasteland province. There had been many conflicts in the past, but they had still managed to keep things under control. However, now they were invading, clearly taking advantage of the demon clan's power to do so. This was indeed extremely sinister. Suddenly, the system announced, "Mission check-in activated. Please complete the check-in at the Wind Thunder sect, and the host will receive an unimaginable reward." When Yi Junlin saw this, his mood lifted again. Oh, another mission. Anyway, I can meet strong opponents, so I might as well kill them on their territory and take them by surprise. Thinking for a moment, he did not hesitate to tell them to continue with their work, while he would directly confront the Wind Thunder sect to eliminate the root of the problem for everyone. Yunlan immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement and did not forget to praise, "Yi Junior brother is truly incredibly impressive." Without wasting any more time, Yi Junlin set off as well. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Junlin, unable to hide their admiration. It has been so many years, and the Xian Tian sect is finally this strong again. With Yi Master Peak, we can become the leading sect among the 6 major sects in the Wasteland province. Cutting to the Wind Thunder sect, a group of people was whispering to each other, "I never expected things to go so smoothly. After bringing the Demon King to the Xian Tian sect, we conveniently seized all their spiritual minds. We could develop into the top sect in the Wasteland province. But will that Demon King not come after us?" Another person confidently replied, "What is there to be afraid of? Don't you know that today the Wind Thunder sect invited a great character from the Immortal sect? With him here, there won't be any problems." In the main hall, Chen Yunhai was happily chatting with Mu Old Man. "Old Man Mu, I heard that Chen Xiao, my son, has performed exceptionally well in the Immortal sect and has been accepted as an apprentice by a venerable master. Is this true?" Old Man Mu, who was sitting next to me, slowly responded, "Master Chen, I traveled here from Qing province specifically for this matter. Your young master has been valued by the Giant Sun Venerable and has been taught supreme Taoist techniques. His potential will undoubtedly be immense in the future." Hearing this, Chen Yunhai couldn't hide his excitement. "That's great. Does that mean my son has a chance to become an immortal now?" Another person also excitedly said, "Master, this is indeed a cause for celebration." At this moment, Old Man Mu took out a box containing a high-grade transformation elixir and handed it to Chen Yunhai. He exclaimed in surprise, "A transformation elixir." Everyone below uniformly congratulated the master. "With this pill to assist you, you will definitely break through to become a Yuaning cultivator." Chen Yunhai held the box in his hands and laughed heartily, "Haha, my son has great potential. Today is truly a double joy." After that, he turned to Old Man Mu to inquire about the matter of the Demon King. Mu Old Man also promised to quickly resolve the issue for him. Chen Yunhai, upon hearing this, looked pleased as if he had struck gold. "That's wonderful. You've worked hard, sir." If it weren't for Mu Old Man pointing out the Demon King's realm this time, our Wind Thunder sect would have almost lost the opportunity to seize the resources of the Xian Tian sect. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside, startling everyone who turned their heads to look. Yi Junlin slowly descended from above and asked them, "Is this the Wind Thunder sect?" Chen Yunhai, seeing an intruder, became furious and shouted, "Are you tired of living? How dare you burst into the main hall of our Wind Thunder sect?" Yi Junlin smirked in derision. The young man crossed his arms and introduced himself, "I am Yi Junlin from the Great Xia, here to kill all of you from the Wind Thunder sect." Everyone around felt the aura of the Yuaning realm and gasped in astonishment. The system then announced, "Check-in at Wind Thunder sect has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the Human King seal and the Great Void technique." Yi Junlin was quite satisfied with the system's skill and gave a thumbs up. Chen Yunhai found it hard to believe, is this person really a Yuaning cultivator? How could the Wind Thunder sect offend someone like this? But why does this name sound so familiar? He anxiously spoke up again, "Taoist friend, may I ask why you have come to our Wind Thunder sect?" Yi Junlin coldly replied, "What are you pretending to be unaware of? Haven't you clearly heard my name? Master of Misty Peak, Xian Tian Sect, Yi Junlin. You all conspired with the Demon King to invade the territory of my Xian Tian Sect, a crime against heaven. Today, your Wind Thunder Sect no longer needs to exist. Chen Yunhai was shocked to find he was facing an acquaintance. Yi Junlin. So it's you. Weren't you ambushed and lost all your cultivation? How could you possibly have become a Yuaning realm cultivator? He was secretly astonished. Moreover, his appearance here means that the Qingping Demon King has been killed. The damned Xian Tian sect has hidden themselves well. In light of the situation, he turned to look at Mu Old Man, asking him about the current circumstances. Chen Yunhai was secretly pleased. It's fortunate that Mu Old Man is here. Even if it's nascent soul stage, it would still be like throwing an egg against a rock. The old man Mu was furious at that moment, his eyes filled with evil energy, growling, "You little brat. Kneel down now, chop off your 2 hands, and I will spare your dog life." While I have not changed my mind yet. Yi Junlin, upon hearing this, twirled his ears, showing blatant disdain. This old man. Does he think he is something worthy of me giving him face? Hearing this, the old man was immediately enraged, his entire body releasing a powerful aura that enveloped the surroundings with his might. The disciples of the Wind Thunder sect were panicked. Divine Transformation Realm. The pressure is truly terrifying. Chen Yunhai laughed loudly, with an expert at the strong Divine Transformation Realm here, that Yi Junlin from the Xian Tian sect is definitely dead. He smugly pointed at Yi Junlin's face. Yi Junlin, although I failed to take your life years ago, today you won't escape. After you're dead, the Xian Tian sect will have no support, and at that time, won't it be easy for me to take control? Hurry up and kneel down to beg old man Mu for mercy. Who knows, you might still keep your whole body intact. Yi Junlin also wore a sinister smile. The gaze shimmered with longing. Divinity, huh? Very well. At the same time, Yinlan and the others had arrived at the spiritual mine of the Xian Tian sect. Everywhere, the corpses of the Wind Thunder sect lay scattered, littering the ground. Yunlan was astonished. What? The elder of the Immortal sect is at the Wind Thunder sect. The last surviving member of the Wind Thunder sect sneered contemptuously. He looked up at Yunlan, laughed loudly, and said, "Do you think that without the protection of the Immortal sect, we would dare to boldly invade your Xian Tian sect alongside those evil monsters?" The elder came to our Wind Thunder sect this time because the young sect master joined the Immortal sect in Qing province years ago. Due to his remarkable talent and successful cultivation, he is highly valued by the Immortal sect. On the brink of death, this person still spoke defiantly. "Although I don't know how you dealt with those evil monsters, I advise you to stop. Perhaps in the future, you can survive and then serve us as cattle and horses for the Wind Thunder sect." Seeing him chatter on, Yunlan swiftly killed him with a single strike and urged everyone to quickly head to the Wind Thunder sect to rescue Yi Master Peak. Su Qian Shui speculated, perhaps Yi Master Peak has the ability to deal with the Immortal sect. But immediately, Zhao Dezhu shook his head and replied, "It's impossible, because the elder Immortal sect is at least a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. In front of him, a Yuaning is nothing more than an egg against a rock. Even if it costs me my life, I must plead with the Immortal sect to spare Yi Master Peak. He is our only hope in the Xian Tian sect." At the same time, in the Grand Hall of the Wind Thunder sect, Yi Junlin looked at them with a sinister smile. Chen Yunhai spoke up, about to die and still able to laugh. The people around also chimed in mocking. This little guy must be so scared by the Divine Transformation Realm of Mu Old Man that he's completely dumb. With his strength, he probably isn't even worthy enough to carry Mu Old Man's shoes. Mu Old Man's face turned dark, saying, "A little town cultivator from Wasteland Province like you dares to be insolent in front of me. Your Xian Tian sect is nothing but a nest of ants. In the eyes of the Immortal sect, it's just dust that can be wiped away at any time. And you are nothing more than a blade of grass, not worth mentioning." He clenched his fist, angrily saying, "Since you have angered me, even if you kneel and apologize like a dog, I will still wipe out your entire Xian Tian sect." Yi Junlin laughed cheerfully, calmly looked at the old man and taunted, come on, kill me quickly, stop talking so much. Yi Junlin was excited, warming up his fingers, contemptuously looking at the Mu old man. What the hell is divine transformation realm? If you have the ability, let's do it one-on-one. Whoever runs away will be the dog. The old man was provoked and immediately attacked, swinging a massive hand, suppressing it toward him. Feeling the powerful aura of the Mu old man, Chen Yunhai couldn't help but feel pleased. Yi Junlin, the Xian Tian sect will still be a pawn in our Wind Thunder sect's game. At this moment, a ting sound from the system echoed, host detected to be attacked by an enemy in the late stage of divine transformation realm. Activating passive effect, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the host becomes. Gaining cultivation at the peak of divine transformation realm. A flash of lightning sparked in his eyes, and a more powerful force erupted from Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin sneered, "Is this all there is to divine transformation realm?" He waved his hand, easily swatting away the old man's hand. The Mu old man was shocked, his eyes filled with astonishment looking at Yi Junlin. "Why are you at divine transformation realm?" Witnessing this scene, Chen Yunhai couldn't help but feel excited. Why is this happening? It's just a small Xian Tian sect, yet it has a strong divinity stage guarding it. The Xian Tian sect is truly despicable, and they managed to hide such a move. How can a poor region like Wasteland Province have someone who cultivated to divinity? Furthermore, it's the peak of the divine transformation realm. The people from the Wind Thunder sect are trembling, their faces devoid of blood. In Wasteland Province, Yuaning can become a founding ancestor, helping a sect to exist steadily for 1,000 years without change, but a divine transformation realm has never appeared. Moreover, this little guy is so young yet has achieved the realm of divinity. How can that be? Chen Yunhai was terrified, sweating coldly, seeking help from the Mu old man. What should we do now? You must save the Wind Thunder sect. The Mu old man tried to remain calm, reassuring. What is there to panic about? Don't forget I come from the Qing province, Immortal sect. The methods of immortals that I possess, he cannot even imagine. Yi Junlin, upon hearing this, raised a friendly finger in front of the old man, not forgetting to mock. Old man, do you really think your skill is higher than mine? The Mu old man shouted angrily. Absurd. The skills of small sects like yours are worlds apart from those of our Immortal sect. Saying this, the old man made a seal and unleashed his inexperienced, divine transformation realm power, declaring, "Let me broaden your horizons and show you the magical talent at the peak level of Earth grade." With a single move of Tai Yi's pure wood palm, countless gigantic hands surged toward Yi Junlin. The surrounding crowd was astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. Indeed, it was the Immortal sect. Upon making a move, they were already using Earth grade skills. Skills are divided into levels such as Mortal grade, Spirit grade, Profound grade, Earth grade, Heaven grade, and Sovereign grade. In Wasteland Province, a Spirit grade skill can already be a treasured item of a sect. Just how great is the gap? The old man, full of pride, said, "Little guy, to die at the hands of an old man like me is a privilege for a practitioner from a lowly sect like yours." At this moment, Yi Junlin raised his hand to form a seal, snorted, "Is this just a trick, and you dare to show off in front of me?" Yi Junlin shouted, "Human King Seal." The old man's hand not only failed to touch him but was also blasted away by his spell. Right after that, a tall figure appeared behind him, resembling an invincible war god, with terrifying power that made anyone who looked at it feel fear. The whole group fell into a crisis. What is this? What level of skill is this? Heaven grade? Sovereign grade? No, it can't be. Yi Junlin raised his hand, unleashing a seal that shook heaven and earth. Not stopping there, Yi Junlin also issued a command that suppressed Mu old man. At that moment, under Yi Junlin's pressure, the old man was no different from an ant fighting an elephant. He was so horrified that he couldn't keep his mouth shut and shouted loudly. He tried to resist this terrifying power, but it all proved futile. Knowing he was no match for Yi Junlin, Mu old man immediately shouted, "Wait, stop. For the sake of the immortal sect, please spare me, senior." But in response, Yi Junlin coldly said, "What the hell is the immortal sect?" The young man repeated his exclusive phrase, "If you do not offend me, I will not offend you. If you offend me, I will certainly dig up the 18 generations of your ancestors and smash them. Anyone who dares to come will face utter destruction." The old man Mu raised his voice in a threatening manner, "If I die here, your sect will face the catastrophe of destruction. If you are the instigator, you will meet a terribly tragic end." In the face of this threat, Yi Junlin showed no fear and became even more spirited. "You're about to die and still dare to threaten me? Die!" He swung his hand again. With a heartbreaking scream, the old man Mu was instantly crushed to ashes. At that moment, the entire Wind Thunder sect was filled with fear. Chen Yunhai, frightened, knelt down before him. "Ye God Commander, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Wind Thunder sect is willing to submit and serve you as cattle and horses." Immediately, all the disciples of the Wind Thunder sect also knelt before Yi Junlin, eager to follow him. But they were not worthy of being his dogs. Chen Yunhai, heavily insulted, was furious and gritted his teeth. "God Commander, my son, Chen Shao, is now the son of the immortal and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the esteemed Immortal sect. Can you really afford to offend us? Don't harm yourself." Yi Junlin had a sinister expression. "Oh, the son of the immortal, is it?" He stepped closer to the man and said, "Just come and attack, don't mess with words with me." This time, it was the Wind Thunder sect that invaded the Xian Tian sect first. "I have already said, today you cannot survive. What I say, I can do." At this moment, the white figure appeared again in the sky, carrying an overwhelming aura, descending upon the Wind Thunder sect. A powerful surge of energy erupted, a terrifying force and immense power rolled out in all directions, flattening the Wind Thunder sect. In the air, a piercing scream echoed, "The humiliation must be washed away with blood today. My son will definitely repay it 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold." The entire Wind Thunder sect was engulfed in flames, and that box also fell to the ground. Yi Junlin was eagerly looking forward to the immortal child of Chen Yunhai. At this moment, several figures appeared in the sky. Yi Junlin looked up, curious. Could it be Yunlan? At this moment, Yunlan, Su Qianshui, and Zhao Dezhu anxiously flew down to where he was, happily saying, "Great, Yi Junior brother, you are still here." Yi Junlin, with a calm expression, looked at everyone and said, "If I weren't here, where would I be? Didn't I say I would come to wipe out the Wind Thunder sect?" Yunlan was worried, holding on to his hand. He hurriedly pulled him to run away, saying, "Consider yourself lucky. I heard the elder of the Immortal sect has arrived, and it might be a coincidence that he is not here, allowing you to escape a disaster. We still have time to go now." Yi Junlin heard this and waved to everyone, "The elder I just killed." Yunlan couldn't believe it and said, "You managed to defeat an elder of the Immortal sect? Isn't he a cultivator of the divine transformation realm?" Su Qianshui couldn't hide her joy. "I told you, Yi Master Peak's strength is extraordinary, and he can handle things by himself." Yunlan was still in shock from the shocking information, repeatedly saying, "This? How can this be? Can Yi Junior brother really defeat a divine transformation realm?" Yi Junlin smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Actually, I am also in the divine transformation realm. No more talking, let's quickly sweep through the Wind Thunder sect and replenish our resources." Yunlan muttered to himself, "So Yi Junior brother is also in the divine transformation realm, it's truly hard to believe." At this moment, Zhao Dezhu picked up a box from the ground and happily told everyone that he had just discovered a transformation elixir. Yi Junlin said that he would turn this alchemical pill into a treasure for the master to use, which would help him break through soon, and the Xian Tian sect would become even more powerful. Yunlan happily agreed and thanked him. At that moment, the system announced, "A suitable candidate for a disciple has been detected within a radius of 100 miles. It is suspected to be the leader of the demon sect, at the true immortal level. Does the host want to recruit them as a disciple? Completing this will grant an unimaginable reward." Hearing this, he was extremely excited. "This is great. There's a new mission, and he can recruit a disciple. The other party is the leader of the demon sect at the true immortal level. If he plays his cards right, he could directly become an immortal. At that time, both Wasteland Province and even Qing Province would be invincible. Yunlan watched Yi Junlin's back. Su Qian Shui looked saddened. Although they were able to defeat the Wind Thunder sect thanks to Master Yi, they had offended the Immortal sect. She was worried about whether the entire eastern region and the Xian Tian sect would still have a place to stand. Yunlan sighed and said, "That's right, the Immortal sect is incredibly powerful, not a sect that the Xian Tian sect can confront." Yunlan went to call Yi Junlin. Yunlan spoke up and advised, "You have extraordinary talent, you absolutely cannot let your potential be buried here. It's better to leave the eastern region. When the Immortal sect comes to seek vengeance, we can just die together. As long as you are alive, the Xian Tian sect still has a chance to continue." Zhao Dezhu also agreed, "Master is absolutely right." Su Qian Shui echoed, "That's right, Yi Master Peak is a remarkably talented person, it would be a real pity if he were to die here." The disciples of the Xian Tian sect all shouted in unison, "Exactly, Yi Master Peak will surely carry our hopes and open up a new world, letting the reputation of the Xian Tian sect resound across the four directions once again. We will stand firm here, even in the final moments, we will absolutely not retreat. Yi Master Peak, you can rest assured and showcase your talents." Yi Junlin was somewhat stunned, as they were not afraid of the strong and were pushing him to the forefront to save themselves. He looked at his sect united together and felt happy inside, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude to everyone and reassured them, "Don't worry. Once we dare to take action, we will certainly think about the consequences." Yi Junlin advised that any subsequent matters could be entrusted to him. After saying that, Yi Junlin placed his hand on Yunlan's shoulder, laughed heartily, and said, "This place is now entrusted to the master, just clean it up slowly, I have some important matters to attend to first." As soon as he turned around, Yi Junlin dashed away and vanished into the world. Yunlan looked on helplessly. The young man would always kill and then leave without a trace. Switching to a new scene in the bamboo forest, from the void, a figure dressed in red was darting through the bamboo grove. This person was Hong Qianyi. At this moment, he was struggling to escape. A cunning laugh echoed from behind, "Beautiful lady, don't run, let this Taoist have some fun." Hearing this, Hong Qianyi became furious, turned around and shouted, "Get lost, I've told you so many times, I am a man, a man." An old man chased after him, looking at him with a greedy expression, "Such a beautiful young woman, how could you be a man? Don't deceive me anymore." Hong Qianyi felt helpless and tried to run as fast as he could, his heart filled with sorrow and resentment. Indeed, a tiger that falls into the plains is bullied by dogs. He was once the leader of the Baihua demon sect, a figure who shook the central region. The Baihua demon sect was established from the true immortal realm, possessing a powerful force that dominated 100,000 countries with billions of devoted followers. He was in anguish, unable to restrain himself as tears fell. He never expected that his enemies had allied with many Holy Land forces, launching a large-scale siege against his Baihua demon sect, forcing him to desperately expend all his energy to fight his way out. Having tried to hide in this desolate land, he did not expect to find himself in such a tragic circumstance. The old man, with a gaze full of desire, shot needles at him, saying, "Beauty, why don't you hurry up and run? Otherwise, I'll soon catch you." Seeing this, Hong Qianye's eyes filled with evil energy as he directed his protective weapon towards the old man to block it. But as soon as the two sides collided, Hong Qianyi was thrown backward. He fell heavily into the bamboo forest. Hong Qianyi struggled to get up from the bamboo forest, coughing a few times. The old man was somewhat surprised, seeing that he was only at the foundation establishment level but could resist his golden elixir stage attacks. The old man suddenly broke out in a sweat. With such strength, could he really be the genius of a major sect? At that moment, the old man stopped his wandering thoughts and shot out nails towards Hong Qianyi. The nails pierced the ground. Immediately after, a terrifying aura emanated from the nails surrounding Hong Qianyi, restraining him. The old man laughed with delight and charged in, "He, beauty of the Empress, it's time to end this. Hurry up and raise your hands to surrender." Hong Qianyi was furious, damn old dog. The old man lifted his chin, leering at him. Pretty girl, don't resist anymore. My patience has its limits. Be good, endure a little longer. Hong Qianyi was seething. Unable to take it anymore, he pulled up his shirt, revealing his toned abs, and shouted, "You old ancestor, open your dog eyes wide and see clearly, I'm a man." The bamboo forest suddenly fell eerily silent. The old man, looking incredulous, nearly had his eyes pop out. Are you really a man? Then did I waste my effort chasing you? Hong Qianyi helplessly pulled his shirt down and said, You see clearly now, I'm a man just like you, stop following me. But the old man said, Wait a moment. The old man's mind was also not normal. He slowly walked towards the young man, not letting go of the women or the men. Actually, men are not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Hong Qianyi was furious. He clasped his hands and formed a seal, his entire body emanating a powerful aura, cursing at the old man, Get lost, you despicable one, not even sparing the men. Even if I have to burn my inner Dan, I will not yield. Suddenly, fierce flames erupted around him. The old man changed color, having never seen someone at Foundation establishment create such a formidable presence. The young man roared, You bastard, you have completely angered me, go die. With that, Hong Qianyi, fueled by his anger, unleashed flames towards the old man. The old man felt the terrifying power, his face turning pale. In an instant, the great fire surged, engulfing him. He was in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, screaming in agony. At this moment, Hong Qianyi, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Humph, this is what you brought upon yourself. He lamented painfully at the situation. Truly unfortunate. Inner Dan was about to break, he needed to quickly find a place to regain his strength before continuing. Suddenly, from afar, the voice of someone echoed, Hee, the demon's death is not unjust. You truly have an extraordinary background. This made him start and turn back to look. Hong Qianyi stood up in confusion, glanced around, and shouted loudly, Who is it? At that moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from the bamboo forest. A moment later, an old man holding a staff slowly stepped out and spoke, Little friend, don't think too much, I just happened to pass by, and I am not an accomplice of that demon. Moreover, I have a normal sexual orientation, so you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Hong Qianyi clasped his hands and replied, That's good. If that's the case, then if we are fated to meet again, I shall take my leave. But at that moment, the old man suddenly rushed in front of him. The old man then revealed a sinister expression along with a strange smile, but compared to others, I find myself even more interested in the secrets you hold. Hee, let me see what is in your mind that possesses such powerful magical talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand in front of Hong Qianyi. The pressure from the old man forced Hong Qianyi to kneel to the ground. His entire body could not move, and his inner self screamed in helplessness, Is my path of cultivation really going to end here? I refuse to accept it, I truly refuse to accept it. At that moment, the surrounding bamboo leaves trembled lightly. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared from above, radiating strong pressure. The old man felt the power of the divine realm and turned pale, panicking, looking back, Damn it, could there be some mistake? How could a small area like Wasteland Province have a great power of divinity? Yi Junlin appeared before the two, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixated on the old man. The old man, seeing this, was terrified and stammered, Esteemed senior, please spare me. He is yours, I will leave immediately. Yi Junlin coldly replied, A petty person like you does not deserve to live. With that, he raised his hand and shot a beam of light towards the old man. The beam pierced straight through the old man's body, causing him to scream in pain. Hong Qianyi could not believe his eyes, I lost a golden elixir, and now a divinity has come. Is it true that I cannot escape this calamity today? Yi Junlin stepped forward to look at Hong Qianyi, muttering, System, come on, tell me, is this the leader of the demon sect or a true immortal level? Isn't this just a weak Foundation establishment? Are you trying to trick me? Ting. The system promptly clarified, This system is not lying to you. This person was indeed the leader of the demon sect in the true immortal realm, it's just that their cultivation has diminished. Ting, the killing intent has been activated for the host. Information about Hong Qianyi appeared before him. Male, top-tier talent with fire attribute spiritual roots, previously the leader of Baihua Demon Sect, a cultivator who saved lives and became an immortal in the true immortal realm, cultivation realm at beginner foundation establishment. Yi Junlin couldn't believe his eyes. This handsome face belongs to a man. Yi Junlin walked around admiring him. From his smooth white skin to his delicate features, the long flowing hair made countless girls who looked at him feel ashamed for not measuring up, to the point of causing gender confusion. Hong Qianyi felt suspicious. Why does this guy look at me like that? Could it be that he likes men too? Yi Junlin stroked his chin, deep in thought. Although it was just foundation establishment, with his talent and previous experience, returning to his peak would surely be easier. Accepting you as my disciple would definitely not be a loss, he thought, then extended his hand towards Hong Qianyi. I see that your appearance is unusual, you are a rare talent in cultivating immortals. From today onwards, I have decided to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Hong Qianyi was taken aback upon hearing him say he wanted to take him as a disciple, and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he has seen through the secrets within me and wishes to continue exploring? Indeed, whether it is a magic weapon or an opportunity, it is not the kind of divinity that can be imagined in the wild. Hong Qianyi's face darkened, revealing a look of disdain in his heart, and he scoffed, with such cultivation, I wasn't even allowed into the outside sect of Baihua Demon Sect before, let alone wanting to take you as my master. Yi Junlin only needed to look at Hong Qianyi's expression to find the answer in his heart. It seems that you are unwilling to be my disciple. Yi Junlin's cold gaze directed at him made Hong Qianyi startle. For someone who was once the leader of the Baihua Demon Sect like him, Yi Junlin was not worthy of being a senior brother or junior brother, let alone a master. Although his current cultivation was not strong enough to resist, he tried to calm himself. As long as the Green Mountains remain, what is there to fear about not having wood to burn? Once he recovered his cultivation, he would be able to turn the tables and become the master. His body was now heavily injured. Reluctantly, Hong Qianyi had no choice but to kneel, clasping his hands humbly and saying, Disciple Hong Qianyi pays respects to the master. Being able to become a disciple of the master is the greatest honor in this disciple's life. However, he was just pretending to go through the motions to deceive. He bowed his head, gritting his teeth in anger, feeling deeply wronged. There will come a time when I will definitely reclaim this humiliation. Seeing him bow in submission, Yi Junlin was satisfied. Good disciple, quickly stand up. From now on, I will call you Xiao Hong. Hearing the nickname he had given himself, Hong Qianyi felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Hong. He was now so angry that he was shaking, but he still stubbornly accepted, all right, master. Sensing the full resentment in his tone, Yi Junlin chuckled to himself. The fake expression of this little guy is so obvious, but it doesn't matter. After all, when I encounter a strong opponent, I will be stronger. What is there to fear about you betraying me? At that moment, the system chimed again. Congratulations host for completing the disciple task. Reward, magical talent skill, automatic cultivation method. Seeing this, Yi Junlin couldn't hide his joy. If automatic cultivation is possible, just lying flat will make me stronger like this. Congratulations host on receiving the celestial orb. It contains 108 restrictions that will gradually be unlocked as the host's realm increases. For now, the spiritual energy is of the 3rd grade. Yi Junlin recalled from the memories of this host's home that the magical talent skills had a cultivation process in the following order: Accede Sect, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Perfection, and Transformation Realm. Each stage would create power and effectiveness that could reach tenfold, even 100 times more. The system announced, Heavenly Burial, the sky can also bury, the earth can also bury, all things can be buried. It can be used to refine any living being, even to the later stage, it can bury all things in the celestial realm. Ting, discovering the talent of the host's disciple, the system offers free upgrade services. Ting, the reward is the fire system skill 3000 flame scripture. Ting, the reward is a fire elemental elixir used to repair fire system spiritual roots, recreating the supreme foundation. Ting, the mission reward this time has concluded, may I ask if the host is satisfied? Yi Junlin slightly smirked, thinking, this magic weapon praised by the system even dares to say it is strong enough to bury the heavenly Tao. I start to anticipate how astonishing this heavenly burial will become once my realm increases. At this point, he felt incredibly excited. If I can obtain such a reward, the system's attitude towards those who cross over will surely become special. Then he felt a bit curious. Hong Qianyi, how proud would one be to possess such an innate talent? One person is happy, while the other is on the verge of exploding with anger. Hong Qianyi clenches his fists, telling himself, if I don't seek revenge, I'm not worthy of being a dog. Seeing Hong Qianyi's sullen expression, Yi Junlin feels annoyed. Xiao Hong, you can't always be so gloomy and angry. Do you think I'm not worthy of being your master? The young man, caught off guard by the remark, quickly replies, Master, you misunderstood. Regardless of the situation, I usually have this expression. Despite saying that, he still looks down on Yi Junlin in his heart. Just a small divinity, yet he pretends to teach me how to be human. At this moment, Yi Junlin pulls out a skill book. He gently raises his hand, infusing the book with a flame, and presents it in front of the young man. It seems that if I don't show you some tricks, you won't respect me. This skill book is a gift for becoming your master, you'll find it very useful. Hong Qianyi bows in gratitude on the outside, but inwardly he can't help but feel disdain. Haha, let's see what kind of trash skills you, a divinity from a savage land, can use to fool me. With that, he accepts the skill book. Both eyes simultaneously shut. 3000 flame scripture. Humph, such a trash technique daring to claim such a boastful name. After that, Hong Qianyi also began to comprehend the 3000 flame scripture skill. However, just as he finished his comprehension, he was shocked and opened his eyes wide. This is impossible. The chaotic raging fire that helped me attain enlightenment to become an immortal was originally the highest fire system skill in the central region, but compared to the 3000 flame scripture, I previously considered it useless, yet it completely shattered my understanding of fire system skills. It is absolutely of immortal grade, and even at the legendary saint grade level. In the cultivating immortals world, all skills are divided into levels: mortal grade, spirit grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, sovereign grade, immortal grade, and saint grade. Hong Qianyi couldn't believe his eyes. With the help of this skill, his strength would quickly surpass imagination. Returning to true immortality could not possibly satisfy me. Seeing his astonished expression, Yi Junlin smirked and remarked, from your appearance, you seem satisfied with the skill that my true self has bestowed upon you, right? Hong Qianyi held the skill book in his hands, turned his head and smiled at him, replying, thank you very much for the master's skill. I have gained significant benefits. Though he said this, the young man still harbored a dismissive attitude towards him. Humph, I wonder how lucky this guy must be to have encountered such an opportunity in this desolate place. At that moment, Yi Junlin took out a pill and generously said, since you have comprehended the skill, I will give you a fire pill to further assist you. Hong Qianyi was extremely excited to see this. This is a fire essence pill. Seeing him give away such precious items as if they were nothing, Hong Qianyi could hardly believe his eyes. For those cultivators specializing in fire skills, the fire essence pill was simply a type of immortal pill bestowed by the heavens. Its effects were immensely powerful and so precious that even immortals would fight over it. Hong Qianyi accepted Yi Junlin's kindness, feeling overwhelmed with confusion. A small divinity like me can obtain two such things. Even in my prime, I did not possess such capability. Yi Junlin noticed Hong Qianyi's expression and asked, Xiao Hong, do you really have doubts about the gifts that the master has given you? Hong Qianyi's attitude immediately changed, and he clasped his hands in response, Master, there is absolutely no such thing. Meeting the master and becoming his disciple is indeed the greatest fortune of my life. That said, he was secretly thinking that Yi Junlin did not realize how rare these skills and pills were, that he had merely stumbled upon them from some ancient ruins. Yi Junlin sighed helplessly, unable to understand what was going on in the mind of this demon sect leader, whose expression kept changing, making him feel rather amused. Yi Junlin then told him to use this pill, and he would personally help the protector. Upon hearing this, Hong Qianyi looked grateful. "All right, thank you, master." Saying this, he also put the fire essence pill into his mouth. Hong Qianyi closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. With his hands forming seals, and with the support of Yi Junlin, in an instant, a large flame emanated from his whole body. Seeing this, Yi Junlin quietly thought, early stage of foundation establishment, mid-stage, late stage, peak, perfection. Golden elixir, early stage Yuaning. This name truly belongs to the true immortal. In just half an hour, he broke through from foundation establishment to Yuaning. Not bad at all, indeed a good seed. At this moment, Hong Qianye's body also underwent a transformation. He shouted loudly, his whole body radiating a terrifying aura, successfully breaking through the realm. At this point, Hong Qianyi told himself that no matter what, he would return to the central region and avenge the humiliation he had suffered before. A moment later, after the dust settled, Hong Qianyi coughed a few times. "I disturbed the master just now, it was the disciples' disrespect." Yi Junlin spoke up first. "It's okay, follow the master back to the sect, I'll conveniently introduce you to uncle." At the same time, outside the great hall of Xian Tian sect, upon hearing that Yi Junlin was about to return, the disciples in the sect eagerly rushed out, waiting in anticipation. "Yi Master Peak is so impressive, he killed Yuaning with just one finger and saved Xian Tian's sect from destruction multiple times. It's truly regrettable that years ago I was blind and missed the opportunity to pay my respects to Misty Peak. If not, I would have already become a disciple of Misty by now." With the strength of Yi Master Peak, his standards for recruiting disciples must be very high. I truly don't know who he will take a liking to. After a while, Yi Junlin has returned here. As soon as he appeared, countless gazes were fixed on Yi Junlin. One disciple shouted, "Look everyone, Yi Master Peak is back." A few people were surprised to see Hong Qianyi returning with him. "Oh, who is that woman behind him? She's really beautiful," someone exclaimed excitedly. "Damn! Where did this woman come from? How can she be so close to Yi Master Peak?" Many disciples couldn't take their eyes off Hong Qianyi. Hong Qianyi smiled slightly, but inside he was filled with disdain. This cultivating immortals sect is really too mediocre. The cultivation of these people is so low that they don't even deserve to carry the shoes of our demon sect. From the great hall, Yunlan rushed out, unable to hide her surprise. "Yi Junior brother. You've come back this time too." At this moment, Yi Junlin placed his hand on Hong Qianye's shoulder and introduced him to everyone. "This is the disciple I found along the way. Xiao Hong, quickly come and pay respects to master." Yunlan was stunned into silence when she heard the words, disciple. Su Qianshui looked at the exquisite beauty of Hong Qianyi and couldn't help but move closer. Which Yi master at the peak managed to recruit such a beautiful girl as a disciple? Hong Qianye's gaze was cold as he pointed at Qianshui and shouted, "I am a man." The aura emanating from him sent chills down Qianshui's spine, making her gasp, "Yuan. Yuaning." Seeing Hong Qianye's aggressive attitude, Yi Junlin couldn't stand it and gave him a slap to the back of the head, yelling, "Xiao Hong, stop being rude. This is my senior sister, apologize now." Hong Qianyi, realizing this, suppressed his anger and folded his hands to apologize. He tried to contain his displeasure, thinking, just endure a little longer, when I reach divinity, I will take revenge for this humiliation. Yi Junlin smiled and continued, "Children are easy to teach. Now that the introductions are over, I'll take Xiao Hong back to Misty Peak to settle down a bit." Qian Shui nodded in agreement. "All right, you two go ahead." With that, he led Hong Qianyi away. Watching their figures disappear in the distance, Yunlan couldn't hide her curiosity. "Yi Master Peak, where did you find a disciple at the nascent soul stage? Truly profound and unpredictable." Qian Shui had to sigh. In less than a short day, Yi junior brother has already brought us so many unbelievable things. At this moment, at Xian Tian sect, Misty Peak, Yi Junlin looked at Hong Qianyi and said that he was the great disciple of Yi Junlin. So, on this peak, feel free to choose, no need to be polite. Hong Qianyi stared at the cultivation cave in front of him for a long time, finally managing to say, "Thank you, master." Looking at the dilapidated and shabby cultivation cave before him, he couldn't think of anything else to say. The living quarters of the disciples of the Baihua demon sect were 100 times more luxurious than this. Hong Qianyi couldn't imagine himself living in a place like this. Yi Junlin smiled and told him, "Only the weak complain about their circumstances, while the strong learn to adapt quickly. For cultivators, these are external matters. It's a bit dirty, so you can clean it up yourself." Hong Qianyi suppressed the anger in his heart. "It's fine, I will endure it. Based on my current cultivation speed, I will soon turn things around." Yi Junlin, just wait. Late at night, at the Qing province immortal sect, inside the main hall, Chen Shao knelt before the giant Sun Venerable One. The giant Sun Venerable One held the token of Mu Old Man in his hand, his expression darkening as he sat upon the throne, staring intently at the token. Below, Chen Shao spoke, "Master, it is all the fault of your disciple. I entrusted Mu Mastero's pill to my father. The death of Mu Old Man has caused me great worry. I have always felt that my father's sect would be implicated, so I wanted to go to the Wasteland province to see for myself." The giant Sun Venerable One said in a deep voice, "Shao Heir, do you know why I took you as my disciple?" Hearing this, he felt a bit tense and replied, "Because I have a solar body, and I have the talent to become an immortal." The giant Sun Venerable One's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He directly crushed the token engraved with Mu Old Man's name and said, "This is only one reason. The second is that the master has seen great ambition within you. How could someone as eager to become stronger as you be disturbed by a lack of paternal affection? The day of the disciples' competition is approaching, and you should prepare early. All you need to do is defeat the other core disciples and become the leader, then the sect will increase resources for you. This is the true benefit." Hearing these words, Chen Shao broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, "But..." He was interrupted, and the speaker told him, "There are no buts here. It's just a small wind thunder sect, and I will send someone to the Wasteland province to investigate." He said to him, "Now focus on winning the top position." Upon hearing this, Chen Shao immediately clasped his hands and replied, "Disciple understands and will not fail master's expectations." The next day, at Misty Peak of the Xian Tian sect, Yi Junlin was leisurely enjoying himself, lying on a chair. At that moment, he looked into the cultivation cave and called out, "Shao Hong, are you done yet? Master can't wait any longer." Hong Qianyi suppressed his anger, brought out a plate of grilled meat and replied, "I'm done, master. Disciple will bring it to you right now." Inside, he was constantly blaming Yi Junlin for just eating and doing nothing. A cultivator in the divine transformation realm, yet he craved such food. Just yesterday, he had preached to him about not complaining about circumstances, but today he was enjoying himself like this, which made him a bit unhappy. Yi Junlin picked up the skewered meat and savored it. This meat, this tenderness, is truly amazing. He couldn't help but be self-indulgent. The special seasoning crafted for this skewer by system is just superb. He kindly invited Hong Qianyi, "Shao Hong, you should try a skewer too, don't be modest." But Hong Qianyi showed disdain, his words dripping with sarcasm, "Master, the disciple has completely renounced worldly pleasures and has long lost interest in the food of this world." Yi Junlin chewed angrily, "Don't you have any respect for your master? What's the point of cultivating immortality if it's not like this?" Seeing this, Hong Qianyi felt helpless and reluctantly accepted the skewer of meat from Yi Junlin. After that, he put a piece of the meat in his mouth, inwardly complaining about Yi Junlin being a strange entity in the cultivation world. What's so good about this poor skewer? But when he bit into a piece, an explosion of flavor filled his mouth, making Hong Qianyi's eyes widen. The irresistible taste compelled him to take another bite. Unconsciously, tears streamed down his face. Hong Qianyi had never felt such happiness in his life. Yi Junlin looked at Hong Qianye's exaggerated expression, unable to understand why he was shedding tears. Hong Qianye was lost in thought. When he was a child, he was always hungry and dreamed of eating a piece of meat. The feeling of happiness when he first tasted meat overwhelmed him with indescribable emotions. Since he embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, Hong Qianye had only focused on killing and striving for the peak of the martial path, never caring about the sensations of life like this. It wasn't until today that he realized that if cultivating immortals meant giving up even the simplest desires like food, then it held no meaning. Yi Junlin sat nearby and was astonished to see Hong Qianye radiating a powerful aura, silently thinking, is this a breakthrough? Early stage Yuan-ing, middle stage, late stage, peak, perfection, one thought divinity. Oh my, this guy has only eaten one skewer and can already break through. His talent is too disobedient to heaven. At this moment, his own cultivation also erupted. An aura like a blazing phoenix enveloped the surroundings. Seeing this, Yi Junlin smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Hong, congratulations on your breakthrough in divinity. I am truly happy for you. Your cultivation is almost catching up to my master. At this moment, Hong Qianye looked at Yi Junlin with a glare full of hatred. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he wanted to end this absurd master-disciple relationship with Yi Junlin right away. After finishing the meal, Yi Junlin leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes in enjoyment, and said, Xiao Hong, I've eaten the meat, and I've advanced. Come here and give your master a shoulder massage. Hearing this, Qianyi turned his head to look at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with evil energy. Having just advanced in divinity, being ordered around by Yi Junlin made him extremely angry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Qianyi quietly channeled his power, raising his hand toward Yi Junlin. Just as he was about to eliminate him, a voice suddenly rang out from outside, reporting to Yi Master Peak, startling him. A man rushed in from outside, clasping his hands and saying urgently, Yi Master Peak, the master requests your presence in the main hall, saying there is something important to discuss. Yi Junlin was surprised to hear this. It's only been a day, and he's alive again. Seeing that the assassination attempt had failed, Qianyi was furious, but he still tried to convince himself. Yi Junlin is still vulnerable. There will be many more opportunities to take action later. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, Yi Junlin hurriedly rushed off, telling Qianyi that when he returned, Qianyi should continue to help him massage his feet. Hearing this, Qianyi exploded in anger, yelling, this is infuriating. Do you really see me as a servant? I should have decisively crushed this shameless thing just now. At the same time, at Xian Tian sect, in the meeting hall, everyone's expressions were serious and anxious about the fate of Xian Tian sect. At that moment, Yi Junlin had also arrived. Yunlan spotted him and called out, Yi Junior brother, you're here. Yi Junlin, worried, asked everyone, has the sect set up such a large formation because something has happened? Yunlan, with a grave expression, replied, a few years ago, the Wei Kingdom, which was protected by Xian Tian's sect, sent a distress signal to the sect. Strange incidents have been occurring all over the country, with people in various places losing their lives one after another. The deaths are extremely bizarre. All the blood has been drained from the corpses, and this phenomenon is becoming increasingly intense. In Wei Kingdom, there are even many cities with populations of millions that have turned into horrifying scenes of countless dead bodies. According to Yunlan's judgment, he believes that there is a demonic object causing chaos, so he has sent a group of disciples to investigate the situation, but they have all vanished without a trace and not returned. The issue is not resolved, and now another problem has arisen. This morning, the Wei Kingdom reported that the situation is extremely critical. It has now spread to neighboring countries. If this continues to escalate, Wasteland Province could fall into great turmoil. Later, when the Xian Tian sect recruits disciples, the situation will be as if they have fallen off a cliff. Hearing this, Yi Junlin frowned. Is it really that serious? Could it have spread so widely that no one noticed or could do anything about it beforehand? Qian Shui shook her head. Perhaps everyone who saw it has already died. If this continues, then the Xian Tian sect may become without successors and gradually decline. Wasteland Province has always been a poor place for cultivators, and Yuaning could control every direction. Moreover, the Wei Kingdom is still outside Wasteland Province. How could there be a problem that the Xian Tian sect cannot resolve? Yi Junlin was filled with confusion and received no replies to her inquiries. Is there a more terrifying force behind all this? While they were talking, the system made a ting sound, announcing a new mission: proceed to the Wei Kingdom to address the root cause of the threat. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Yi Junlin listened with interest and gave a thumbs up. System, you are indeed perceptive. After receiving the new mission from the system, Yi Junlin turned to Yunlan and said, I understand your concerns. According to what you just said, this phenomenon started in the Wei Kingdom a few years ago and is now the most serious place. Therefore, the root cause of the problem must be here, so I will personally go there. Hearing this, Yunlan felt reassured to entrust this important task to Yi Junlin. Without any further delay, Yi Junlin hurriedly dashed off. Before he could give a few more instructions, Yi Junlin rushed away like a whirlwind, leaving Yunlan feeling somewhat helpless. Even Qian Shui had to compare him to a thunderstorm. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, De Zhu showed a hint of worry. Can Yi Master Peak really solve this strange issue? Hearing this, Qian Shui beside him scolded, You blockhead. In this small place called Wasteland Province, what could possibly challenge a divinity? If he can't handle it, then this Wasteland Province is truly beyond saving. Yunlan said sternly to everyone, quickly cultivate, don't think too much about anything else. Don't let Yi Junior Brother's expectations of us go in vain. Everyone answered in unison, understood. In the eastern domain of Wasteland Province, outside the borders of Wei Kingdom, the figures of Yi Junlin and Qianyi were swiftly passing by. Qianyi outwardly wondered, why is Yi Junlin so eager to go to a poor country like Wei Kingdom after returning from the meeting? While he thought this, he was plotting and planned to find an opportunity to deal with Yi Junlin during the journey. After a while, the two arrived at the eastern domain of Wasteland Province, inside Tao Hua village. Seeing the chaos, Yi Junlin thought of the village being robbed by bandits, so he suggested to Qianyi that they go down to take a look. Qianyi looked on and thought uncomfortably, just a little issue like this, and he has to get involved. Down in Tao Hua village, the locals were in great distress. The leader of Tao Hua village knelt before the Black Wind camp, continuously pleading, Heroes, our village is notoriously poor. Normally, we only raise chickens, ducks, and goats. If you want to take them, go ahead, but please don't harm the innocent people in the village. But all he received in response was the strange smile of the arrogant Black Wind camp. The camp lord of Black Wind camp viewed human lives as worthless, showing no sympathy as he straightened his leg and kicked the village leader to the ground. The village leader fell to the ground in pain, blood spitting from his mouth. He laughed joyfully and coldly said, Just die obediently, it won't hurt at all. The camp lord's subordinates, each with a fierce face, brandished their swords and rushed forward. One of them shouted loudly, Everyone, get back. The camp lord is about to unleash his divine skill. At this moment, the camp lord also unleashed his divine skill towards the villagers, causing everyone to panic. The village was filled with the sounds of screams and pleas from the people. Seeing this scene, Qian Ye's expression changed. This skill was very similar to what the enemy had used when they were surrounded by the major holy lands in the central region that he had encountered. Looking at Qian Ye's expression, Yi Junlin next to him quietly asked if he knew about this skill. But Qian Yi immediately denied knowing it and pretended to say, I just think it's very evil sect. Seeing his monkey-like grimace, Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows and said, Little guy, what's with the attitude? However, Qian Yi was also secretly worried, thinking, if this really is an enemy, then coming back from this trip may not be easy. At this moment, the villagers were drained of their life force, their divine souls in turmoil, crying out in agony. Not allowing him to act recklessly any longer, Yi Junlin quickly intervened, placing his hand on his shoulder and telling him to stop. The camp lord was furious at being interrupted, turned around, and yelled loudly, Damn it, who are you? Daring to ruin my plans, do you want to die? Yi Junlin said nothing and gently applied force to his arm. Immediately, his arm exploded. The camp lord, now terrified, collapsed and screamed in pain when he saw his arm gone. Yi Junlin calmly said, "Don't be agitated, we can talk properly." His subordinates, witnessing this scene, were frightened and trembled in fear. Camp Lord. The Camp Lord Black Wind was horrified to see him as a divine transformation realm cultivator, and he quickly begged for his life. After inquiring about his background, Yi Junlin learned that he was originally a guard in the palace of the Wei Kingdom. However, because he had seen something he shouldn't have, he was ordered to be executed by the prince. Not wanting to die unjustly, he desperately escaped from the palace. Yi Junlin coldly asked him about what he claimed was not meant to be seen, and about his evil skill cultivation. At this point, he told everything. While in the palace, he often saw the prince mysteriously entering and exiting the back mountain, but he didn't dare to pry further. As for the evil skill, he was taught by a mysterious organization during his escape. However, he was unclear about their origins. Hearing this, Yi Junlin, puzzled, probed him further. Did they really teach you the evil skill without any reason? The camp lord whispered, "They only required me to continuously use this skill to devour the blood essence of others in order to enhance my cultivation, and then they would continue to teach me. To protect myself, I had no choice but to comply with this. As for anything else, I don't know anything at all." After hearing this, Yi Junlin speculated, there is a huge organization behind this, and their actions are related to the recent supernatural events. Qian Yi stood to the side, stroking his chin in deep thought, considering, this method of transmission is very similar to that person. Could it be that he is really still alive? But why would he appear in Wasteland Province? At that moment, Yi Junlin spoke up and asked, "Xiao Hong, what do you think?" Upon hearing his question, Qian Yi shook his head, pretending not to know. However, in his heart, he silently thought, if this supernatural incident is indeed caused by him, then Yi Junlin, who is just a divine transformation realm, won't be able to deal with it. This Dewei is the final location for Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin raised his hand and placed it on the camp lord's forehead, saying, "Let me see what you are really hiding." As soon as he touched his forehead, the camp lord felt excruciating pain. In his subconscious, Yi Junlin caught a glimpse of a memory of his. In front of him was a group of mysterious people in black cloaks, with one of them imparting skills to the camp lord Black Wind. As the memory ended, the camp lord suddenly stopped breathing, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground. Through the memories, Yi Junlin saw important news, so he hurriedly said to Qian Yi, "Let's set out to the Dewei Palace." Qian Yi's gaze was cold, and he lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the subordinate group was engulfed in flames, crying out in pain. This scene left the villagers staring in shock, speechless. Seeing everyone's astonishment, he questioned, "Master, did I do something wrong? Are these bandits not worthy of death?" Having dealt with such small fry lightened Qian Ye's heart a bit. "I have been wronged for so long, finally, I can kill someone to relieve my anger." Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up, nodding repeatedly in praise. The villagers cheered, the fairy safeguards the people, acting on heaven's behalf. Taohua village will forever be grateful to the two celestial beings. Transitioning to the Eastern Domain Palace, the Dewei Palace. The Dewei Emperor sat on the throne, his expression grave, saying, "The population of the Wei Kingdom has decreased significantly over the past few years. If this continues, my kingdom will soon be destroyed by Tia Song. I wonder if the immortal master of the Xian Tian sect can help Dewei overcome this difficulty." The ministers below wore very complicated expressions. At that moment, the sounds of a child calling, "Father," could be heard from outside. A little princess ran into the hall, excitedly reporting, "Father, I saw two immortals flying towards us from outside." As soon as the emperor heard this, he immediately stood up joyfully. "What? It must be the immortal master of the Xian Tian sect. My dear ministers, follow me quickly to welcome them." Outside, Yi Junlin and Qian Yi presented a remarkable demeanor, their hair flying in the wind. Seeing the amazed expressions of everyone, Yi Junlin smiled and said, "Xiao Hong, the master's choice of how to appear like this is indeed impressive, isn't it?" Qian Yi crossed his arms, feigning flattery, the master is wise, I feel the same way. Just after speaking, Qian Yi felt pleased with himself and sneered, he's sentimental, everyone knows that. Let's see how you plan to gather after learning about Tia Song. By then, don't come begging me to save you. As soon as the emperor saw him, he immediately clasped his hands and sincerely said, we welcome the immortal master's arrival. Yi Junlin raised his hand and spoke in a loud voice to reassure, I am Yi Junlin, the master peak of Misty Peak from the Xian Tian sect. I have come here this time to help you deal with the crisis, so there is no need to worry. The emperor, hearing this, was overjoyed. On behalf of the people of Wei Kingdom, I thank you, celestial being. Do you have any requests or instructions? Yi Junlin touched down and only asked him to arrange a place for him to rest. The emperor happily replied, no problem. Please follow me, I will personally take you there. The two followed the steps of Emperor De Wei. At this moment, in a hidden corner, someone was watching Yi Junlin's arrival. He was distressed over the lack of offerings to help the master break through to the divinity peak. But as soon as he saw him, he felt as if he had struck gold. To summarize the situation, the Xian Tian sect had sent a team to find the source of Tia Song. However, the group of cultivators had suddenly disappeared from the world, leaving no trace. Currently, the Wei Kingdom was on the brink of being destroyed by Tia Song. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and Yi Junlin had to take on this dangerous mission. At this moment, Hong Qianyi was feeling extremely annoyed with the person lounging on the chair, who was thinking. Just now he was like a dog, and now he was being so careless. How could someone so tired and lazy all day possibly cultivate to divinity? Humph, well, that's good, at this rate, I'll soon be able to surpass him in cultivation. When that time comes, it'll be much more certain to take action. Yi Junlin was leisurely eating grapes while lying on the chair, half closing his eyes while looking at Hong Qianyi inside. Xiao Hong, you only focus on petty calculations. Sooner or later, you'll end up shooting yourself in the foot. He kicked one of his shoes off, thinking that the biggest mistake he made was making me his target. Yi Junlin was lounging there and called out, Xiao Hong, aren't you curious about how a master cultivates? Quickly go get some water to wash my feet, when I'm comfortable, I can teach you how to cultivate. Hong Qianyi was so angry that he clenched his fists, and his face was already reddened with veins. His teeth were continuously grinding against each other, making a creaking sound. He asked, what are you saying? He thought to himself, it's just a divinity, in this land where dogs eat stones and chickens eat gravel, and it dares to teach me how to cultivate? Many immortals received the celestial techniques I taught back then. If it could really be passed down, I would consider you a master already. Yi Junlin saw that he was still standing there in a daze and urged, what are you standing there for? Don't you want to make progress anymore? You're still young, and yet you want to retire early. Hong Qianyi turned his head, his face darkened. He felt an immediate urge to rebel. I am the leader of the Baihua demon sect, and I have to wash your feet? I might as well turn against you right now. At this moment, a voice from outside came in, reporting to the two esteemed immortals, the Wei Kingdom has encountered another strange phenomenon. I have something to report. Hong Qianyi snapped out of his thoughts and glanced outside the door. Yi Junlin also sat up straight and frowned, asking, who is it? Zhao Heng replied, I am the eldest prince of the Wei Kingdom, Zhao Heng. The matter is related to the survival of the Wei Kingdom. I still hope that the immortal will grant me an audience. Yi Junlin waved his hand to open the door and said to Zhao Heng, come in. What's so urgent? Zhao Heng stepped inside, his face even tenser. Yi Junlin looked him up and down, silently evaluating, is this the prince who annihilated the bandits? He doesn't seem to match their words. Is it really like this? Zhao Heng entered, knelt before Yi Junlin, and spoke, honored immortal, I have never dared to tell my father about this secret. I suspect that the disturbances in the way come from the back mountain of the palace. A few nights ago, I saw several black bats sneaking into the cave. Furthermore, palace maids and eunuchs have frequently gone missing lately, so I believe there is definitely a connection to them. I have heard of you for a long time and know that you possess extraordinary abilities. Right now, only you can save the people of the Wei Kingdom. I sincerely hope that the immortal will take action and deal with the bats in the back mountain. Yi Junlin stroked his chin, pondering. My divine consciousness did not detect anything strange in the back mountain. How dare this person lie so blatantly? Do they consider others to be foolish? Or perhaps they have someone supporting them, with enough tricks to deal with me. Thinking this, Yi Junlin also said, "Alright, then take me to that cave to investigate." Yi Junlin then thought, "Let me see what kind of medicine you are selling in that gourd." Zhao Heng was overjoyed and immediately went out, gesturing respectfully for Yi Junlin to follow, replying, "Thank you, esteemed immortal, please follow me. With your help, the Song Ray of the Wei Kingdom can surely be eliminated." Watching Yi Junlin leave with Zhao Heng, Hong Qianyi also said, "Forget it, I will settle the score with you later." In the dark corridor, the three of them were on their way to the cave. Just then, the little princess stepped out and unexpectedly saw them, thinking, "That's my brother. His daily behavior is terrible, the emperor has warned him multiple times, but he still refuses to change, and yet he dares to secretly meet with the two immortals from the Xian Tian sect. I must quickly report this matter to my father." Upon reaching Back Mountain, Zhao Heng took the lead. After walking for a while, Yi Junlin spoke up and said, "Eldest prince, this place doesn't seem like the home of those bats." Hearing this, Zhao Heng stopped and said, "We have arrived." Yi Junlin, with an inscrutable expression, laughed and said, "Finally, we have arrived. Now, I must see what you are hiding." At this moment, Zhao Heng revealed his true nature, turned around, glared, and laughed heartily, saying, "At first, I didn't think I could trick you, yet unexpectedly, you followed me so willingly. After all, you are too confident in your own abilities, but do you not know that there are always greater beings in the world?" He crushed the piece of jade in his hand and loudly asked, "You think you can stop us just because of you? Don't think that just because you are a master peak of the Xian Tian sect, you can really regard yourself as an immortal. Yi Junlin, today this place will be your tomb." His face twisted more and more as he looked up at the flickering shadows above and called out, "Elders, please take action." All the elders immediately set up the 5-layered divine binding formation. Elder Xue Ming of the Yuaning late stage flew above and called out to Master Yi of the Xian Tian sect, "You've become quite famous lately. It's just a small master peak but can kill a demon king of the nascent soul stage." The man behind pointed and laughed, "Haha, it's just a pity that in this 5-layered divine binding formation, even those in the divine transformation realm would find it difficult to escape." Zhao Heng crossed his arms, standing below urging, "Ladies and gentlemen, please act quickly. Remember not to be too heavy-handed, it's still best to keep him for the master's use. As for the woman in red, please disable her cultivation." He spoke halfway and licked his lips, revealing his lewdness. This prince wants to enjoy her slowly. Hong Qianyi erupted with evil energy, turned around and glared, angrily asking him, "What did you just say?" Hong Qianyi, enraged, swung his hand and shouted, "I originally did not want to get involved in this matter, but since you couldn't keep your mouth shut and dared to touch my reverse scales." This fiery palm strike from Hong Qianyi directly shattered their formation. Zhao Heng was terrified, his eyes wide, stammering, she, broke it with one strike. He stepped back, continuously saying, "Impossible," the god-binding formation was actually broken. The several elders were also shaken, pushed back by the might of Hong Qianyi, calling out, "Crown Prince. We didn't expect that the master of the Xian Tian sect would bring along a disciple from the divine transformation realm. Moreover, her skills seem to be equivalent to immortal grade, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to break our god-binding formation." Zhao Heng frowned, secretly cursing, "You useless old men, I hope you can achieve great merit for the master." Thinking this, he broke into a cold sweat, stammering, Fairy, let's talk slowly. With your cultivation like this, if you follow my master, your potential will be limitless." Hong Qianyi became even angrier upon hearing this, coldly saying, "Dare to try to seduce me? I will make you wish you were dead." Hong Qianyi unleashed a fiery palm strike towards him. Flames engulfed Zhao Heng. He struggled inside, screaming miserably. Yi Junlin squinted at him, sighing. "So unfortunate, you really know how to scratch in the right place." Yi Junlin became serious, looked at Hong Qianyi and said, that's enough, don't kill him, I still have questions for him. Hearing this, Hong Qianyi waved his hand, and the flames on his body were extinguished. Yi Junlin stepped forward and asked him coldly, where is your master? Does he have the ability to make a divine transformation realm person submit to him? Zhao Heng honestly confessed, my master was once an immortal in the central region. A mere small divinity realm cannot compare. You might as well take this opportunity to submit to my master soon. Otherwise, when my master reveals himself, it will be hard for you to even ask for death. Yi Junlin smiled dismissively, submit? How ridiculous. Let me see how long your master can hide. And now, I will kill one of you. After saying this, Yi Junlin sent one of them to the sky and counted, 1. The elders of the Xue Ming sect were frightened and realized, why is he also in the divine transformation realm? How could there be 2 divine transformation realm beings in Wasteland Province? After he finished speaking, Yi Junlin directly sent him off to see the chickens right away and counted, 2. Then came, 3, 4, 5. Yi Junlin pointed at Zhao Heng and said, there's only you left. Zhao Heng, at that moment, was terrified and said, wait a minute. But soon after, all they could hear was his desperate scream, Master, save me. A loud explosion occurred within the forest. Meanwhile, the emperor, along with the little princess and soldiers, was hastily riding towards the cave. Upon seeing the explosion, the little princess pointed and asked, Father, what is that? The bloodlight is so terrifying. The emperor anxiously urged, let's hurry over and see. I hope the immortal is all right. Hong Qianyi stood there in contemplation, looking up and thinking, this aura is really familiar. It must be him. Although he can deal with Yi Junlin, facing him again makes me feel a bit uneasy. Zhao Heng, bruised and battered, sensed the aura and laughed loudly, Master has finally arrived. Your time to die has come. Shi Tianju stepped out with a powerful aura, glancing at Yi Junlin and his disciple with disdain. Yi Junlin saw him and showed no signs of fear, calmly asking him, you must be the mastermind behind Tia Song, right? I thought you were a turtle hiding its head, too scared to come out. Shi Tianju, with his red eyes, looked down at Yi Junlin, still wearing that arrogant expression. A cultivator from Wasteland Province, I admit you have some skills, but you are not qualified to fight with me. On the contrary, it is your old friend behind you who has aroused my interest. Hong Qianyi looked at him with an unhappy expression and succinctly said, Blood Demon, I can't believe you are still alive. Yi Junlin turned his gaze to Hong Qianyi, slightly surprised and frowning to himself. What does Xiao Hong have to do with this guy? Shi Tianju gradually descended, standing alongside Hong Qianyi, reiterating the term, Blood Demon. This title of mine was besieged and killed by the great holy lands of the central region over 200 years ago. After that, no one heard about me again. I can't believe you still remember me. Hong Qianyi showed blatant disdain and laughed, saying, those who experienced that peak-level battle, surely, it cannot be forgotten. In his mind, he silently gritted his teeth and said, this name, Shi Tianju, was the strongest in the true immortal realm back then. By devouring the blood of others to sustain himself, he also transmitted evil skills to many followers. If unchecked, it would surely bring disaster to countless lives. In the end, he retaliated, taking all the energy from his followers to nourish himself. Due to his extremely wicked methods and the rapid rise in his realm, the peak-level forces united to exterminate him. Even the one who sat on the throne of the demonic path was dragged into participation. Unexpectedly, the infamous Blood Demon was still alive. Now, he had reappeared in the most impoverished place, Wasteland Province, in the Eastern Domain. If this news reached the central region, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous shock. Zhao Heng, in a disheveled state, crawled to call Shi Tianju Master, Lord, you finally came. These people want to kill me, you must avenge me. Shi Tianju glanced over, glared at him, and shouted, you ungrateful brat. With just this glare, he could instantly take Zhao Heng's life. He cried out in pain, collapsing before Hong Qianyi. He looked on with disgust and contempt, saying, indeed, the methods of the Blood Demon are the most wicked of evil sections. Even his own disciple resorts to violence. Shi Tianju approached Hong Qianyi, his face cold, and whispered, "He's just a disciple. I can always find another. But if you want him dead, then I will certainly not spare his life." Shi Tianju looked at him and simply asked, "Do you understand my intentions?" Yi Junlin stood to the side, his eyes sparkling, clapping his hands together, exclaiming, "And there's a big melon to eat. What kind of script is this?" Hong Qianyi stepped back, frowning, looking at him warily, and asked multiple questions. "I witnessed your immortal body being ground to pieces by the 4 great divine weapons, even your blood evaporated completely. So how did you escape?" Shi Tianju laughed heartily and replied, "Those fools who consider themselves right. I had already separated a drop of my life blood before that and concealed it in a hidden place. After I fell, that drop of life blood could help me resurrect. But really, it seems you are just like me, aren't you?" His face was filled with ambition and malice. He spoke, but the implication was clearly a threat to Hong Qianyi. "Right now, I am in a hurry to restore my cultivation, while you are still only at the early stage of the divine transformation realm. It would be better for you to obediently surrender and hand over all your blood to me. Only then can we be together forever." Hong Qianyi stepped back, gritting his teeth, her face darkened as she loathed him and shouted, "You are truly insane. Back in the central region, I refused you many times. Now that I have been reborn, you still do not repent." Hong Qianyi unleashed her anger-fueled power and asked him, "Do you really think that being at the divinity peak means you can defeat me?" Shi Tianju laughed heartily and said, "All right, very good. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. For others, fighting above their realm still holds a glimmer of possibility, but for me, it's merely a pipe dream." Hong Qianyi, equally confident, laughed along and said, "If you don't fight, how will you know?" Saying that, he also used the 5 ultimate divine techniques. When Shi Tianju saw that technique, he furrowed his brows and said, "This is." His expression no longer held any mockery as he unleashed the blood-fierce palm against Hong Qianyi's technique. The 2 techniques clashed, resulting in a considerable explosion. Shi Tianju frowned, carefully examining the person in front of him, thinking to himself, "This can't be possible. This fire inexplicably is so domineering, just in the early stages of divinity, yet capable of breaking my blood-fierce palm. Where did she learn this skill?" Hong Qianyi continued to gather energy for another move and said to him, "That was just the beginning." He then unleashed a frosty flame strike towards Shi Tianju. He gritted his teeth, gathered his strength to counter that technique, and grunted, shouting, "Just a defeated subordinate." Saying that, he also released the soul-devouring blood spear technique. The 2 techniques continued to clash. The frosty flame strike unleashed by Hong Qianyi successfully froze part of his arm. Shi Tianju found it hard to believe and said, "What kind of fire system skill are you practicing? Why is it so demonic?" He flexed his body and immediately crushed the ice fragments that were frozen on his hands, shouting, "Destroy it for me." He displayed a face full of interest and laughed loudly at Hong Qianyi, saying, "No wonder you caught my attention. You really excite me. Did you receive a great opportunity when you left the central region and then take a strong master, right?" Hong Qianyi did not deny that he had accepted a cultivator as his master, but he arrogantly replied, "It has nothing to do with you. With this skill, I can step onto the path of dominance in the central region." With that, he was secretly amazed by his own strength, thinking, "I never expected that with the blessing of the 3,000 flame scripture, the blood demon who once dominated the central region is now suppressed by me. But I can't let that blood demon know that this skill was actually taught by a divinity from the wasteland province." Shi Tianju, with evil energy radiating from his eyes, looked at Hong Qianyi and spoke. "If I were to allow you to continue growing, I would be afraid that I couldn't subdue you. So it is a pity that everything ends here. Now I will show you the true power of the immortal demon realm." He said this while controlling his power to scatter. Meanwhile, in the cities of the Wei Kingdom, all the people were screaming in agony as their blood qi was being drained. "Help! Someone come save me. I don't want to die." All that blood qi was rushing toward Shi Tianju. He stood there, absorbing it all and laughing triumphantly. This feeling is truly incredible. These people have long since become my food. As long as I have the intention, I can immediately gain cultivation to strengthen myself. Yi Junlin, behind him, also spoke up. Xiao Hong, stop wasting time and deal with him quickly. Hong Qianyi, annoyed upon hearing Yi Junlin's voice, shouted back, you don't need to command me. Hong Qianyi gritted his teeth, bracing herself against the oppressive aura before her, thinking, damn it, how did things turn out like this? I thought Yi Junlin would come to me for help after being unable to withstand the blood demon, and that would be the moment I would intervene. But given the current situation, it seems I might not be able to hold out either. Looking at the towering Shi Tianju with an aura that is suffocating, Hong Qianyi thought, has he broken through to the integration realm?
It became clear that building a great team of talented artists was necessary to achieve this goal, so that's what I did. While gathering the most promising 3D artists I've ever met, we started working on other projects, but the lack of technical organization was a huge limit. Making sure everyone was on the same page has been very tough. That's why I created the most technologically advanced community of 3D artists on Discord, Next CG, where I offered my team lots of resources and revolutionary tools to bring our quality to the next level. On that note, I'm releasing some of our tools and previous projects to the public. Check out my Patreon page to learn more about that. Now back to the project. Let's see how our boy Adrian was popped into existence. Firefelix, Alexiou, the spotlight is all yours.
Thank you, good love. And let's now talk about this beauty's overall look. When we speak of animated characters, there's a fundamental section of modeling called topology. Said in simple words, we can consider it the distribution of the vertices on a surface following a logic. A model must look smooth, a pleasure to the eye, but it must also be usable and flexible, in order to satisfy our needs. Verts can be placed in various ways on the surface, as long
It became clear that building a great team of talented artists was necessary to achieve this goal, so that's what I did. While gathering the most promising 3D artists I've ever met, we started working on other projects, but the lack of technical organization was a huge limit. Making sure everyone was on the same page has been very tough. That's why I created the most technologically advanced community of 3D artists on Discord, Next CG, where I offered my team lots of resources and revolutionary tools to bring our quality to the next level. On that note, I'm releasing some of our tools and previous projects to the public. Check out my Patreon page to learn more about that. Now back to the project. Let's see how our boy Adrian was popped into existence. Firefelix, Alexiou, the spotlight is all yours.
Thank you, good love. And let's now talk about this beauty's overall look. When we speak of animated characters, there's a fundamental section of modeling called topology. Said in simple words, we can consider it the distribution of the vertices on a surface following a logic. A model must look smooth, a pleasure to the eye, but it must also be usable and flexible in order to satisfy our needs. Verts can be placed in various ways on the surface, as long as they behave as wanted. It's not easy, definitely not easy, but experience teaches. The materials of the characters in this animation have all been elaborated in the same way, although Adrian's got a little exception for his skin. Human skin is very complex to reproduce, as you can imagine, and since we're caring for a cartoon character, I elaborated a kind of skin around believable and simple. It's oriented mainly on the view of very light pores, and some areas were marked as shinier than the rest of his face, such as his nose and his lips. You know, little details which make this beautiful boy look even more beautiful. And now, let's talk about his hair. Prepare yourself. As you know, Adrian's hair was the hardest part to deal with. We wanted something which could give the character a full liveliness and feel believable. Hairstyling is a work of precision and observation, as it is supposed to give the sense of realism to the character, and in fact, it was finally made after 7 damn attempts, through which I could understand the methods to use to give it the right shape, but still I can't deny the whole process was absolutely infernal. I used the old and worn particle systems. These were organized basing on which part of the head they had to cover and how. Some of them, for example, were used to cover parts like his cranium and his temples, still preserving the original hair shape, while others were specifically used to make tufts. Even if these are very small, they were so important to give the hair a natural look, as hair itself is a very chaotic system. And then, many particles used a section called clamping, that, as the name itself tells, gathers the tips of individual hairs in one point. And that's it. That's how this beauty was finally completed. Physics simulations are another hell inside an
Entiendo, totalmente.
us in worthless IOUs is against our contract. You can't not hire us, because we never applied for the job! Paying us in worthless IOUs is against our contract. You can't not hire us, because we never applied for the job! Paying us in worthless IOUs is against our contract. You can't not hire.
I'm simply beautiful.
How do you think, what is the most important thing when you're choosing payment provider?
This young man, named Joan, is a student in the preparatory class of the Celestial Pivot City Battle Armor Academy. He has no idea why, while simply sitting in the vehicle, he was suddenly flung out. What's even stranger is the eerie sense of déjà vu. This scene feels like something he has experienced countless times before, as if trapped in an endless loop of fate. The incident began a few moments ago. When Joan regained consciousness, he found himself inside a refugee transport vehicle. The cramped cabin was filled with weary, ragged refugees whose eyes were void of hope, their spirits seemingly crushed by the trials of survival. Escorting the vehicle was a 5-member tactical squad. Their mission was perilous, guarding the convoy with 2 armed pickups equipped with heavy machine guns. The soldiers looked tense and vigilant, their expressions revealing the constant readiness to face danger head-on. Shortly after the convoy departed from their last supply point, the beast detection radar on one of the escort vehicles began emitting a piercing alarm, shattering the fragile peace. The driver of the lead vehicle immediately radioed the captain, detecting a high-speed, unidentified object ahead, but there's nothing visible on the horizon. This unexpected anomaly intensified the tension. The captain, a seasoned veteran, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he ordered all combat personnel to prepare for engagement, the sound of weapons being readied echoing through the convoy. Just as the command was issued, a deafening tremor shook the ground. The earth itself seemed to shudder, a harbinger of something monstrous. Suddenly, a sandworm beast burst out from beneath the ground. Its massive body, towering like a mountain, effortlessly flipped over the second escort vehicle, sending shards of metal scattering through the air. The violent shockwave rattled the transport vehicle, which swayed precariously. Many passengers who hadn't secured their seat belts were flung out, their screams piercing the chaos. The captain immediately commanded the gunner on the first vehicle to open fire. Flames erupted from the machine gun as he retrieved a specially designed spear from his back, preparing to engage the beast in close combat. Meanwhile, he instructed the 2 crew members of the second vehicle to escort the transport out of the combat zone as swiftly as possible, while the first vehicle stayed behind to distract the sandworm and buy him an opening to attack. The heavy machine gun on the lead vehicle roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that momentarily stunned the massive beast, sparks flying with every impact. Inside the transport vehicle, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Joan found himself trapped. He knelt down to comfort a terrified little girl who had fallen, trying to calm her trembling sobs. Despite his overwhelming confusion about his whereabouts, the chaos left him no time to think. The driver soon shouted at the top of his lungs, "Buckle up, everyone! The road ahead is about to get extremely dangerous." His voice betrayed a barely restrained panic. Hearing these words, Joan froze. A deep, unshakable sense of familiarity swept over him. This exact scene had played out before, not just once, but countless times. And instinctively, he knew what was about to happen next. Meanwhile, the team members of the second vehicle seized the opportunity while the sandworm was distracted. They quickly uprighted the overturned vehicle, maintaining high alert as they escorted the refugee transport vehicle away from the battlefield at top speed, determined to distance themselves from the raging conflict. However, the relentless attacks had thoroughly enraged the sandworm. It let out a bone-chilling roar, opening its massive, tooth-filled maw as it lunged toward the convoy with the force of a moving mountain, exuding a terrifying presence. Sensing the critical moment, the captain launched a close-range assault without hesitation. The specially designed spear in his hand glinted coldly as he struck repeatedly, targeting the beast's vital points with precise and unrelenting blows, leaving it no room to recover. The captain's relentless assault, combined with the heavy machine gun fire from the first vehicle, created a seamless synergy. The once arrogant sandworm was quickly reduced to a battered state, its thick hide torn apart, with blood and fragments splattering everywhere. Though the sandworm's tough exoskeleton was like natural armor, even its hardened shell could not withstand the sustained bombardment from the heavy artillery. Cracks formed and spread, its defense crumbling under the relentless onslaught. Yet, just as the tactical team believed victory was within reach and let their guard down, the sandworm suddenly retaliated with a powerful surge of energy, flipping the first vehicle with ease. The sound of twisting metal echoed through the battlefield. The captain, seeing the dire situation, leaped fearlessly toward the sandworm. Armed with his spear, he engaged the monstrous beast in a desperate, life-or-death struggle, each strike delivered with all his strength. Finally, he seized the perfect opportunity and drove his spear through the sandworm's seemingly impenetrable shell, delivering a devastating blow to its core and inflicting severe damage. However, the beast's immense size and the resulting recoil from his attack sent the captain flying through the air, landing hard on the ground, leaving him temporarily disoriented. Fortunately, the severely injured sandworm chose to retreat underground rather than continue its assault on the fallen captain, granting the tactical team a much-needed reprieve. As the battle subsided, the tension in the air began to ease. The gunner from the first vehicle couldn't help but praised the captain's extraordinary combat skills. Smiling confidently, the captain replied with a hint of pride, "This mass-produced Vanguard battle armor is leagues above your standard exosuits." However, just as he was about to continue his boasting, his expression froze. A profound sense of unease crept over him, his instincts warning him that the danger was far from over. Without delay, he used his helmet communicator to inquire about the convoy's current position, his tone laced with urgency. Unfortunately, his worst fears were confirmed. The sandworm had proven to be far more intelligent than anticipated. It was silently and swiftly closing in on the transport vehicle ahead, its movements calculated and stealthy. What's worse, this time, the sandworm had set its sights directly on the refugee transport vehicle, ready to unleash a devastating assault on the helpless passengers. The escort team members were left stunned as they witnessed the sandworm's ferocious assault. Shocked to their core, they froze in place, unable to react. For a brief moment, the scene descended into chaos and paralysis. It was in this very moment of disorder and helplessness that the opening scene unfolded. The reason and chain of events that led to Joan being flung out of the vehicle became all too clear. However, Joan felt compelled to clarify one thing. He was no refugee. His true identity was that of a student in the preparatory class at the Celestial Pivot City Battle Academy, a far cry from the ordinary civilians around him. More importantly, if his memories were correct, that little girl would soon face an imminent and fatal danger. A tragedy he had already witnessed countless times in this seemingly endless loop. As the familiar scenes replayed in his mind, Joan had once considered giving up. He longed to escape this relentless cycle of fate. But watching the same tragedy unfold over and over, powerless to intervene, filled him with a suffocating sense of despair he could no longer endure. "No more," he shouted within himself. He refused to endure this torment again. A question burned in his mind. If he had a battle armor, could he have prevented these disasters? If he could forge a contract with a powerful battle armor, could it change his powerless existence and grant him the ability to rewrite his destiny? At that very moment, the two team members aboard the second vehicle bore witness to an awe-inspiring scene. Amidst a blinding white light, an invisible force swept across the battlefield, leaving them in utter disbelief. The sandworm, poised to launch a devastating attack on the transport vehicle, was struck by the light and met a catastrophic end. Its massive body, once so imposing, was torn apart like fragile paper, shattered into fragments within an instant. What made the moment even more surreal was that time itself seemed to halt. Everything around them froze in a bizarre stillness, as if the entire world had been suspended in awe of the dazzling light that illuminated the battlefield. After the instant, decisive kill, he descended steadily, piloting the contract battle armor named White Tiger. His presence was akin to a guardian angel descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of unmatched authority and strength. With his right hand, he reached out gently yet precisely, catching the little girl who was fated to perish, as if the entire world had paused in that moment to save her. Then, with a slight lift of his left hand, he effortlessly set down the transport vehicle, which weighed several tons, as if it were no heavier than a feather. The seamless motion left everyone around in awe, their breaths held in disbelief. As for the sandworm that had brought about this calamity, its massive body had been utterly obliterated. All that remained was a lifeless pile of mud, lying silently by the roadside, as if it had never been a threat. Once the transport vehicle was safely grounded, the little girl's mother darted out of the cabin like an arrow, clutching her child tightly in her arms as tears streamed down her face. Her emotions were a mix of relief at their survival and the overwhelming joy of reclaiming her child from the brink of death. The surrounding refugees gathered around, their voices rising in praise and gratitude, hailing him as a hero. Yet, amid the cheers, the mother's eyes still held a trace of deep worry. Her arms refused to loosen their grip, as though fearing any chance of danger striking again. Meanwhile, the two team members from the second vehicle stared at him in utter shock. Their wide-eyed expressions made it clear they couldn't tell whether the pilot of the White Tiger battle armor was friend or foe. Tense and cautious, they quickly pointed their weapons at him and shouted for his identity. Joan was about to confidently introduce himself when his attention was abruptly diverted by something, or rather, someone that had no reason to be there, a dog. The sight was bizarre, as he distinctly remembered there had been no dog on the transport vehicle earlier. Stranger still, the dog started speaking. It casually praised Joan for his impressive performance, its tone oddly relaxed, as if they were simply chatting over tea. Joan stood there, stunned and at a loss for words. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the dog transformed before his eyes into a grotesque humanoid figure with a dog's head. Its bizarre appearance made him instinctively step back, his mind reeling. Summoning his courage, he tried to ask what this creature was, but a familiar alarm clock's ringing cut through the surreal moment. The piercing sound yanked him out of the strange dream, dragging him back into reality. Upon waking, he let out a deep sigh. He was certain this wasn't the first time he had experienced such a dream. The recurring familiarity left a lingering unease in his heart. For countless nights in the past, he had dreamt of that pristine white battle armor. Every intricate detail of its design was etched vividly in his memory. While the armor's appearance seemed to vary slightly in each dream, he was certain they were all the same suit. Its distinctive presence was unmistakable. However, whenever he tried to recall the armor's name, an excruciating headache would surge through his mind, forcing him to abandon the thought. As he changed into his work clothes and prepared to leave, the morning news playing on the television caught his attention. The broadcast was about the Jokin metal virus, a mysterious pathogen discovered by Dr. Belisarius Joe. Even after 3 centuries, the virus remained an enigma. What was even more alarming was the growing number of mutated creatures caused by the infection. Today's news also included a breaking story. Earlier that morning, a mutated creature attack occurred near Celestial Pivot City. Reports stated that a transport vehicle traveling from the small outpost of Mingi to Celestial Pivot City was ambushed by a mutated creature, resulting in the death of the entire escort team. What made this incident particularly shocking was that the squad had been equipped with the latest FA-2 Vanguard battle armors. Yet even they couldn't survive the attack. Joan inhaled sharply, his mind racing. He speculated that for a team outfitted with Vanguard battle armors to be wiped out, the mutated creature they faced must have been at least level 3 or higher. What kind of bad luck is that, he thought to himself. Despite the risks, Jones still yearned for a battle armor of his own. He knew that only by obtaining one could he have a chance to escape his dire situation and pay off the colossal debt weighing on his family. It was late at night when he finally wrapped up his part-time job. Honestly, if not for the upcoming placement test at the Battle Armor Academy, he wouldn't have had to work so hard in the dead of night. However, the boss at this place was absurdly stingy. After working tirelessly all evening, he only earned a measly 10,000 credits, not even a tenth of what was promised. The paltry pay left him frustrated and bitter. If a whole month's effort could only yield this much, the mountain of family debt would inevitably continue to weigh on his sister's shoulders. He couldn't help but envy the wealthy. With battle armors at their disposal, they could simply pick up guild tasks and effortlessly earn more in a day than he could in weeks of backbreaking work. On his way home, something caught his eye in a roadside gear shop. Displayed in the window was a batch of brand new E3 powered exoskeleton suits, their metallic sheen gleaming under the dim streetlights, radiating a sense of power and reliability. He marveled at how these exoskeletons had once been heavily restricted military-grade equipment during the early days of post-apocalyptic reconstruction. Back then, ordinary people couldn't even dream of owning one. But with the advent of the first generation of mass-produced battle armors, exoskeletons had gradually transitioned to civilian use. While their combat capabilities and defensive features couldn't compare to those of even the first-generation battle armors, they were more than sufficient for self-defense or labor-intensive tasks. The E3 model in the window, the final generation of this series, had now been fully adapted for civilian use. Yet its sleek design and impressive features made it hard not to admire. To him, owning one of these exoskeletons would be the equivalent of having a first-generation battle armor. If he ever got the chance, he'd love to have one, just to experience its strength and utility firsthand. After all, guild task rules didn't prohibit the use of exoskeletons. With one of these suits, taking on odd jobs or venturing into the ruins outside the city to hunt monsters and gather mutant cores would be much easier. Now it all came down to whether the price of this so-called new armor could be within reach. Reality, however, mercilessly crushed his hopes. The price tag on the exoskeleton was a staggering 1 million credits. While this amount was trivial compared to the massive debt his family owed, the fact that a single exoskeleton could cost such an exorbitant sum felt like daylight robbery. Still, he begrudgingly admitted that in today's world, this price was considered reasonable. To maintain tight control over battle armors, the government imposed high prices to restrict the spread of exoskeletons, pushing civilians to opt for cheaper battle armor alternatives. However, acquiring battle armor legally came with only two options: enlist in the military or gain admission to a battle armor academy. Without legitimate qualifications, owning a battle armor was a serious crime, punishable by imprisonment or worse, a life sentence. After returning home, he wearily opened the information page for mass-produced battle armors. Displayed on the screen was the FA-2 Vanguard battle armor, the latest model developed by Tianshu Technology. The armor's standout feature was its fully automated dressing system, requiring no mechanical assistance, which greatly enhanced its ease of use. While it still required dedicated storage space, a minor drawback, its portability had seen significant improvements compared to the previous generation. What truly excited him was its civilian version's price, a mere 300,000 credits. At such a low cost, it felt like a giveaway. No wonder the Qin Defense Force had fully upgraded their standard armor to this model. However, his excitement was quickly overshadowed by worry. If the upcoming placement test at the Battle Armor Academy assigned him to the Logistics Division, he would lose the eligibility to purchase a battle armor, and his dreams would be dashed. Just as he was sinking deeper into his concerns, his older sister, Jonah, suddenly barged into his room without warning. Luckily, he was dressed, or the situation might have turned awkward. Remembering the last time he entered her room without knocking and got a flying kick for his troubles, he held back his frustration and reminded her, "Could you at least knock before coming in next time?" Jonah, however, was having none of it. With a sharp glare, she shot back, "What's your problem? Feeling bold enough to call me by my full name now?" As the captain of the Azure Dragon Battle Armor Squad in the Celestial Pivot City Border Defense Force, Jonah had earned her right to be commanding and fierce thanks to her outstanding combat achievements. He couldn't help but feel she was being a bit of a hypocrite, but even he had to admit that her no-nonsense personality might explain why her love life had always been rocky. Hearing his sarcastic remark, Jonah didn't hesitate to grab a specially designed iron box and hurl it at him, adding a mocking comment. "Coming from a lifelong single guy like you? Give me a break." Despite their constant bickering, the siblings shared a mutual commitment to supporting their family. This time, Jonah had brought back a mutant crystal and handed it to him. firmly instructing him to sell it by the end of the week. Use the proceeds to pay off this month's family debt first, she said. Whatever's left is yours to spend, but don't waste it on anything pointless, got it? Before leaving, Jonah emphasized repeatedly that he mustn't forget to repay the loan on time. Otherwise, the bank would repossess their house without hesitation. To her, this house was the last remaining piece of their family's memories, a precious connection to their parents and their past. Losing it was simply unthinkable. She placed a firm hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "I believe in you, little brother. I know you'll keep this family together." Her heartfelt words filled him with warmth, but he couldn't resist retorting with a grin. "Sis, your flattery skills are getting sharper. Here's hoping they help you find a boyfriend soon." Jonah chuckled at his response. After finishing her serious reminders, she shifted back to her usual playful demeanor, joking around with him and lightening the mood. Yet, as she was about to leave, her tone turned serious again. "Passing the Battle Armor Academy test is just the first step. The road ahead will only get tougher. You'll need to push yourself harder to overcome the challenges waiting for you." He nodded in agreement, watching her silhouette disappear through the doorway. Still, his heart felt heavy. He understood better than anyone the enormous burden she carried behind her carefree facade. Picking up the advanced mutant crystal she had handed him, he examined it closely, emotions swirling in his chest. His sister had sacrificed so much for the family, shouldering responsibilities that words could never fully describe. Joan knew he couldn't let her down. Meanwhile, over at the Battle Armor Academy, a female student was quietly praying, hoping her results in the placement test could be at least 1/10 as good as Jonah's. Across from her, a male classmate scoffed. "Keep dreaming. Jonah is the most exceptional genius this academy has ever seen. Her talent is 1 in a million. There's no way anyone could catch up to her." Despite knowing this, the female student frowned in confusion and asked, "But if Jonah's talent is so incredible, why did she turn down the high-paying military academy offer and choose to stay here in Celestial Pivot City?" The male student paused, then ventured a guess. "Probably to take care of her younger brother. I heard that when Jonah graduated, Joan had just returned to the academy after a break. And now, Joan is ranked right behind her on the Genius leaderboard. It's no surprise she's putting so much hope in his future." After hearing the male classmate's remarks, the female student couldn't help but chuckle, teasing him for actually believing in the so-called genius rankings privately compiled by students. However, when the topic shifted to geniuses, her expression turned serious as she mentioned a recent rumor about a civilian prodigy circulating within the academy. According to the rumor, this prodigy was currently ranked 3rd in his grade. However, because he came from a humble background, many were curious whether he would eventually gain access to a contract battle armor. The question had sparked widespread speculation among the students. The male classmate dismissed her perspective, insisting that talent was a gift from the heavens and had nothing to do with one's lineage. He believed that the ability to use contract battle armors depended solely on one's skills and opportunities, not their family background. The female student disagreed, pointing out that descendants of battle armor families had access to vast resources, making it far more likely for them to obtain advanced contract battle armors. She cited the examples of the Academy's top students, Yao Lelin and Yu Sheng, both of whom came from prominent battle armor families. Refusing to back down, the male classmate countered by bringing up Jonah as an exception. He argued that Jonah's achievements were entirely built on her talent and hard work, proving that background wasn't the determining factor for success. The female student, however, remained unconvinced. She noted that while the surname Zhou was uncommon, there was once a Zhou family among the central 3 houses. She speculated that Jonah might be a distant relative from a lesser branch of that family. As their discussion grew increasingly heated, one of the students they mentioned, Yu Sheng, happened to enter the classroom. His sudden appearance caused both of them to momentarily freeze. Seeing Yu Sheng, the two couldn't help but feel nervous. Knowing his reputation for being difficult to deal with, they quickly shifted the conversation back to discussing Joan. The female student expressed concern over Joan's year-long break from school, wondering if it might impact his placement test performance. She worried that a drop in his ranking could cause him to miss out on critical opportunities. Unfortunately for them, their voices were so loud that even with headphones on, Yusheng overheard every word. He removed his headphones and cast a cold, piercing glance in their direction, sending a chill down their spines. Seemingly oblivious to Yusheng's gaze, the female student boldly admitted that she admired Joan. She remarked that if Joan managed to pass the placement test and join the contract preparatory ranks, his future would be incredibly bright. In fact, she speculated that Joan might even receive a gifted advanced contract battle armor from the Academy upon graduation, making him one of the most ideal partners anyone could ask for. Hearing this, Yusheng finally couldn't hold back a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. He began mocking, "Joan? His future? You think his future looks bright? Don't make me laugh." With a sneer, he continued, "Don't you know the Zhou family fell from grace long ago? When they were banished from the capital, Yuheng, their family was already in ruins, barely holding on. As for Joan, a pitiful pauper like him, there's no way he could be connected to any prominent battle armor family." Not stopping there, Yusheng's voice dripped with contempt as he added, "Everyone in the academy knows Joan is drowning in debt and barely scraping by. On top of that, he's being targeted by that bully, the second son of the Li family. Someone like him? Forget about joining the battle armor reserves. He'd be lucky just to crawl out of his current mess." The female student's face flushed with anger. Unwilling to back down, she pulled up Joan's test results and retorted, "Joan may be struggling now, but his potential is undeniable. Just look at his data. His future is far brighter than you give him credit for." Yusheng, however, remained dismissive, scoffing, "Stop talking about potential. No matter how much he has, the fact remains, his life right now is a disaster, and that's all that matters." Just as Yusheng was tearing Joan down, another voice chimed in from the classroom door. Calm yet sharp, it cut through the tension. "I smell an overwhelming amount of jealousy." The speaker was none other than Yao Lelin, another top student of the academy. Hearing Yao Lelin's voice, Yusheng's expression darkened instantly, and the atmosphere grew tense. He clenched his teeth, hastily putting on his headphones, clearly wanting to end the conversation. Yet, just before slipping them on, he couldn't resist asking Yao Lelin, "We've been friends since we were kids. Why do you always defend Joan?" Yao Lelin responded with a faint smile, her words leaving no room for misinterpretation. "Because Joan is the man I've chosen. If he asked, I'd give him anything. A battle armor? That's nothing. If he wanted the entire celestial pivot city, my Yao family's Yao Corporation could make it happen. In the apocalypse, don your armor, defend your home." This was the slogan of the Celestial Pivot City Defense Force, a creed etched not only into the academy, but into the very souls of humanity's warriors. In this fortress city of Tianshu, encircled by 6 towering walls, land and home are everything we vow to defend with our lives. Every inch of this soil is soaked in the blood of those who came before us, a testament to humanity's resilience in the face of the apocalypse. Across this desolate wasteland, humanity's sole objective is to rebuild civilization and rekindle the brilliance of the past, igniting hope for future generations. Look at this city. Isn't it perfect? Our descendants will surely have a bright future. A voice full of hope and conviction echoed through the recruitment video, accompanied by panoramic shots of Tianshu City, painting a vision of a future worth fighting for. Yet, beneath the surface of peace, threats continue to lurk in the shadows. Tragedies still occur all too often, serving as stark reminders that the wasteland remains perilous and unforgiving. The next home to fall could very well be yours. That looming sense of danger hangs over every resident like an inescapable shadow. If you want to prevent such tragedies, make the most important decision of your life. Don a battle armor and join the defense force. Defend your home. Become a hero of Tianshu City. Take up arms and annihilate those cursed monsters. The voice in the recruitment video was powerful and inspiring, like a drumbeat urging citizens into action. Every resident of Tianshu City could recite the lines from this video by heart. These words have become ingrained in the city's culture, a rallying cry etched into the collective consciousness of its people. It is this very call to action that has driven generations of young men and women to take up arms. Fueled by their love for their home and their hopes for the future, they donned their battle armors and fought fiercely to protect humanity's last sanctuary. Every day on the bustling streets, he overheard countless passers-by discussing their plans to enlist. Those who failed the selection process for the Battle Academy often turned to joining private security companies, seeking alternative paths to contribute and find their own sense of purpose. On the bus today, Joan overheard someone enthusiastically persuading a friend to join a security company. The man boasted relentlessly, claiming the job offered incredibly high pay, 10 times the market average. However, as someone who knew the dark truth, Joan could only sigh in silence. He knew all too well that such promises were nothing more than bait to recruit naive newcomers for shady security firms. The so-called high pay was only attainable after surviving a brutally dangerous probation period. Those who failed to make it past this phase often ended up as beast fodder, never returning to expose the job's harsh realities. Still, the idea of treasure hunting sounded tempting. If someone stumbled upon a lost battle armor in the ruins, it would be like hitting the jackpot. Thinking about it, Joan decided to wait for the placement test results before planning his next steps. But what troubled him the most was not knowing what criteria this test was based on. After the test, something even stranger happened. The Academy inexplicably drew an entire vial of his blood, providing no explanation. The incident left him confused but powerless to question it further. A week later, the long-awaited day of the placement results arrived. Today would determine the future paths of every student. Based on their scores, students would be assigned to specialties such as communications, strategy, command, or combat, all roles that shaped their future careers and glory. However, when Jones saw his placement results, his heart sank. He had been assigned to the logistics division, the one outcome he dreaded the most. The disappointment was overwhelming, making it hard for him to even glance at the results board. Just as he was sulking, Yao Leland suddenly appeared, brimming with excitement, and eagerly asked about his placement results. Joan, long accustomed to her enthusiastic demeanor, instinctively stepped aside to avoid her overwhelming excitement, which often left him flustered. Yao Leland, unfazed by his reaction, cheerfully moved closer and exclaimed, "I already found out. You got first place in every subject. I'm already imagining you as my future husband and a member of the Yao family." Her bold statement left Joan utterly speechless. "She's probably already picked out names for our kids," Joan thought helplessly, his face a mixture of frustration and resignation as he tried to figure out how to rein in Yao Leland's over-the-top enthusiasm. Hoping to snap her out of her daydreams, Joan bluntly shattered her fantasy. "I may have gotten first place in every subject, but I've been assigned to the logistics division." His tone carried a mix of bitterness and self-deprecation. Upon hearing this, Yao Leland exploded with fury. She stormed into the faculty office, kicking the door wide open. Pointing at the teachers, she launched into an angry tirade, accusing them of unfairness and even going as far as to claim, "This placement test is rigged." Seeing things spiraling out of control, Joan quickly intervened, forcibly dragging her out of the office before the situation could escalate further. He whispered urgently, "That's enough. Stop making a scene, it's not going to help, and it'll only make things worse." Inside the office, the two teachers stared at each other in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. One of them muttered to the other, "Kids these days sure have a lot of energy, huh?" Despite being on the receiving end of her outburst, they seemed more amused than angry. Meanwhile, in the Academy's discussion office, several teachers were gathered around a table, discussing the unusual circumstances of this year's placement test. Traditionally, battle armor compatibility tests and contract factor energy measurements were conducted upon graduation. This year, however, the tests had been moved up significantly, and even the Academy hadn't received a proper explanation. One teacher frowned deeply and said in a heavy tone, "This change is going to make things much harder. At least before, we didn't have to deal with controversies over talent and lineage. Now, I'm not sure how we're going to handle the backlash. And when will the accessibility of mass-produced battle armors be lowered enough for ordinary people to use them? Another teacher offered a theory. I suspect the tests were moved up because of the slow progress in rebuilding outposts. Ever since the last expansion project in the ruins failed, the outposts have been downsizing, but military recruitment has ramped up. Even though the standards haven't been lowered, I wouldn't be surprised if this was tied to the increased demand for manpower. The conversation eventually turned to Joan. A short-haired teacher suggested giving Joan a chance to try using a battle armor. There have been cases in other cities where students failed the compatibility test, but were still able to use a battle armor after graduation. Joan's case might be similar. The long-haired teacher, however, remained skeptical. Shaking his head, he calmly replied, "Unlikely. Such cases are extraordinarily rare, 1 in a million. It's not something we can count on." The short-haired teacher, unwilling to give up, said excitedly, "But what if he's the exception? Isn't it worth a try?" His tone carried a mix of hope and frustration, as though clinging to a last shred of optimism. The long-haired teacher sighed, his voice calm, but tinged with resignation. "And if he is? I've already bent the rules by taking his test sample for a second round of analysis through unofficial channels, and the results were still the same, no compatibility. What else can I do? Everyone's watching us closely now. If we make a big move to assign him a battle armor, neither of us will keep our positions. Honestly, being assigned to the logistics division might be the best thing for him. It's safer than being on the front lines. If you care so much, just look out for him in your own way." While the teachers were deep in discussion, a familiar figure appeared outside the logistics classroom. It was Lin Wei, Deputy Director of Tianshu Technology's Battle Armor Development Department and a representative of the Academy's key investors. Lin Wei was known for her directness. Stepping into the office, she immediately stated her purpose. "I need to reassign some students from the logistics division to help handle a site." The deputy director, Yu, cautiously asked, "Is it like before, where you only needed 5 students?" His tone was careful, clearly hesitant about the request. "No," Lin Wei replied with a faint smile, though her words left no room for negotiation. "This time, the site is much larger. I'll need the entire class." And with that, Joan's life as a logistics student was about to take a significant turn. Yu's expression stiffened as he nervously responded. "Although your company has generously donated to the Academy, and you hold a senior position, taking an entire class seems excessive, especially since this cohort has only been in training for a few days. It's hardly appropriate." Lin Wei's smile faded, her voice turning icy. "Dear Deputy Director Yu, I fully understand your concerns. However, our collaboration has been mutually beneficial, hasn't it? You've gained quite a bit from it. Or do you think it's still not enough?" Cold sweat formed on Yu's brow as he stammered. "No, of course not. I'm just a bit worried. Some of the students in the logistics class come from influential families, and even the Academy treads carefully around them. While you may have nothing to fear as a high-ranking executive, any fallout could make things difficult for me." Lin Wei waved off his concerns with a dismissive gesture. "It's just site cleanup, nothing more. Don't worry. Those little heirs and heiresses will have special attention. Nothing will go wrong." With that, she strode toward the logistics classroom door, leaving you no choice but to follow along. Lin Wei turned with a knowing smile and said to Deputy Director Yu, "Come on, Director Yu, I trust you won't disappoint me, will you?" Her tone carried a subtle pressure that made it impossible to refuse. Meanwhile, the logistics class was in session. The teacher stood at the podium, addressing the students with a serious tone. "Now that you've been assigned to the logistics division, your focus has shifted entirely from the preparatory stage. Your new goal is to earn credits. What you learned during the preparatory phase was merely to ensure your survival within the city walls in this wasteland world." The teacher continued, "In the logistics division, you'll primarily earn credits by completing tasks related to mutant creatures. Remember to familiarize yourselves with their key characteristics, especially their core locations. The Academy will provide practical training opportunities from time to time to help you accumulate credits. Make sure you don't miss them. Shifting his tone, he introduced the unique advantage of the logistics division. One major benefit of this class is the ability to earn flexible credits. These credits can be converted into the graduation credits you need at a specific ratio. And earning them is straightforward. Just turn in the cores of mutant creatures. From now on, the teacher emphasized, everything you need in the academy, including battle armors, must be exchanged for credits. Each battle armor has a different credit requirement, so your hard-earned credits will directly determine your future equipment. Adopting a more serious demeanor, the teacher warned, I must remind you that during practical training, accidents and fatalities may occur. This is a risk permitted by the rules. However, if any student intentionally harms others to steal their credits, the Academy will hand them over to the Tianshu Judicial Department, which will decide their fate. So, take care of yourselves and value your lives. Gesturing to a display case nearby, the teacher pointed out the Academy's specialized protective suits. These suits are unique to the Academy and quite expensive. They're designed to save your life in critical moments. But keep this in mind, your first suit is free, and only your first suit. In this post-apocalyptic world, every person is a valuable resource. Remember this always, and never take your opportunities lightly, the teacher concluded firmly. Meanwhile, Yao Lelin was completely ignoring the lecture. She was gazing dreamily at Joan, who was seated at the table next to hers. Joan, we're classmates now, she said with a delighted grin. Joan furrowed his brow at her words, responding with a sigh of exasperation. How on earth did you end up in the logistics division? His tone was filled with disbelief and resignation. Yao Lelin beamed, her voice cheerful as she said, Oh, I just asked my family to pull a few strings to get me reassigned to the logistics division. Her tone was casual, but the underlying pride was unmistakable. As the eldest daughter of the Yao Corporation, the largest private tech enterprise in Celestial Pivot City, her influence was undeniable. The corporation was deeply integrated with the city defense force, covering industries such as weapons manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, and food production. It was also one of the city's primary suppliers of mass-produced battle armors. She continued, seemingly oblivious to Joan's exasperation. With your grades, you should have gone to the command division, right? But I wanted to stay with you. It's not easy to catch up to you, and I couldn't care less about earning credits. This time, I'm going to keep a close eye on you. You're not disappearing on me again. Her determination was evident, leaving Joan at a loss for words. Faced with Yao Lelin's relentless pursuit, Joan could only sigh deeply and hold his head in his hands, feeling utterly defeated. At that moment, Deputy Director Yu and Lin Wei entered the classroom, interrupting the lesson. Lin Wei spoke directly. Apologies for the interruption, Mr. Wang. Please have your students prepare for an off-campus practical training session. The announcement caused an uproar among the students. Joan mused to himself. Practical training? Not a bad opportunity. Maybe I can collect some cores and earn a few credits. Looks like the logistics division offers more chances to earn than I expected. I might not even need to gamble by venturing outside the city walls. Meanwhile, other students reacted differently. How many credits can we even earn from this? Can I take a leave of absence? This sounds dangerous. Seriously? We just got assigned, and we're already doing training? Deputy Director Yu, clearly irritated by the students' chatter, slammed his hand on the desk and bellowed, Quiet! Is this how undisciplined the logistics division is? His reprimand immediately silenced the room. Lin Wei, however, remained unfazed. She smiled lightly and stepped onto the podium. Allow me to explain the details of this practical training. I'm sure once you hear it, you'll have a completely different perspective. Her tone was calm, yet captivating as she explained. This mission involves collecting mutant creature cores outside the city. Normally, these cores can only be exchanged for flexible credits. But this time, they'll count directly as task credits, and with no deductions. She paused dramatically before delivering the real bombshell. What's more, this time the credit rewards are based on the core's quality. The higher the quality, the greater the multiplier, up to 10 times the credits. The entire room froze for a moment. Both the students and the teachers, including Deputy Director Yu and Mr. Wang, were visibly stunned. The shock on their faces was unmistakable, and the room quickly erupted into excited murmurs. Lin Wei continued with a confident smile. That's not all. This time, there's an additional reward for 2 students, the ones who turn in cores the fastest and in the highest quantities. They'll receive half a month's usage rights to the latest model of mass-produced exoskeletons, with no restrictions on how they use them. Pausing for effect, she added, in other words, no matter what you do with these exoskeletons, as long as they're returned intact, no missing arms or legs. After half a month, everything's fine. Her words immediately sparked excitement among the students. Deputy Director Yu leaned closer, whispering with concern, Lin Wei, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Forget the matter of credits. Just the act of privately deploying exoskeletons is a serious violation of Academy regulations. Lin Wei waved dismissively, her tone calm and reassuring. Relax. When did I ever say the exoskeletons were being provided by the Academy? The confidence in her voice suggested she had thought everything through. Still uneasy, Yu replied cautiously. I hope everything you've said is accurate. If something goes wrong, the consequences could be severe, and I can't afford to take the blame. Raising his voice, Deputy Director Yu announced to the class. You've all heard what Ms. Lin said. This is a rare opportunity. If you're willing to participate in the practical training, head to the logistics office and register with your teacher now. Joan quietly mulled over the announcement. Half a month of exoskeleton usage? That's not a lot of time, but if I use it wisely, it might help ease my debt situation. Still, I wonder which zone this mission will take us to. What if it's too dangerous? If I want to avoid relying on my sister, I need to seize every opportunity to earn money. And most importantly, I hope Yao Lelin doesn't tag along this time. With that thought, Joan glanced over at the table next to him, only to find that Yao Lelin had disappeared at some point. A sense of unease crept into his mind. On the day of the training, the teacher gave a stern warning before departure. Before collecting cores, make sure to assess the safety of your surroundings. Do not leave the designated training area under any circumstances. The Academy will not be responsible for any accidents that occur beyond the boundaries. The teacher continued, always carry your locator device and keep it powered on. If you encounter danger, press the button to activate it immediately. Once activated, head back toward the camp as quickly as possible, and our staff will come to your aid. His tone was serious, emphasizing the risks involved in the mission. Joan glanced at Yao Lelin beside him as she deftly secured her locator, and he asked, exasperated, You don't need money or credits. Why are you so eager to join this? Yao Lelin grinned innocently and replied, I've been stuck under my family's watchful eye all my life, never allowed to leave the city. This time, I finally found a loophole, so of course I'm sneaking out to see the world. Don't worry, I've got my armor and locator all ready. If danger strikes, I'll definitely run faster than you. You just focus on your own business. I won't slow you down. Her carefree tone left Joan torn between frustration and relief. Meanwhile, Lin Wei stood at a distance with another man, both watching the students as they prepared. The man turned to her and asked, Ms. Lin, I don't understand why you brought these students here. Wouldn't hiring skilled workers be faster and more efficient? Besides, you're even offering 2 exoskeletons as rewards out of your own pocket. Lin Wei's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Skilled workers are too loose-lipped, and confidentiality is our top priority for this test. As for these logistics students, most of them are either rich heirs or indifferent to credits, so the ones willing to join practical training are few and far between. And even if something goes wrong, the Academy has a clear compensation mechanism for training-related losses. Remember, the Battle Armor Academy isn't here to raise pampered flowers using corporate funds. She continued, As for rewards, skilled workers demand money and bring endless complications. But students? They collect cores and turn them in, which benefits us in every way. Plus, it offsets the resource losses from testing. Credits are just meaningless numbers to us, nothing to worry about. As for the exoskeletons, lightly used gear in nearly new condition works just fine. Speaking of which, what about the test armor? Has it not returned yet? The man checked his terminal and replied, The test armor reported mission completion 30 minutes ago. It should have arrived by now. His tone carried a hint of puzzlement, clearly surprised by the delay. During their first field training mission outside the city, the testing team from Tianxio Technology's R&D department encountered an enormous mutated creature deep within the ruins. The testers quickly activated the new mass-produced energy weapons and focused their attacks on the creature's weak spot on its back. Yet the creature remained unmoved. To their surprise, the attacks had little effect, causing only superficial wounds on the creature, with no significant damage. The tester responsible for the new battle armor immediately recorded the incident in the report, attributing it to the severe energy dissipation caused by the rifle's smart mode. However, due to a signal failure, he could not establish contact with the camp and found himself isolated in the field. After concealing himself, he began calculating his remaining energy reserves, realizing that without immediate action, the situation would only worsen. Though the new rifle's high-energy mode could still cause some damage to mutated creatures of level 4 or higher, the remaining energy was only enough for a single shot, meaning he had to find a way to recover the lost spear. As he was thinking of how to avoid the monster and escape, an infected wild cat suddenly appeared. The virus-infected cat quickly noticed him and began to close in. With no ammunition left and no way out, he decided to try using his cat-enticing skills in an attempt to calm the mutated wild cat, hoping to buy himself some time. However, as stated in the textbooks, all virus-infected mutated creatures possess extremely. With no other choice, he used the last of his rifle's energy to kill the wild cat. Otherwise, he would be the next to die. However, due to firing while dodging, the powerful recoil forced him to expose himself directly in the line of sight of the level for a mutated creature. As the day quickly turned to evening, Joanne, who was on his first field training mission outside the city, stumbled upon an unexpected treasure in the ruins. If he could manage to bring back the large exoskeleton design for engineering use, it would fetch a considerable sum of money. Just as he was contemplating how to transport it back, a brief but intense earthquake suddenly struck the ruins. Even more unfortunate, as the earthquake subsided, a mutated rat sprang out from the ruins beneath his feet, leaping straight at him. With no time to waste, Joan quickly drew his dagger and ended the mutated rat's life, although he hadn't expected it to be so aggressive. Fortunately, it was just a rat. If it had been something else, the consequences would have been far worse. This also surprised him, as rats had long been extinct in modern times. Clearly, their adaptability was far greater than the records had indicated. After encountering this living, mutated creature, Joanne began to sense that something was wrong with the mission. He was supposed to be collecting cores from dead creatures, but now there were live, mutated creatures appearing, and the earthquake was an unexpected event. He started to consider aborting the mission and returning to the camp. Meanwhile, the tester responsible for evaluating the new equipment, after being pursued by mutated creatures, had finally returned to the vicinity of the camp. The only reason he had managed to hold on this long was thanks to the spear in his hand. However, no matter how he tried to escape, the mutated creature, which had no matching data in the current database, continued to relentlessly pursue him. When he turned to check the creature's position, a large piece of building debris suddenly flew toward him. At the same time, alarms blared throughout the Tianxio Technology R&D camp, and all monitoring equipment began showing high-energy reactions. The researcher in charge of data monitoring immediately reported to the deputy director, saying that a level 4 or higher mutated creature had appeared near the camp, yet there were no high-grade battle armor available to counter such a threat. Lin Wei then inquired whether the battle armor sent out for testing was still out of contact. The researcher responded that communication was still impossible, and the only thing they could rely on was the life signs data from the armor to determine whether the tester was still alive. The bad news, however, was that the source of the mutated creature's signal was in the same area as the armor's return path, suggesting that the two had likely encountered each other. The news made the researcher even more anxious, as the test procedure for the weak factor energy level adaptable battle armor had not followed standard protocols. Moreover, the test armor was a top-secret company product. With the test data safely stored, The researcher needed the deputy director to make a decision quickly. Lin Wei decided to abandon the retrieval of the test armor and immediately ordered the security personnel to assist the students in returning to the camp. He also instructed everyone to prepare for evacuation. However, shortly after Lin Wei gave the orders, a large chunk of debris from the ruins suddenly flew toward the camp. Meanwhile, the students still gathering cores near the camp were suddenly engulfed by a massive shadow. When the personnel sent to assist the students' evacuation arrived, some of the students had already noticed the collapsing building debris, but it was too late. The workers could only watch helplessly as the students perished. However, by a stroke of luck, a few students managed to escape the disaster. But luck would not favor everyone. As the group was still recovering from the shock, the second wave of the attack struck, and a female student was about to be crushed by a large piece of rubble. Just as Joanne, who had finished his task and was returning near the camp, witnessed this scene, he rushed forward without hesitation and saved the girl from being killed by the debris. After bringing the girl to a relatively safe, open area, Joanne and the girl were spotted by Tianxio Technology's security personnel, who quickly arrived to assist in their evacuation. Joanne immediately asked the security personnel if they had seen a girl named Yao Lelin, as she had transferred to the logistics team because of him, and he was deeply concerned for her safety. However, the security personnel did not respond to his question, but informed him that the area was no longer safe. Earlier, some personnel had already returned to the camp, and now only the students remained. As the security personnel escorted them away, a strong earthquake shook the area once again. Along with the earthquake, a tester wearing an unknown model of mass-produced battle armor appeared. His condition was dire, with the protective glass on his helmet shattered. Seeing this, one of the students, who was evacuating with the security personnel, turned to help. However, when he saw what was behind him, he froze, stunned by the sight. The loud noise from earlier had attracted the nearby, living mutated creatures, and a large group of virus-infected zombies began to slowly close in on the surviving students. The R&D department security team urged the students to hurry back to the camp while they stayed behind to cover them. But just a few steps into their retreat, they encountered a horde of zombies that had surrounded them from the other side. The same unlucky girl, who had narrowly escaped death earlier, became the new target of the zombies' attack. Seeing this, Joanne rushed forward without hesitation, saving the unfortunate girl once again, and drove his dagger deep into the core of the mutated creature. However, as he attempted to pull the dagger back and retreat, he noticed another mutated creature charging toward him from the side. The sudden attack caught him off guard, but just as things seemed dire, he managed to withdraw the dagger from the creature's body and finish off the mutated wild dog. The dagger, issued for dissection tasks, was no longer sharp. For safety, he swiftly crushed the mutated creature's skull with the hilt. After dealing with the two mutated creatures, his strength was nearly depleted. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the wound on his leg from the wild dog's claws sent sharp, searing pain through his body. Joanne thought to himself, "If I had battle armor, I wouldn't have to deal with this pain." A wound of this size, without any help, would severely limit his mobility. Every step he took sent waves of excruciating pain from his thigh, nearly unbearable. However, trouble kept coming. As he turned around to seek help, he froze in place. There was a massive mutated creature lumbering toward him, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble beneath him. What was even stranger, though, was that just as he was frantically thinking of an escape plan, he suddenly felt an intense surge of unknown energy within him. This energy wasn't just coming from him. It was emanating from the two dead mutated creatures nearby, as if their bodies were becoming a source of power. To his amazement, this energy began to heal the wound on his thigh. The pain started to fade, and the wound closed at an astonishing rate. It was unlike anything he had ever read about in human medical records. Such a rapid and miraculous healing had never been documented before. As the energy flowed through him, his senses grew blurry. He could feel his body drawing energy uncontrollably from the surrounding mutated creatures, as though he had entered some kind of unknown energy field. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes to focus entirely on the energy within him. Surprisingly, not only was it healing his wound, but it was also rapidly restoring his stamina, filling him with a newfound strength. Just as he was absorbing the energy's mysteries, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. His consciousness was abruptly thrust into a dreamlike space, as if he had been pulled into another dimension. What shocked him most was the sight of the white battle armor that had appeared in his dreams. Now locked in a fierce battle with a black battle armor he had never seen before. The two armors clashed violently, their swords flashing, and the air was filled with the sounds of thunderous strikes. Just as they were locked in a deadly struggle, the black armor seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned its head and flew directly toward him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The white armor, unwilling to let the black one approach, followed closely behind, as if to stop it. The tension in the air grew thicker, and it felt as though the entire space was vibrating from their battle. In an instant, the two battle armors transformed into energy forms, converging into beams of light, and swiftly merged into Joe's body, as if drawn by an invisible force, disappearing beneath his skin. However, this brief moment of calm was quickly shattered. Joe felt a powerful, unfamiliar force pulling the black battle armor out of his body, as if an unseen force was tugging it away. When only the white battle armor remained inside him, a name, both strange and familiar, suddenly flashed through his mind, like an ancient memory stirring deep within his consciousness. Meanwhile, the girl he had saved twice before, having run a few steps, suddenly stopped. She turned around and noticed something strange happening behind her, an intense energy fluctuation rippling through the air, causing everything around her to tremble. The intensity of the fluctuation quickly drew the attention of all the surrounding mutated creatures, who turned their grotesque faces toward her and began advancing rapidly. The massive mutated creature wasted no time in launching an attack, letting out a deafening roar. It shot a powerful energy beam from its mouth, aimed directly at the location where Joe was, as if trying to obliterate any obstacle in its path. Seeing this, the girl was overwhelmed with despair. She thought that both she and Joe were doomed, with no hope of escape. But when she opened her eyes again, she was stunned to find that a warrior clad in a contract battle armor had appeared in front of her, radiating intense light and power. Trembling, she asked, "Am I still alive? Is this real, or just a dream?" Joe softly asked if she could leave on her own. Although his tone was calm, she quickly recognized that the voice from the armor was Joe's. Feeling a little more at ease, she nodded and confirmed that she wasn't injured. Joe sternly told the girl behind him, "It's too dangerous to stay behind me. You need to find somewhere safe to hide right now." As she quickly ran off, Joe steered the battle armor towards the giant mutated creature, determined to take it down as quickly as possible. To his surprise, despite his swift approach, the giant creature seemed to completely ignore him, instead turning its attention toward other civilians. He quickly realized that the creature was not mindlessly attacking. It appeared to have some level of intelligence, choosing its targets based on vulnerability. Seeing the situation escalate, Joe felt a surge of anxiety. With a significant distance still between him and the creature, he knew he wouldn't make it in time to stop the attack on the helpless civilians. Desperately, he began scanning his surroundings for any potential weapons. He thought, if I could just get my hands on a weapon, maybe I can save those students. Meanwhile, the previously knocked-out battle armor tester finally re-established communication with the camp and reported the current situation to Deputy Minister Lin. He explained that having exhausted all his combat supplies and still failing to defeat the mutant creature, he urgently requested to use the new Type 2 Berserk Serum. He believed that with it, he could finally go toe-to-toe with the monster. However, Deputy Minister Lin immediately rejected the request, citing the severe side effects of the serum. She explained that while the serum could grant the tester enough strength to fight the creature for a few minutes, it was still in the experimental phase, and its unknown side effects could cause serious harm to his body. The tester, exhausted and frustrated, responded angrily, "I have to do this. If I don't stop that monster, the students might not make it out alive." Just as he was about to force himself to take the medicine and dive into battle, a white figure suddenly dashed past him, and a spear in his hand mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, the giant mutated creature's energy beam was primed and ready to fire, and the students, with no way to escape, could only hide under the rubble, silently waiting for death. At the critical moment, the creature's left eye was suddenly struck, causing its energy beam to veer off course and hit a nearby abandoned building. The creature immediately locked its gaze onto the attacker, and Joe breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this meant his classmates wouldn't be the creature's next target. Just as he had expected, the creature's second energy beam shot straight at him. He immediately accelerated, preparing to dodge the attack, and since the creature was extremely agitated, the mutant creature unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, a method Joe had never seen before, but with the incredible mobility of the contracted battle armor, these attacks posed little threat to him. He effortlessly slipped out of the dense barrage and seized the opportunity to launch a close-range assault on the creature. During a brief lull in the creature's attacks, he focused all his strength into his right hand and delivered a powerful punch to the monster's foot. The creature's foot was struck so hard that it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Though it didn't suffer any major damage, it was clearly affected. Joe realized that the power of his previous strike had been too light. Next time, he needed to use even more force. As he was thinking about his next move, the mutated creature had already recovered from its fall and landed a punch on him. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the battle armor, he was unharmed by the blow. Just as he was about to strike again, a strange voice echoed in his mind, instructing him to control the battle armor named White Tiger just as it was being controlled. The voice then taught him a technique, advising him to concentrate all his energy into one point and release it at the moment of impact. While the voice was instructing him on how to defeat the creature, the monster showed no sign of stopping its attacks. In this critical moment, Joe's body finally regained its mobility. He quickly moved behind the mutated creature and concentrated energy in his right hand once more. Following the instructions, he released the energy as soon as he made contact with the creature. Just as the voice had promised, the surge of energy erupted beneath the creature's tough exterior, successfully killing it. The creature's corpse crashed to the ground, and the surviving students slowly emerged from the rubble nearby, finally letting out a collective sigh of relief. Soon after, the White Tiger battle armor on Joe's body dissolved, and he couldn't help but wonder, if contract battle armor is so powerful, why hasn't humanity been able to eliminate all mutated creatures? While he was contemplating these questions, the White Tiger battle armor that had just disengaged transformed into a contract bracelet and appeared on his wrist. As the other students celebrated their survival, he stared at the contract bracelet, lost in thought. Does this mean I can use the White Tiger battle armor from now on? According to historical records from Tian Shua Technology, shortly after the cataclysm, the surviving humans discovered an ancient relic in the ruins, which contained the technology for contract battle armor. After this discovery, humanity gathered all its technological forces, quickly reverse-engineered the first-generation mass-produced battle armor, and immediately began mass production to equip the military. With the help of contract and mass-produced battle armor, the humans who had survived the cataclysm took back their lost homes. The users of these battle armors were all the elite warriors of the human race. After the battle to reclaim their homeland, these warriors were rewarded with supreme power and wealth. Future generations collectively referred to them as contractors. Although mass-produced battle armor didn't perform as well as the ancient armors, the update and iteration of mass-produced armors never stopped for over 3 centuries, with increasingly advanced models being developed. However, contract battle armor still maintained an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, Lin, the deputy minister of the Tian Shua Technology R&D department, stared thoughtfully at the footage of Joe's battle with the giant mutated creature. She noticed that the armor Joe used, just like contract battle armor, was able to reshape itself through a portable device. This technology, She had seen it only in Yuheng City, and no other place had managed to replicate it. At least no company in Tianshua City could do so. Based on combat power analysis, the armor capable of easily handling a level 4 mutated creature, requiring 10 mass-produced armors to manage, can only be manufactured by a few factions in Yuheng City. She then thought of the Central Industrial Bureau, Shenzhou Heavy Industries, and the Weaponry Technology Group, as only they would have the capability to produce such armor. At the same time, as she was deep in thought, a subordinate from the R&D department called to ask how to explain the recent attack to the Battle Armor Academy. She instructed her subordinate to inform the Academy that the white battle armor was an experimental prototype being developed by Tianshua Technology, and to keep it confidential as a business secret. After handling the confidentiality issue, she inquired if there had been any new developments in the investigation regarding the white battle armor. Her subordinate replied that there was no record of the white battle armor in any official documents, but there were rumors suggesting that it might be connected to the disappearance of the Yu Hengqiao family. Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister Lin immediately ordered her subordinate to continue the investigation, no matter the cost, to uncover the truth. After hanging up the phone, she stared quietly at the white battle armor on the screen, recalling the rumors about the Yu Hengqiao family and contract battle armor. It was said that the entire family had vanished without a trace in Yuheng City, and now she was eager to know who the user of this battle armor really was. Meanwhile, Joe, who had just finished his practical training and returned home, was stopped by his older sister, Qiao Na. For a moment, he wasn't sure how to explain the events of the other day to his sister, so he tentatively asked if she was aware of what happened. After all, if she had managed to take leave from the city guard, something significant must have occurred. His sister replied that she knew everything. Although the academy tried to cover up the truth, such a major incident could never be hidden from the military. However, when his sister shared what she knew, he realized that she didn't have the full details about the battle armor. She only knew that he had saved many classmates from disaster that day, so she assumed there would be many people grateful to him. He simply went along with his sister's explanation and didn't press her on the battle armor. Instead, he joked that it would have been perfect if one of those classmates he saved could help them with their debt issues. Upon hearing this, his sister became lost in a pleasant daydream. He could tell that she had given her all for the family. He then shared some good news with his sister. The academy had given him a large compensation for the incident, so their debt for the month was cleared, and they no longer had to worry about being kicked out of their home. His sister, thrilled by this, immediately playfully suggested they go out and celebrate, with him, the big hero, picking up the bill for dinner. He felt like he had been wronged, thinking, "Why do I have to pay for my own celebration?" His sister explained that although their parents were no longer around, he still had her as family. She then took out a document and placed it on the table, telling him to always stay true to the path he believed in, and that she would always support him. He opened the document, filled with anticipation, but when he saw the content, he was stunned. It turned out to be a letter from the headmaster's office of the Armored Academy, mentioning that he was to be transferred to the Contractor Preparatory Class 2. The letter clearly outlined the reasons for his transfer and even included the headmaster's personal signature. The next morning, he arrived early at the Contractor Preparatory Class 2 classroom, his heart full of excitement. The campus seemed to be filled with an unusual atmosphere, as most of the students in this class came from powerful backgrounds. Although he wasn't entirely sure why he had been placed here, it was undoubtedly a symbol of opportunity. However, when Yu Sheng saw this scene, he was deeply surprised. He clearly remembered being assigned to the logistics class, and he couldn't understand why Zhou was suddenly here. His mind was filled with confusion, and he wondered why Zhou had suddenly entered this class. Zhou showed Yu Sheng the letter from the headmaster's office and vaguely explained that due to some unforeseen circumstances, he had been temporarily transferred to this class. In reality, Zhou knew that there were complex reasons behind his transfer, but he didn't plan to reveal anything to Yu Sheng just yet. In the classroom, the other students began to discuss among themselves, some of them focusing their gazes on him. Those who had previously paid little attention to him now started to take notice of the boy who had repeatedly stepped up during the recent incident. They no longer saw him as an insignificant student, but as someone with extraordinary background and abilities. Meanwhile, in the academy's conference room, The headmaster was holding an emergency meeting because of the unexpected attack. Although the academy had issued a gag order asking everyone to keep quiet, the event had still placed the academy under the public scrutiny. To divert attention, the headmaster decided to advance this year's academy competition, hoping to shift the focus away from the incident. However, unbeknownst to the academy, a mysterious figure at the military academy in Yuhing City was secretly delighted by the events. This person had anticipated that Joe and would become the center of attention. This was all part of a larger plan for Joe and's future. In fact, the order to transfer Joe and had come directly from him. He instructed the headmaster, "Treat him like an ordinary student, don't give him special treatment." The mysterious figure, upon seeing the information on the white armored suit, was deeply intrigued. He knew that this student, Joe, would soon stun everyone. What he carried was not just his own fate, but possibly the future of an entire family and empire. After finishing her self-introduction to the whole class, Yao Lilin immediately excitedly waved at him. He could only respond awkwardly, as he really didn't understand what it was about him that attracted Yao Lilin to follow him around everywhere. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng, who had been harboring discontent, found Yao Lilin during the break, intending to ask her some questions, using their shared childhood bond as leverage. However, as soon as Yao Lilin spoke, she immediately saw through Yu Sheng's intentions. She impatiently responded, saying that she was able to transfer to the contract reserve simply because her abilities matched the profession, and of course, she didn't deny using her family connections. Hearing this, Yu Sheng directly asked the question that had been bothering him because he was very curious about what had happened during the training session that day. To this, Yao Lilin said nothing, turning to stare at him with a look as if she thought he was an idiot. "Since you already know it's classified, why are you asking me? Asking further will just annoy me." However, Yu Sheng didn't give up and kept pressing her. He thought Yao Lilin and Xiao An's transfer was suspicious, believing that if a student were suddenly discovered to have the ability to use a battle armor, it would be impossible for them to be quickly moved to the contract reserve without a deeper reason. He speculated that it might be related to the earlier college competition, possibly part of a planned arrangement. Before coming to Yao Lilin, he had specifically asked the logistics class, but they refused to reveal anything about the training session due to confidentiality. As a result, Yu Sheng became more convinced that there was an unknown secret behind Yao Lilin and Xiao An's transfer. Yao Lilin chuckled lightly after hearing this. "Since you already know it's classified, you shouldn't have come to ask me. These useless questions are just going to annoy me." Although she appeared indifferent on the surface, deep down she already understood that the so-called white battle armor from Tianshu Technology was just a lie about a prototype. She didn't believe that Yao Group would be unaware of the truth behind that set of armor. Therefore, she was also curious in her heart, wondering when Senior Qiao and had obtained the contract battle armor, and she could sense a hint of loneliness from Qiao En's back. After shaking off Yu Sheng's persistence, the teacher announced that the practical combat training had begun. Everyone was required to wear mass-produced battle armor and head to the ruins outside the city for training. The goal was to hunt zombies on their own and recover their cores. The teacher emphasized that the number of cores recovered would determine the class's points ranking. The student with the highest score would have the opportunity to use the academy's best battle armor and enjoy the best treatment. Therefore, those who wanted to become champions of the class would have to prove their strength. This news excited all the students, especially Yu Sheng, who valued personal honor above all else. He was already rolling up his sleeves, ready to show his skills. Meanwhile, the newly transferred Yao Lilin turned her gaze towards Senior Qiaoan, curious to see what outstanding performance her senior would display today. Once the training began, Yu Sheng immediately took action. He had always longed to prove his strength, especially after being rejected by Yao Lilin earlier, which left him unwilling to accept defeat. Yu Sheng knew very well that Yao Lilin had never been fond of Tianshu Technology, which competed with Yao Group, so she would never obediently follow the regulations of Tianshu Technology. Therefore, Yu Sheng believed that Yao Lilin didn't fully understand the situation surrounding Qiaoan, and the key still lay with that troublesome little guy. At this moment, Yusheng decided to use his family connections to claim the victory in the points competition and prove his strength. Considering the influence of Yusheng's grandfather, the instructor had revealed to him the areas with high concentrations of zombies. No matter what, he would not easily give up the class champion position, regardless of any small secrets the others might have. However, while he was lost in these thoughts, he accidentally exposed a weakness in his back. Fortunately, just before a group of zombies surrounded him, Yao Lilin, who had just transferred to the class, appeared in time and used her battle armor technique to save him. Yao Lilin reminded him to always stay alert. Although these zombies were just the weakest of the weak, carelessness could still lead to trouble if surrounded. After being saved, Yusheng was filled with a sense of fear, realizing that he had almost lost his advantage due to carelessness. He also noticed that Yao Lilin seemed more skilled in using her battle armor technique. Trying to regain some dignity, he suggested that Yao Lilin not rely too much on the battle armor technique, as it would speed up the energy consumption of the armor. However, Yao Lilin didn't care at all, even teasing him if he was envious of her. Yusheng was at a loss for words because he knew he was inferior to Yao Lilin in terms of battle armor techniques, and it was an open secret within the academy. To salvage his face, he proposed a competition, challenging Yao Lilin to see who could kill more zombies by the end. Yao Lilin immediately agreed without hesitation, as the two of them had never gotten along in the academy, and a showdown was just the right way to settle things. However, half an hour later, the meaning of this competition completely changed. While constantly chasing zombies, they discovered an astonishing phenomenon. Although they had worked hard to kill many zombies, the scene before them made their achievements seem insignificant. What shocked Yusheng even more was that all of this was caused by none other than the person he disliked, Qiaowen. Meanwhile, Qiaowen had just killed a large group of zombies and was facing a happy dilemma. The instructor had previously mentioned that he could dispose of the zombie cores on his own. Although these cores were of the lowest grade, they could be used to exchange for money or used in crafting equipment. Just as he was thinking about how to handle these cores, Yao Lilin and Yusheng appeared in front of him. After approaching, Yao Lilin praised Qiaowen, complimenting his luck in entering the zombie swarm. However, Qiaowen modestly responded, saying that he was just lucky and hadn't done anything special. In fact, they didn't know that earlier, Qiaowen had secretly tested his White Tiger battle armor during the training session. Although the energy charging process wasn't very smooth, fortunately, the strange voice in his mind had taught him a technique that allowed him to use the battle armor even without fully charged energy. While chatting with Yao Lilin, Yusheng was filled with a sense of defeat. He couldn't believe the vast gap in strength between him and Qiaowen. Meanwhile, Yao Lilin happily remarked that with such strength, Qiaowen would surely win the championship in the upcoming academy competition. In response, Qiaowen simply answered humbly that he would give it his all, as the grand prize for the competition was extremely lucrative. However, he also understood that there were many talented students in the academy, so he would remain humble like everyone else. Just before the upcoming academy competition, a frontier outpost in the southern region was suddenly attacked. The source of the explosion was a mutated giant ape of level 4 or higher that had breached the border outpost's defenses. To handle this sudden situation, the captain in charge of the camp quickly ordered all regular combat personnel to retreat and requested high-level battle armor support from the command center. Fortunately, there happened to be a high-tier warrior near the camp. The appearance of this warrior instantly changed the tide of battle, destroying the mutated giant ape's head with a single strike. After completing the hunting task, the high-tier battle armor began to automatically disassemble itself. A voice came through the earpiece, praising Xiao Shue's performance during the support operation. The voice revealed some admiration, but then mentioned that, despite wanting Xiao Shue to rest for a moment, there was now an urgent task that needed to be handled. They wanted Xiao Shue to head to Tianshu City for the mission. Xiao Shue asked about the mission details, and it turned out that the Tianshu City Battle Armor Academy was about to hold a grand competition, and the mission's objective was to find a special person. Meanwhile, the Academy competition is a platform where the preparatory Covenanters of the Battle Armor Academy compete in a knockout format, showcasing their abilities to the military and major corporations. The Academy competition is the best stage for students to demonstrate their capabilities. Outstanding students have the opportunity to join elite teams from large corporations or the military, and the champion of the competition even has the chance to receive rare weapons as a reward. When he learned this news, his mind had already started planning how to utilize the prize money. If he managed to win the championship, not only could he solve the debts that had been piling up in his family for more than half a year, but if he sold the rare weapon, it would also bring in a substantial amount of money. Just as he was thinking about these matters, Yao Lilin brought in the results for the upcoming competition groupings. Confidently preparing to check the groupings, he found a troublesome opponent, Chun Xiefeng. This name had been frequently mentioned by his sister lately, and he remembered that she had described him as a troublesome junior. Just as he was about to discuss the competition details with Yao Lilin, the person he disliked the most, Li Ming, suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Ming immediately asked who had used connections to get him directly transferred to the preparatory Covenanter class, and his two lackeys behind him mocked him, accusing him of going through the back door and being shameless. Although he had already anticipated that Li Ming would come looking for trouble, the competition was about to start, and he didn't want to get tangled up with him, lest his participation be disqualified. Li Ming and he had always been on bad terms, which was nearly common knowledge. Li Ming often relied on his family's power in Tianshu City to bully others. His pride was much higher than most people's. The reason he hated himself so much was precisely because his sister had heartlessly rejected him all those years ago. In the eyes of this young master, it was a huge blow, and he vented all his anger on him. After greeting Li Ming politely, Li Ming walked over with a look of contempt and once again asked him who had used their connections to get him transferred into the preparatory Covenanter class, adding that he was going to have a chat with that person. In response, he truthfully replied that he didn't know about this matter, that he was simply notified by the school to transfer here. After hearing his explanation, Li Ming became even angrier, telling him not to put on an act in front of him, and questioning whether his sister, Joanna, had used her connections. He repeated that he was unaware of this matter and explained that his sister was not familiar with the school leadership. However, his explanation clearly did not calm Li Ming's fury. Li Ming began to sarcastically spread rumors, suggesting that he suspected his sister had used her looks to exchange for the transfer. These words made him extremely angry, but he knew that if he clashed with Li Ming now, his qualification for the competition might be revoked, and the burden of the family's debt would fall back on his sister. Although Yao Lilin could not tolerate Li Ming's slander, he stopped her, not wanting her to speak up for him, as there were some things he wanted to settle personally. 69. So he calmly told Li Ming that he completely understood his dissatisfaction and expressed that as a mature person, he could forgive his temporary outburst. Li Ming, after hearing this, was clearly enraged. His expression was like a wild dog whose tail had been stepped on, full of frustration and anxiety. He then casually asked Li Ming, "With today being such an important academy competition, why haven't your father and older brother come to watch your match?" Li Ming retorted that his father and older brother were too busy with official duties and couldn't attend, as they had to serve the people of Tianshua City. He smiled lightly and asked Li Ming if he hadn't been paying attention to today's news reports. He told him that Li Ming's father hadn't come because he was hosting a banquet to celebrate his older brother's birthday with guests from all over. Clearly, he didn't care about his second son's competition, which was why he wasn't there. Li Ming's pride completely shattered in that moment. After hearing his words, Li Ming was so furious that he nearly lost control, throwing a punch at his face. However, before Li Ming's punch could land, it was stopped by someone, none other than Yu Sheng. He coldly asked Li Ming if he was trying to get disqualified for fighting. Though Li Ming was infuriated, he ultimately had no choice but to lower his fist, throwing a few harsh words before turning and leaving. He was about to thank Yu Sheng, but Yu Sheng waved his hand, signaling for him not to thank him. He calmly said that he didn't intervene to help him, but because he couldn't tolerate people from other classes causing trouble for theirs. Although he didn't have high hopes for himself, he wanted to face him head-on in the competition and settle it with strength. The battle armor was humanity's most important weapon after the apocalypse. This is not only because the battle armor provides protection and significantly enhances physical abilities. It's also because battle armor techniques allow the energy that powers the armor to be utilized in offensive and defensive techniques. For example, by covering weapons and armor with energy to enhance their performance, or by shooting the energy out like arrows. Only exceptionally talented students have the potential to master a battle armor technique. In each class, only 1 or 2 students can master 2 techniques. After a fierce battle, in the end, Yu Sheng from Class 2 of the Covenant Preppers wins. Yao Lelin said to him, "That guy always has a sour face, but he's actually putting in a lot of effort." He watched the match on the field and agreed with Yao Lelin. Yu Sheng was indeed a bit different from what he had imagined. Yu Sheng suddenly pointed at him and said, "I will defeat you. Before I beat you, you can't lose to anyone." He readily accepted Yu Sheng's challenge. The next match was between Joanne from Covenant Preppers Class 2 and Zhao Lu from Covenant Preppers Class 3. Looking at the calm and composed Xiaoan, Zhao Lu thought to himself, "Young master said this guy made it into the contract preparatory class through the back door. He's really lucky. This will definitely be easy to handle." He charged at Xiaoan with his sword, thinking to himself that beating him up would surely make young master happy. Just as his sword came down, Xiaoan took a small step back, effortlessly dodging the attack. Zhao Lu then launched a series of attacks, but all of them were easily deflected by Xiaoan. During this time, Xiaoan quickly noticed that Zhao Lu's movements were very rigid and predictable. But then again, Zhao Lu was still just a student. Zhao Lu's skill was no match for the monsters he had fought before. There was no need to use the White Tiger Battle Armor's power. With just a light push, Zhao Lu couldn't withstand it and fell off the stage. The referee declared Xiaoan from the second class of Contract Preparatory the winner, and a thunderous round of applause erupted from the crowd. He suddenly remembered that he had just taken a student so seriously. What a lapse in judgment. His performance on the field was observed by Yao Lilin and Yu Sheng, who knew he had seen through the followers' movements. Yao Lilin exclaimed in surprise. Senior predicted every move of his opponent, acting one step ahead. Yu Sheng was also amazed by Xiaoan's abilities. Seeing his subordinate easily taken down by Xiao and only intensified Yu Sheng's animosity toward him. When Xiaoan came down, Yao Lilin immediately went over to congratulate him. He thanked her while feeling a strange sense of guilt, like he had just bullied a kindergarten kid. Seeing how harmonious the two were, Yu Sheng suddenly spoke up. "Don't think you're invincible just because you know the advanced battle armor technique Skya." Xiaoan was left confused by Yu Sheng's words. Xiaoan's confused reaction only made Yu Sheng angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, "Stop pretending. Skya is a battle armor technique that senses the flow of energy within the armor. You predicted every one of your opponent's moves because you saw the flow of energy on their armor, didn't you? Only the geniuses among geniuses can master such a battle armor technique. So that's why you were immediately transferred to the contract preparatory class." Xiaoan, feeling awkward, quickly clarified, "It's a misunderstanding." He thought to himself that it wasn't some battle armor technique. He didn't have that kind of talent. He had just read his opponent's movements based on experience. Yao Lilin took Yu Sheng's words seriously and excitedly said, "As expected of a senior, our school hasn't had a genius who mastered the Sky, a battle armor technique in years." Xiaoan could only awkwardly laugh it off, thinking to himself that they weren't wrong. After all, a student really couldn't have the practical experience to read all of their opponent's moves, so it made sense they'd attribute it to natural talent. The next match was between Yao Lilin from the Contract Preparatory Class 2 and Chen Xiefeng from Contract Preparatory Class 1. Hearing her name, Yao Lilin confidently prepared to take the stage. Watching her on the platform, Yu Sheng was certain she would win. But Xiaoan was a bit curious about her opponent. He heard that her opponent was a new transfer student who had only joined the school a few days ago. Yu Sheng believed Yao Lilin had immense talent. She had mastered 3 battle armor techniques, and even Xiaoan might not be able to beat her. To everyone's surprise, not long after, Yao Lilin was knocked off the stage, and she didn't even understand how it happened. She had lost. The referee announced, Contract Preparatory Class 1's Chun Xiefeng wins. Both Yusheng and Xiaoan were shocked by the sudden outcome of the match, not understanding what had just happened. The students couldn't even see Chun Xiefeng's movements clearly, since the levels were too different, but Xiaoan could see them. He thought to himself, Chun Xiefeng truly was a powerhouse who had caught his sister's attention. This academy tournament was about to get interesting. Seeing Yao Lilin crying after losing the match, Xiaoan comforted her, saying, "Don't take it to heart. Victory and defeat are common in battles. A loss in such circumstances is understandable." The next match continued, with Yusheng facing Li Ming. Upon hearing the announcement, Yao Lilin thought, Li Ming? That arrogant young master who came to cause trouble for senior. Yao Lilin became excited again, shouting for Yusheng to teach that arrogant young master a lesson and avenge Xiaoan. Yusheng's gaze became determined. He would defeat Li Ming because winning against this rich young master would bring him closer to facing Xiaoan. After the match started, both of them took their fighting stances. At that moment, Yusheng recalled his past intense training sessions, thinking to himself that he had no special talents. He would never be able to master an advanced battle armor technique like Sky Eye, but he worked harder than anyone else. Now was the moment when all his hard work would bear fruit. He attacked first, swinging his sword at Li Ming, who immediately blocked with his weapon. Yusheng, full of confidence, thought he could easily win. He quickly pressed his attack, and with his overwhelming offense, Li Ming was forced to retreat. Just as Li Ming was pushed to the edge of the stage, Yusheng pressed forward, ready to strike. He thought victory was in his hands, but to his surprise, Li Ming suddenly broke into a strange smile. Then, Li Ming secretly injected something into himself. After the injection, Li Ming's eyes glowed purple, and his expression turned grotesque, as if he had transformed. Li Ming retaliated, quickly throwing Yusheng's sword off the stage. Yusheng fell to the ground due to the powerful shock, making a loud noise. Yusheng immediately sensed that Li Ming had done something to change the situation. However, Li Ming denied it, only saying with a sneer, "I'm just using my real strength now." Yusheng didn't believe it. It was impossible for a battle armor's energy to suddenly increase that much in an instant. He was sure that Li Ming was cheating. Li Ming, unbothered by Yusheng's words, pointed his sword at him and arrogantly said, "You have no weapon left. The battle is over." Yusheng shouted, "I will never surrender to someone as despicable as you." Seeing Yusheng charge at him with a punch, Li Ming remained unperturbed and immediately retaliated with a sword strike. At this moment, Yusheng realized that he didn't have talent, and he would never be able to compete with those chosen by fate. But he knew that having no talent didn't mean he had to give up. He quickly regained his footing. Without a weapon, Yusheng charged at Li Ming, trying to fight with his fists. He was determined to show everyone that even ordinary people have their own pride. Li Ming couldn't understand why Yusheng hadn't fallen yet under such circumstances. Under Yusheng's relentless attack, Li Ming hurriedly raised his hand to block, shouting, "Stay back." Just as Yusheng's fist was about to land on Li Ming's face, his movements suddenly stopped. It turned out that Yusheng had passed out. After realizing that his crisis had passed, Li Ming's emotions shifted to anger, infuriated that the other party had managed to make him look so pathetic. In a fit of rage, Li Ming raised his sword, ready to strike Yusheng with full force. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, which forced him to stop his actions. He realized that just now, he had felt as though he was about to be killed. Li Ming's sense of danger was most likely coming from Xiaoan. Since Yusheng had fainted, the winner of the match was Li Ming from Class 3. Seeing Yusheng being carried off the stage, Yao Lilin quickly ran over to check on him, telling him not to worry, as it was just a match. Looking at Yusheng like this, Xiaoan couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Well fought. The next match was Xiaoan against Li Ming. Li Ming thought to himself, how could this Xiao person possibly learn the special battle armor technique Sky Eye, which only the geniuses of geniuses can master? He must have tampered with his battle armor and hidden a movement-predicting device in it. Li Ming increased the dosage of the drug injection. He wasn't worried about the referee noticing since he had already bribed them beforehand. The drug he injected was zero hormone, which could greatly enhance mental energy and physical abilities in a short time. This drug was banned for student use because of its harmful effects on the body. Li Ming thought he had figured it out, thinking to himself, "You dare to act high and mighty with a prediction device? I'll make you regret showing off." He quickly moved around Xiaoan, thinking that if his speed was fast enough, Xiaoan wouldn't be able to see his movements, rendering the prediction device useless. He swiftly swung his sword at Xiaoan, but Xiaoan easily dodged. In Xiaoan's eyes, the movements of students were still very easy to predict. Li Ming was confused. He had used a speed that could expose his cheating, but still, Xiaoan saw through him. It must have been a coincidence. Li Ming continued attacking Xiaoan, but all his attacks were easily blocked. After failing repeatedly, Li Ming's emotions began to break down. He truly started to believe that Xiaoan was a genius with the Sky Eye battle armor technique. He remembered what his father had told him. "You have no talent. After graduation, you'll at best be a low-ranking officer and never rise to a higher rank. Compared to your brother, you're just a mere mortal. You'll never become strong." He angrily shouted at Xiaoan, "Just because you have talent, does that make you strong? This is unfair. Unfair! Unfair!" He injected all the hormones into his body. He was determined to win. "Father, I'm not useless." Xiaoan had already noticed that Li Ming had injected the hormones. Seeing Li Ming's current berserk state, Xiaoan thought that if he kept injecting that much, his cheating would soon be exposed. Li Ming launched another attack at Xiaoan, but it was once again easily dodged by Xiaoan. At this point, the referee began to speak, as even though he had been bribed earlier, he couldn't ignore what was happening now. The instructors at the side prepared to step onto the stage to subdue Li Ming. Xiaoan was thinking whether or not to subdue Li Ming himself. With Li Ming in this state, unless he was completely knocked out, he would keep getting up after being knocked down. With the instructor's level, subduing him could result in casualties, and if the fight dragged on, Li Ming wouldn't survive. There was no other choice. No one, student or instructor, should die here. Xiaoan activated his white tiger battle armor, intending to end the fight quickly. He immediately used the Tiger Roar skill on Li Ming, knocking him down.
Outside a certain building in the city, some people gathered to invade the place. Quickly, they entered the building and started running through the corridors in search of what they came to find. Suddenly, the leader of the men arrived at the area where the largest number of people were concentrated, and some scientists became desperate as it was the hunter Hong Xiuqiang. As a way of informing her leader, one of the intruding women pointed to a door, indicating that there were children trapped inside. They quickly broke the glass of the study center to free these people. In this case, they asked if the children were okay, but among them, there was one who showed no reaction, unlike his colleagues. With a smile on his face, the leader of the group said that now everyone was free, and meanwhile, the hunters in the background decided to check on their condition. According to the mysterious boy from earlier in Hong's arms, he asked if the boy was hurt anywhere on his body. In his view, the boy realized his situation where all the scientists who had kept him captive were now being subdued. At this moment in the boy's mind, he could only think about the expression of the arrogant leader who was now begging for his life on the ground. The hunter asked the little boy what his name was, but he initially did not understand what he meant by that. In such a case, he thought about what he would have to do to drive this man crazy, cheerfully responding that he was number 12. Hong, on the other hand, was a little confused and decided to put the boy down. Then he kicked the scientist responsible for the boy's creation, calling him a damned bastard. Seeing that situation, the boy believed that power was necessary, an overwhelming power to which no one would have a choice but to submit. Suddenly, a piercing voice called for the hunter. It was the inspector who reprimanded him for doing something indecent again, asking him to stop the action. Thanking for the help, she informed him that although his actions were well-intentioned, they hindered her work. Intervening in the conversation, the boy asked if the girl was the hunter's boss. Informing the boy, the woman said she was only the one who reprimanded him. So the boy questioned if that wasn't being a boss because the lab's head always reprimanded others and also hated them. In this case, showing immense fury, the inspector said she would make sure to punish that bad scientist. The boy innocently commented that the woman seemed too weak to be a hunter. and the girl confirmed she was not a hunter and much less strong, but advised that one should not judge a book by its cover, because in the end there are many ways to reprimand a person besides beating them as Hong does, so the boy asked what he would have to do to become someone like her. She stated that the boy needed to study a lot and pass a nationwide exam, then work hard after passing to move up in rank. Discovering the overwhelming power of a hunter and different kind of power that labeled the hunter, this became the moment that decided the boy's life path. 19 years later, on May 31, 2044, at the Jeon District Skills Management Agency in Seoul, South Korea. Now grown up, the boy reported that Dungeon 2 in Yonggeunpo and Dungeon 1 in Inwang Mountain reached level 2 threats that day. Facing people's reactions, the man thought a little disappointed that these bastards never improve. Annoyed, the boy asked if his colleagues wouldn't listen to him because even though the dungeons were ranked B and C, their interiors were unstable. Thus, they had the capacity to show immense danger, so it was wise for the hunters to listen to him to minimize mission risks. Putting aside these trivial matters, it was informed that Team Z would be in command of the B2 ranked dungeon in Yongdeunpo. With no complaints about it, Team 1 would handle the Titan dungeon, and Teams 3 and 4 would be out as they were resting. In this case, another guild would take care of the dungeon in Inwang Mountain. Finally, all the equipment had been prepared, and they were asked to check everything before entering. With no more questions after lunch, Team 2 should be prepared, so after the warnings, they casually went to lunch. With the other members gone, the boy asked what worried the hunter Yu Jiun. Then you said she wanted to know about the dungeon he mentioned earlier. In this case, it was informed that Banjidong was a D6 classification dungeon, and only people were sent to dungeons with a threat level equal to or higher than the second. The hunter said he just had a bad feeling about it, and the boy explained that if they closed a dungeon based solely on feelings, they would be attacked by the Mia. With a disappointed look, the boy says that the hunter shouldn't abuse his powers as an S rank and irritated. He replies that it's the boy who is abusing. Furious at the man's mockery, you say she would have fired him if it weren't for his excellent work, and the boy warns that if a hunter attacks a public official, it's terrible. Putting everything aside and now speaking seriously, he really warns that she has a bad feeling about this matter. However, the employee simply leaves, saying he doesn't have any more service hours in his contract. He also asks not to be hired again. Moreover, he comments excitedly that you won't be able to contact him anyway if he's in the dungeon. Days later in Busan, it is asked if this is the watch that was on the news. The boy responds that it is a masterpiece created by the government and the SK Mana Research Lab, still in its testing phase. In this case, some girls say that the man must be a great hunter. He replies that he works in a skills management agency that helps them. Being directly affiliated with the director of the place, the girls realize that the boy is actually that person. Even though it's embarrassing, the man confirms that he is the son of the nation's best hunter, Hong Seokyeon. The girls are impressed by this, but our protagonist states that Hong is just his adoptive father. It's said that he suffered an accident as a child, losing his parents. In view of this, the agency director saved and adopted him, having worked hard after that to repay this debt and now working for him. In such a case, the man laughs and asks the girls not to think of him as a playboy because he worked for this position. However, this was a lie, and while the girls say it's nice for his son to work with his father, the hero thinks he used his hunter's license to his advantage. Given this statement, the girls ask why the man came there. He then informs them that he is on vacation to celebrate his promotion and that at first he wasn't going to come but was expelled for never taking days off, which made them laugh. At this moment, the protagonist asks if he is bothering the girls, and they respond that he is not because he showed them something cool, asking to see it again. When asked about the name of this thing, our hero responds that it is a miniature multimodal hunter communication device called a Mana Watch. They ask how it differs from a conventional watch and how to use it, so he explains that it recognizes mana patterns so only the owner can use it. In an attempt to show how it works, the hero activates the watch, creating a hologram that shows various data about the hunters, making the girls understand. Among the dungeons on the watch, one was already known by one of the ladies, but suddenly the threat level of this dungeon starts to rise abruptly. An alarm is triggered, turning the hologram's color to a vivid red. Thus, the dungeon's destruction is announced, making everyone at the place desperate. Obviously, these were very bad news. In this case, our hero grabs his phone to take a call. Upon answering, he comments that he already knows about the confusion in Banjidong and states that despite the high concentration of people, it's just a D-ranked dungeon. However, he was informed by the other person on the line that it was no longer a D-ranked dungeon because half of the Sampa district was destroyed as soon as the mission began. This information leaves the boy in complete shock, and the person continues explaining that the agency director is on the way and will send a helicopter for the hero. Already in the aircraft, the protagonist thought it was ridiculous that half a district had been destroyed. However, he thought everything would be fine with the director's arrival. In such a case, our hero is disappointed that his vacation is going this way, but notices that his Mana Watch is suddenly failing. Then, in complete despair, the helicopter pilot informs him that there are things below them, being immense and terrible monsters spreading chaos through the city. On June 2, 2044, something never before thought happened. All the nation's dungeons suffered an unexpected break. Continuing with breaking news, the phenomenon of dungeon dismemberment is not only happening in South Korea, but also worldwide. And the status of the hunters who went on attacks with Hong Soo-kyung is still unconfirmed. While flying over the place in the helicopter, it's said that they cannot return to business anyway, as there were flying monsters all along the way. Making the report to the chief section, it said that they found survivors and will proceed to the Skills Management Agency. On the road amidst the turmoil, some hunters still tried to resist, with one of them managing to subdue a huge canine monster. However, chaos was taking over everything, and our hero was just hoping his device could connect to the director's agency. Finally, it did, but Hong's vital signs could not be traced. In this case, the boy wondered if South Korea's strongest hunter was really dead. The future the hero wanted was simple: just offload all the irritating tasks to others and live a comfortable life. To achieve this, he fought hard and got close, but he needed someone to support him, which is why he had to find the survivors. Amid all that confusion, the protagonist heard a cough and quickly turned his face back. Unexpectedly, he realized it was his aunt, who told him not to call her that. However, the girl's condition was much more important than anything else. The boy asked if she knew what had happened, and she said that all she knew was that the centipede that came out of the Banji-don dungeon caused this. In response, our hero took a potion from his pocket, and you asked if it was centipede venom, stating that it wouldn't work. She recalled warning the boy that this dungeon needed to be cleared, so the protagonist countered by saying that Hunter's advice isn't always reliable. Anyway, you said she was already finished, asking the boy to leave, and in this case, she handed him a pendant. However, in the middle of explaining what this thing was, the girl decided to stop, stating that he couldn't understand it. In conclusion, she explained that she brought it just as a precaution and was happy about it. In this case, the hero didn't understand the reason for the happiness, and it was explained that he should have it. The pendant was something of Hong's, and the hero stated that he wasn't his real son. However, being the only one considered, the girl asked him to at least give him a funeral. Our protagonist understood what needed to be done, but explained that he wasn't giving you a funeral, asking her to stay alive. However, in her final moments, the girl said she couldn't control this kind of thing, already being lucky to endure for so long. As one of her last words, the girl called for Wu Huijie, our protagonist, asking if he remembered how he used to follow her, calling her older sister. The boy questioned why this was being brought up now. In conclusion, you explained that the boy used to be cute, but now that he had grown up a bit, he had become a brat. Finally, the girl asked her old friend to look the other way so she could go in peace, but Huijie refused, stating he had more healing potions. You informed him that her sword was in the corner, telling him to take it, but our hero remained in denial. The girl knew that Huijie was learning to use a spear due to the master's influence, but again asked the boy to accept her sword. Moreover, she ensured that, above all, he stayed alive. Finally, the hunter's last moment arrived amidst the flames and destruction in the city. At that moment, all the protagonist could do was close the girl's eyes while taking Yu's sword and wondering how he should survive in this ruined world. In the end, he just hated all of this, and at the Skills Management Agency, the whole place was in ruins as expected. Even though hunters give their bodies to achieve their goals, having so many hunters' bodies on the ground to defeat a single monster was unbelievable. The report is that the strongest hunter really died, leaving nothing but a dog tag. In view of this, Huijie wondered what he should do about it. He thought if he should continue looking for survivors, but even if he found one, he didn't know what he would do. Given such an apocalypse, it was unlikely that any D-rank hunter had survived, so our hero was filled with rage, imbued blue mana into his sword, and with a curse that released his pent-up feelings, he attacked the already lifeless centipede's body. However, after the attack, the unexpected happened. That immense corpse simply vanished suddenly, and with a golden light descending from the sky, an item appeared, calling to be picked up. Upon collecting the strange object, Huijie wondered if it came from the monster and stated that he had never heard of a monster dropping items before. Upon closer inspection, the object looked a lot like a watch, and suddenly it activated a verification procedure. The authorization implementation procedure was denied, so the emergency phase began. Not knowing if this was something with artificial intelligence, the object asked if the hero would like to set a date. In response, the protagonist asked what the device was mumbling, and it reiterated the question. Suddenly, the automatic sequence is activated, and the watch asks if the hero wants to execute. Our hero is intrigued that the thing was asking to set a time a few seconds ago, and now is asking to execute something. Already irritated, Wu Huijie asks what the hell the device wants him to execute. From this, a warning is issued, making the protagonist wonder if what he's seeing is the centipede. However, a danger is detected, and he understands that the previous one was not even half the size of this one. This is definitely the one that turns South Korea into this anarchy. As the monster approaches, the system warns that the survival probability is 10%. Our hero, in light of this, states that he doesn't care what it is and asks the device to execute whatever it is, thus having his identity confirmed. The emergency protocol is quickly initiated along with the verification protocol. After verification, a failure occurs to execute the savior, so the device tries again, but the user is deemed ineligible. At this moment, Weijia thinks about fleeing, and in this case, the device enters forced execution along with the final sequence, which is approved. The qualification also remains eligible, with the possibility of qualification now being verified. At this instant, the device warns that the world is bound for destruction, with Wu being the final survivor, and in light of this, he just tells the watch to shut up. With the survivor confirmed and all procedures accepted, the object begins to move the hero to a random moment in the timeline. Suddenly, the protagonist wakes up on the ground while being slapped in the face by someone desperately telling him to wake up. After Wu wakes up, the people apologize but inform him that no matter how many times they try, he wouldn't wake up, so they treated him and took drastic measures. In that strange environment, our hero is still confused, so the girl says she is calling him because things are really bad right now and he has a sword. With his life again in his eyes, Weijia didn't understand what was happening because as far as he knew, the world had been destroyed. Moreover, the people in front of him are wearing old hunter uniforms, and the girl, in turn, continues by asking if the man is okay and if he suffered a concussion. In this case, she explains that she won't be able to heal him with her powers, and the protagonist is intrigued by the old computers in that room. Amidst that agony, the protagonist realizes by looking at the schedule that he is in the year 2024. Interrupting his thoughts, a boy named Hua can no longer stand the hero's slowness, deciding to intervene. He states that the people in that building don't have time to wait until he feels completely well. With his arms crossed, he continues with his complaints, but at the same moment, Weijia disappears at speed, appearing at the building's window. Hua is confused, and the protagonist finally understands his situation. On April 5, 2024, in Myeongdong in the capital Seoul, a herd of black buffalo monsters invaded the area. After that, of the 46 people in the building, only 5 managed to escape alive. Facing his new reality, the protagonist wonders what is happening. The events before he lost consciousness and the corpses of monsters and people fill in the road, along with Hugh's death and the agency director's death. The suspicious item that appeared after the centipede died disappeared, and finally, the hero really went back to the past. He had published an article on dungeon breaks as an undergraduate student, so he knows well. Just before the creation of the magical measurement device, when dungeons were managed manually, as it was in the center of Seoul, it had been easy. Still, dungeons are unpredictable because one that seemed calm the previous day could explode the next. The Management Guild, which didn't want to lose an incredible S rank, ended up falsely reporting it with a B classification. Our hero, however, only received news of the break after the first round of casualties, already too late to take any action. The high school students who were training to become hunters tried to protect the civilians, but there was no way they, who had just awakened, could know how to handle it. The only survivors were 2 students and 3 civilians. This incident was a setback for the newly created Hunter School, contributing to the creation of numerous laws. Weijia thinks having Yu Juan's sword and is confident he can escape this situation alone. In light of this, he asks the others how long it has been since the dungeon broke, which confuses them. Asking if they are students from the Hunter School, the hero asks if they didn't learn anything about dungeon breaks, and one says they came to learn. In this case, Weijia tells him to start learning now, again asking about the break, and in view of this, a woman informs him that it was about 4 hours ago. However, exact numbers are necessary. In this case, the girl from before states it has been 3 hours and 40 minutes, and they haven't had communication with the outside for 2 hours. In his mind, the protagonist thinks that the agency director was in this team, and he blamed himself for only attacking the chief without realizing that his students were dying. However, this won't happen this time. Then, abruptly, Hua questions our hero's identity. In his head, it was a bad idea to trust someone they barely know, and in light of this, the boy asks for the man's hunter license if he has one. Blatantly, Weijia claims to have lost the license, but he has it in his wallet, only unable to take it out because the issuance date is 2031. Now that the hero thinks about it, he has no form of work identification anymore, and even if he gets out of this situation, he won't be able to verify the dungeon. After the boy is disappointed with the information, our hero says he just needs to prove he is a hunter. And with his sword, he slashes the ground, releasing blue fire flames. Seeing such a demonstration of power, the students are convinced of the man's identity, not knowing if they will survive but believing they are safer with the hero. Suddenly, they spot the group's precious son, Daein, among them, and in this case, it is likely that the support group will come to rescue him. With this matter being addressed, the protagonist remembers the younger son of Daein, who is one of the world's largest conglomerates. They valued this boy so much that after his death, they helped maintain Hunter High School by establishing the Skills Management Agency. In this case, the doubt remains about what would happen if the boy came out alive. So even without an identity, Weijia understands that he could come out of this as a savior. When asked where they are going, the protagonist responds that they are going to the city hall because, although he wants to save them, he still wants to create a situation where he saves them from danger. With the news of the trip to City Hall spreading to everyone's ears, A man becomes desperate because it's a hard-to-reach place. In light of this, Weiji finds it incredible to experience something from the stories because, in the testimonies, this man's denial against the boy's ideas was noted. He remembers that on this day, the man's authority reigned over the students due to the age difference. So this time, Weiji decides to deal with the man through threats. Having managed to get rid of the first unforeseen event, the protagonist informs that even if saving them isn't easy, he can't leave the children behind. In this case, he asks if they want to leave alone, saying he won't stop them, and one of the girls in the group refuses, stating they can't leave anyone behind. Questioning if the old man is listening, the protagonist informs that it's because of people like them that he's saving someone like the old man. Changing the subject, he says he needs a map and asks if anyone knows the Myeongdong area well, receiving a volunteer. With a map in hand, he draws the place where they are and where the dungeon is, also informing that after the break started, the Minotaur must have already been taken. Upon hearing the monster's name, the students are frightened because it's an S-rank boss, and Huije informs them that the buffaloes likely follow the chief to Namsan. In this case, it is probable that only monsters separated from the herd are on the road, and circling Old Juro Station, the hero asks if the students know what it is. The girl from before raises her hand, saying it's the outer part of the blockade because it had been said that a line of defense would be set up to prevent the monsters from spreading. This statement was correct, and with the City Hall station along with the headquarters, they just needed to get closer to the place. Giving a viewpoint, a boy questions if it wouldn't be better to stay put because with the chief's defeat, the dungeon ends. In view of this, our hero informs them that the Minotaur is a dictator with everything it commands being obeyed. And in this case, with the leader's disappearance, remnants remain. These remnants are hungry monsters with a good sense of smell, but are just wandering for now. With the explanation finished, Woodja asks if there are any more disagreements with the plan, and apparently, there are none. So the plans continue with the protagonist asking if the group contains mages who know how to draw runes. Later, the preparations begin, and our hero reprimands the mages for some mistakes made in the drawings. As a warning, he informs them that monsters are sensitive to mana, so the runes must be drawn as perfectly as possible. A girl, however, asks if these runes really hide the mana, saying she has never heard of such a thing before. Our protagonist thinks that compared to the runes of this period, it is indeed a reasonable reaction and explains to the girl that when it is on the ground, it hides the connected mana. However, it does not have the ability to hide cast magic. In this case, Wedja asks if everyone knows the procedure for activating the runes. First, you fill your hand with mana and touch the rune. In view of this, at the moment he leaves, they are ordered to activate them immediately, and Sunjin has a weaker seal. Upon leaving the place, the hero informs that he will release his mana and attract the monsters in a loop around the neighborhood, but when he passes again, the students will start running. With everyone understanding the plan, Huija jumps off the building with his sword to face numerous monsters alone. Like a true hero, he lands in the middle of the monsters, making them confused, and at that moment, the protagonist thought he should have a red cape. After leaving the building, the woman questions the identity of that man, and Hywook is indignant that at a moment like this, that's what the girl is worried about. The student with glasses comments that the hero already knew about the dungeon chief, questioning if he is not one of the hunters from the raid, with the girl responding that it's possible. The girl at Bang says that the boy might have fallen into a trap while going to the chief, so one of them says that if that really happened, the hero is weak. In the end, Hywook says that the only thing they can do is trust the man because he managed to stir up all the monsters in front of the building. After the students' conversation, the old man calls everyone and Hywook asks if the preparations are done. With a positive response, the old man warns that he will run with all his strength along with them, asking them to be careful. Finally, Gwija is seen by the students running towards them. In a cunning trick, the protagonist throws asphalt dust into the monster's eyes, temporarily blinding them. At that moment, the hero takes the opportunity to attack with his fire flames, thus taking down some of the monsters. Given this fact, along with the hero's confirmation, the students promptly gather to quickly get out of there. As ordered, the martial arts hunters take the lead, and mages cast a shield on both sides so that if there are any stragglers, the shields will block them. After that, the civilians will just run for their lives, and the healer, along with the swordsman, will stay at the rear. Suddenly, one of the herd monsters appears right next to Sunjin's face, leaving him speechless. However, quickly our hero comes to his rescue, landing a powerful kick on the bull's head, making it dizzy. Having seen his savior, Sunjin is worried, but Huije, in a state of distress, just tells him to go away as fast as he can before it's too late. Releasing his power, blue flames take over the area and impregnate the monsters' bodies. Finally, Huije reiterates his order, telling everyone to get out of there. From the top of a building, our protagonist can't understand where these bastards keep coming from. He thinks it was hard to get out of there and understands that he is responsible for attracting them, but still didn't expect such difficulty. In a brief summary of everything that happened, the hero leaks his mana on purpose to gather the monsters and erases a bit of the rune that hides mana so that Sunjian would be in danger. Just before being attacked by the monsters attracted by his mana, he made a sacrificial scene, and finally, a new hero was born. In the end, no one died and everything went perfectly well. In this case, everything is great. Then the protagonist wonders what he should do from now on. In case he really went back in time, it means that his old self, Wu Weijie, is also somewhere. Fortunately, it won't be like in the movie where changing the past results in erasing oneself from history. Moreover, the suspicious item also said that this is a world guaranteed to be doomed, probably related to the Banji-dong dungeon. With some surprise, our hero, while thinking about the dungeon, receives a notification from his mana watch, realizing that it still works. In light of this, the hero starts looking for something in the device's data, coming across something that shocks him. He had to know the reason for appearing there that day, now understanding that there is a reason for all of this. In summary, the watch is telling the hero to change the world. Cutting his train of thought, the protagonist sees a group of hunters fleeing from one of the monsters in despair. Facing the monster, the hunters wonder if it wants to fight more, cursing it as damned and annoying. From the top of the building, the protagonist thinks these must be the Namsen hunters, with no need to interfere as the chief was defeated by this team. Additionally, among them was the agency director, who instructed everyone to concentrate their efforts on defeating the boss. As if he were in a privileged position, the hero was impressed to witness the legendary Korean hunters of history fighting. One of the group members said it was time to act, casting a magic of wood and leaves to trap the animal's feet. In light of this, the hero recognized the unique archmage Kim Charman's magic, something that was completely lost after her death, being an honor to witness with his own eyes. The cause of her death was a mystery. The threat level of Banji-dong had not changed for 20 years, but 2 S-rank hunters could not do much, considering that a monster was hiding in the area. That's why the future could change if he continued to save those originally destined to die, like the school students. First, it was necessary to close the dungeon and then find the lair where the person who ascended Seoul was hiding. Considering his plans, Weijie thought it wasn't bad at all, as by rescuing them, he could still create a debt with them, ensuring his retirement in the future. Continuing the battle, the guild leader landed a blow with his spear, cutting the animal's foot. Kim, in turn, with all her available power, activated her vine elimination magic. At this moment, the immense monster screamed in pain while being immobilized by the vines. Injured, the boss, in an act of fury, tried to defend itself as best as it could. It grabbed a piece of construction beside it and swung its immense axe, trying to eliminate all the hunters. At that moment, Weijie decided it was time to head to City Hall, leaving the fight against the boss to the members of the hunter group. During the fight, the group's mage told Mr. Hong to cut the monster's remaining leg, and he quickly understood the command. The girl added more magic to her spell, contributing to immobilizing the monster. The guild leader moved to the buffalo's back. He managed to pierce the animal's flesh while more and more vines were launched. This impressed our hero, but more important than the group's abilities was the fact that the monster started to fall on top of the building where Weijie was. The group leader, after wiping sweat from his face, unexpectedly spotted a person on top of the building. At this moment, the hunters became worried, but Hong said it was not a civilian because the person was wielding something. To defend against the fallen monster, Weijie made a vertical slash imbued with blue flames, completely finishing off the monster. The hunters were left speechless, unable to believe what they had just seen, and the buffalo was completely incinerated. Amidst the monster's body, our hero raised his hand showing he was alive and told the hunters not to worry about him and to get back to work. With the same expression as before, the hunters remained paralyzed, now wanting to know the protagonist's identity. Then, deciding to maintain his anonymity, Weijie humbly stated he was just a passerby. In an interrogation room, a guard asked Hong if he would like to continue alone because even though they had taken the man's weapon, it still wasn't safe. The guard informed him that this suspicious man had no social security number, no awakening number, and no fingerprint information. Hong understood but still had something to ask the boy. In this case, the guard only asked the hunter to be careful. With the two face-to-face, silence reigned while our hero was handcuffed for the interrogation. With a smile, Hong informed him that he had turned off the camera on the way there so they could talk in peace. Starting with names, the hunter introduced himself as Hong Seo-kyung, and the protagonist thought that seeing the young director confirmed his temporal regression even more. It was strange to think that this director would save little Weijie in a year and adopt him in 2. Finally, he introduced himself to the man. Handing a paper to the interrogated, the hunter asked if he knew what it was. In light of this, the protagonist understood that it was the drawing that covered the laboratory wall. Seeing the boy's intrigued expression, Hong already had his question answered, which left Weijie surprised for having let it slip. In this case, the hunter asked the boy not to be nervous because he was only there to talk. Moreover, Hong informed him that they were very worried about him, which confused Weijie because in his mind, no one there knew him. Hong explained that if everything had gone according to plan, he would have found something better, but still the boy managed to get out safely. Upon hearing this, the protagonist did not understand what the man was talking about, so he handed him a paper, informing him that he was the teacher Kim was looking for. The hunter mistook our hero for a Bangju whistleblower and explained that he had been worried since losing contact with them after what happened with Kim. In the protagonist's mind, he understood that in the past, a member the director was supposed to contact had died along with this man. Back to the subject, Hong says they agree to help with the escape and wants to catch these guys as much as the hero does, already alarmed and preparing his identity. They were too busy dealing with the Myeongdong incident to pay attention to a random hunter, so the hero's hunter name stayed as Wu. In light of this, Hwaeja thinks he is lucky because this will explain his trajectory, but he knows that even so, the agency director still won't trust him. In this case, the hunter asks if he can call the hero Hwaeja, and he says yes. After the formalities, Hong informs him that the hunter will be his employee for a while, and when asked if he will be under surveillance, the hunter replies yes. Anyway, while extending his hand to the protagonist, the man says he looks forward to working with the boy. In the end, even in another timeline, our hero ended up working with the agency director. However, at the moment, he was neither a director nor his father. In conclusion, with a handshake, the two seal the agreement, thus creating a new hunter in this timeline. A week after the previous events, Hwaeja is dressed in workout clothes and very irritated. Hong asks about his stay, wondering if he is okay, and the hero states that he cannot be when he has been stuck in a place like this for a week. Laughing, the hunter says he visits him every day, so Hwaeja gets angry, showing his ankle monitor and saying they are treating him like a prisoner. Telling him not to be so negative, the hunter asks him to see something good in it because the hero managed to escape and is now free. Besides, he had a lot to do. In this case, the protagonist states that the gentleman is the one with a lot to do, and the hunter only asks to be called uncle or something like that. Changing the subject, Hong asks if Hwaeja remembers the 5 children he saved in Myeongdong. Hong states that those are his students, and the hero believes the hunter didn't just find out about this now, thus considering the possibility of having passed the test. With a smile, Hong says he heard that the boy was the one who attracted the Minotaurs, and because of that, they managed to take care of the students. If the bait had been thrown, it was a fact that the damage would have been much worse. In this case, the protagonist starts to understand how this matter will be handled. Initially, the hunter wanted to know where all those buffaloes came from, but what matters in the end is that the results were good and the children are fine. In this case, he says he is thinking of something, but the hero knows that the results of this man's thoughts are never good. Knowing the skill level of his students, saving them would already be difficult, but the protagonist managed to save even the civilians. Many students were crying because Hong found the savior and feeling the need to repay the deed. After thinking a little, he takes something out of a folder. With a contract taken out of the folder, the hunter asks the hero to teach them. It is informed that the protagonist will be very suspicious if he follows him into the dungeons, but if he works as a teacher, he can mask his identity. Understanding the man's request, Hwaeja thinks about the matter a little before giving his answer. Just looking at the agency director, it was clear how deep the bond between disciple and master ran. At the agency, there are many people who consider the director their teacher. They would have done very well on their own but voluntarily joined the agency. If Wu creates a good connection with these guys, they should guarantee his future after saving the world, but it would be stupid of him to reveal his thoughts now. In response to the director, Hwaeja asks what he will teach the children when he can't even use mana, because if it's just how to fight, the uncle will be a better candidate. Hong in turn agrees it is easy to teach how to fight, but the problem is magical. Unexpectedly, the hunter heard about the runes that hide mana and used that to pressure the boy. In this case, the boy thought he should have kept quiet. Going straight to the point, Hwaeja asks if the hunter wants him to teach them about runes, and Hong says he wants more like these to be taught. In his thoughts, the boy believed he would teach how to invade dungeons, but he understood that it would be suspicious for an illegal awakened like him to know so many things. Excitedly at first, the hero states that runes are not magical, and that he is not suitable to teach, but Hong rebuts everything, stating that Wu is the perfect teacher. In this case, the protagonist wonders if he should just say he made them and patent them immorally. However, even if he didn't patent them, he would still be able to save many lives by spreading the knowledge about them because he wouldn't be able to save everyone personally. Laughing, Hong just hands him the pen, saying the boy knows he will do it anyway. Taking the pen to sign the contract, Hwaeja says he is doing this only for the children. Hong explains that he is already taking care of the certified copies in the bank account. Additionally, he informs that the school is his, so Wu will be listed as a guild member. Since the hero wasn't doing dungeon raids, there was no other incentive, so his monthly salary was based on minimum wage, which shocked Hwaeja. Furthermore, the protagonist will receive only 90% of this during the internship period, and as for vacations, he won't be able to give them since it is a business of only 5 people. However, it is said that they take days off on public holidays, and although the children call them even on those days, the choice to go will be up to him. In the end, only after signing the contract did Wu realize he was being tricked. 2 days after the conversation, the two are in a van heading to the school, and Hong comments that he likes Wu's sword. He also says that the sword recognizes its owner and has already sent many people to the hospital. When asked if it was the boy's, he replied that it belonged to someone he knew. Finally, the hunter asks if the sword was stolen, and the protagonist informs him that if he had stolen it, he would have been burned along with it. In this case, the hunter asks if the hero is angry because he won't return the sword to him. And Hwaeja says that even if the sword were returned, he wouldn't be able to use it because of the mana restriction device. However, Hong informs him that the school doesn't allow blades anyway, and that it's not like the classes will require weapons. In this case, the protagonist says the hunter can say he doesn't want a suspicious man with a weapon around his students, and although he evades the topic, he doesn't deny it. Suddenly, while looking at the road, something surprises Wu Weiji's eyes. Realizing they are going into a forest, he asks if they are on the right path, remembering that the area around the school was urban, not rural. With a smile, the hunter explains that this is due to the area being restricted from development because of the nearby dungeons, making it perfect for hunters. After a few more minutes of travel, they finally arrive at the location and park the car. Facing 3 buildings that look like containers, the protagonist asks if this is really a school, and Hong says he based it on a gloomy architecture. However, Weiji thinks there is nothing gloomy there and that actually there is just nothing, so the hunter explains that they will build buildings next year when they can. Hearing this, the boy asks if he will have to teach there until next year, and with a sparkle in his eyes, the hunter states that the path to the top has to start somewhere. In this case, without further ado, he is welcomed to the hunter graduation school. Calling everyone's attention, the guild leader introduces Mr. Wu, saying that he will be responsible for teaching about runes. Knowing that some of them had seen him before, he asks them not to be too hard on the new teacher. Raising his hand, one of the students asks if this gentleman didn't use a sword instead of magics, so Hong explains that it is not necessary to be a mage to use runes. Another asks if they will learn the mana-hiding rune or new ones, being answered by the hunter that Wu will teach new skills that can be very helpful. However, it is also asked if it was okay for Weiji to teach them about this, and the director explains that if he hadn't agreed, he wouldn't even be there. One of the girls also decides to ask a question, wondering if only mages will be able to participate in this lesson. The director explains that no, but the mages will be the only ones who can draw them. However, the school is flexible so that everyone can join if they want. With his hand raised, one of the students asks if the teacher wasn't injured in the incident. Therefore, everyone agrees that they were worried about him for leaving so suddenly. All the students were commenting among themselves that they thought the worst had happened, asking if the teacher was sure of his condition. Hearing this, the heart of our hero warms, understanding that these kids are kind and innocent, being different from the hunters 20 years later. If someone died, it was their fault, but if you survived, it was thanks to them. This was the attitude that the whole world had in the future. The protagonist thinks that the person who was stabbed in the back by a group member in the dungeon and ended up dying was one of these students. As he looks around the room, something catches the protagonist's attention. It's Park Seo-yeon, who looks very different from the last time he saw her. In just 10 days since the incident, the girl has already become the witch he knows. On April 5, 2024, in the Myeongdong dungeon. Talking among themselves, one of the students asks Soo-yeon to take a look at the rune he drew. Advising, the girl says she doesn't think the line should be so long, and the student with glasses realizes his mistake. He says it's very difficult, but the girl makes it look easy. In this case, she says her grandfather taught her when she was young. Back to work, the girl asks the boy to draw Hyunwook's rune because she will draw Sungyeon's. In this case, he asks if the student isn't tired. She, in turn, says not to worry because she has more experience as a mage than the boy, advising him to rest instead of her. Wanting to say something her grandfather always said, a voice comes into Park's head, saying that arrogance ruins everything. She imagines a scenario where Sungyeon's rune doesn't work and he cries. While Park thinks that everyone will be saved because of her, the voice returns to her head, reiterating for the girl to remember that inevitably, arrogance ruins everything. In 2044, at the Skills Management Agency, the witch waited patiently, consequently scaring those around her. This even made 2 men leave uncomfortably. With her colleague's arrival, he asks what the girl is doing. After welcoming Hyunwook, the boy continues asking if she is waiting for Mr. Hong. After denying the question, suddenly Weiji appears, squeezing through and asking the hunter to get out of the way. Brushing the dirt off his shoulders, the protagonist states he didn't call the 2 there just to talk. So he introduces himself as Wu, an assistant of the dungeon raid. Questioning this dungeon raid thing, Hyunwook asks where the boy is from, and he explains his work supporting the director and evaluating dungeon safety. However, Hyunwook continues questioning what this guy is talking about. In this case, with a passive-aggressive expression, the hero states he works in the director's office. Back to the current timeline in his quarters, Hong asks Weiji to stay at the inn for now, and the boy is happy not to have to live in a container. Taking the elevator to leave, the director wishes the new teacher a good night's sleep. Looking at his ankle monitor, the protagonist remembers that when he was young, he used to wonder why he had to learn these things. At this moment, he easily removes the protective seal from the device, saying that the director was right because, in this world, you need to know everything about technology. With his watch activated, Weiji wonders what he should look at first, whether it's the history of the group that caught Hong or the records about Kim that might be there. Entering the public communication information disclosure section, the protagonist searches his pre-established topics, entering the subject of Seo-yeon. After reading various information, Weiji says he already knows all these things, actually wanting to understand what changed her personality. With the information section open, a danger notification appears, warning anyone who reads the content. The first piece of information presented about the girl is that Park Seo-yeon hates compliments. In this case, Weiji is confused because she smiled when he complimented her. The second piece of information is that if Park isn't smiling, the person is in danger and must call emergency services, but must never mention Myeongdong. In this case, apparently this incident changed her personality, which made sense since the protagonist knew that in Myeongdong there wasn't even an intact body. However, this time the hero saved everyone, making him wonder what the girl's problem is. In the end, the protagonist decides to leave this matter for later, thinking it's not relevant at the moment. Among many pieces of information, something written by Hong is read by Huijia, an article from Kark's Research Center published on June 1, 2025. The next day, the protagonist goes to the rural area again in his workout clothes, questioning why he was dragged there so early. Suddenly, the first student appears, but Huijia is lost in his thoughts of being in an empty place just like his future will be. He is indignant to realize that they will need to develop this place and build a new building, questioning if it should exist because in the 20 years remaining, he could live in luxury. However, at this moment, the voice of the girl who died in front of him telling him to stay alive returns to his head, bringing him back to sanity. After being ignored for a long time, the student finally snaps, shouting for his teacher and scaring him. Huijia is completely disoriented and the student asks why the teacher is thinking so much. Upon taking a closer look at the child, the hero remembers that this is Lee Sung-yin, which makes him happy. Changing the subject, the student asks where Mr. Wu's sword is because his aunt was curious after hearing about it since she also uses a sword. The protagonist tries to understand better, and Lee, trying not to brag, explains that she is a famous hunter. Thinking about Sung-yin's aunt, the protagonist believes she must be the youngest daughter of the president of the Daein Group and the Daejeon Guild master Lee Mijin. As she is a skilled hunter, and considering how much Lee admires her, his future may already be secured. At this moment, when our hero was about to have his perfect chance, Hong interrupts the conversation, calling him and telling him to come over. Upon arriving at a warehouse, Huijia asks the reason for his summoning, so the director explains that he is preparing a class for him. When asked if the class will be in this room, the hunter explains that they were using the room as a storage space and that he will clean it later. In the protagonist's mind, this means they will never clean it, but he decides to forget about it and address another issue. Huijia asks for something to be done about the student Park Seo-hyun, which initially leaves the director confused about what to do. The hero explains that she is very different from when he saw her in Myeongdong, and Hong agrees, commenting that the girl's style has really changed. This disappoints Huijia because the director believes it is just a style issue, and he explains that every hunter faces a wall at some point. As the student has been awakened for a long time, this ended up being the time. In this case, Hong asks if the boy is worried about his students, making him feel shy. In his mind, Huijia thinks the director is a hopeless person because he is too confident, both physically and mentally. Both the concerns of normal people and the fact that someone can't get up after being knocked down are incomprehensible to him. The modern dungeon strategy is divided into before and after the evolution of the runes, which were long neglected due to several fatal flaws. But after an archmage in France revealed the mana rune's hiding place, everything changed, and despite the flaws, all mages learned the runes. By 2040, it was already a time when everyone drew them, even with mana pens being made, but at this moment, these remain exclusive to mages. With a smile, Huijia begins his explanation but stops in the middle. In this case, several students along with the director question why the teacher stopped explaining. The protagonist is confused as to why hunters who can't use magic are attending his class, but he decides to continue normally. Continuing with the class, the hero asks if they are practicing a lot because that day there will be a level evaluation. After identifying a mistake in the drawing, the teacher calls out the student with glasses, Choi Jinwoo, who anxiously asks if the runes aren't activated by their margin of error. Looking at the final result of Choi's work, the protagonist asks if the student knows why runes weren't used in the past, then addresses the issue of convenience. When asked why it wasn't convenient, the student doesn't know how to answer, but Huijia understands it's a difficult question for a newly awakened person. While the dialogue between the two takes place, Park bites her pencil in fury, breaking it in half. Looking somewhat uncomfortable, the protagonist can't understand how only he finds this strange and asks if the girl knows the answer about the runes. With a sinister aura, the girl continues to break her pencil, leaving the teacher scared, not understanding how these behaviors are just about style. Finally, she suggests that it's due to the ease of erasing them, which is correct as in dungeons where the mana in the air is distorted. In this case, he asks how this can be compensated for, and Huijia, not being a mage capable of explaining the principles, simply asks the students to memorize everything. He cites durability and correction along with water resistance, amplification, and resonance. In light of this, the students are shocked at having to memorize so many things. The teacher explains that it's a combination that prevents runes from being easily erased, and that if the first one drawn is wrong, it won't be activated. Raising her hand, Park asks why the teacher didn't teach this before, and Huijia starts paying attention to the girl when she mentions Myeongdong. However, she asks to let it go because she drew the runes wrong in the first place, so they weren't activated. Given this reaction, the hero understands that Park Seo-hyun is in this state because he weakened Lee Sung-yin's runes. Being a hunter is a battle with oneself. Whether you win or lose that battle is your own problem. Besides, even after the incident, Park still became an archmage. So technically, her behavior isn't Huijie's fault and he could simply ignore it. With a desperate look, the girl thinks she drew it again and tries to hand the paper to the teacher, asking if it's correct this time. However, she's indecisive about her work and doesn't speak up. In her mind, she thinks she can't mess up again and starts judging herself in an endless cycle. In light of this, Huijie knows that even though it's not his fault as an adult and teacher, he has a duty to resolve the situation. While eating a bowl of rice with vegetables, the protagonist thinks he shouldn't have followed this old man. Just thinking about eating lunch in a convenience store in a container building was already bad. Breaking the ice, Hong comments about the runes. In response, the hero questions if they really have to talk about their knowledge while eating. However, he explains that someone he knows taught him what is correct because he had already said he wasn't a mage but knows a lot about runes. In his thoughts, the protagonist knows that suspicions have decreased, but the questioning remains. It seems that Hong doesn't know about the Art Research Center's operations. In an attempt to add context, the hero asks if it isn't a waste to let this knowledge disappear, stating he learned it to use in cases like this. In light of this, the hunter understands he brought something useless to the conversation and asks the teacher to forget what he said. Changing the subject, the hero asks about the two magic students and how the director is teaching them. Hong explains he is giving them all the magic books he found. Sylvian learned magic from her grandfather, but Jinwoo appears to be the real problem because he has talent but still finds it hard to find a master. In this case, with an animated expression, the hunter asks if the teacher knows anyone, to which he responds that he already said he isn't a mage. In light of this, the hunter only states he asked to be sure and Huijie, for his part, really doesn't know anything about magic. However, he will make sure to teach all the runes he knows, which leaves the agency director astonished to the point of nearly spitting out his food. In response, the protagonist questions if it's something to be surprised about and states as a condition that the director will have to disclose all the runes when the time is right. However, the director was still in shock, asking again if the teacher is serious. Then the hero replies yes and asks for his name to be the editor. Hong still questions the conditions but scoffs, asking if the director thought he would ask for gold, even though he is already their teacher. Responding to the query, Hong denies it but says he expected at most 1 or 2 runes to be taught, occasionally questioning the value of the mana hiding rune. Huijie explains that he indeed planned to teach only a few things at first, but seeing the state of those children, it became obvious that they would die sooner or later. In this case, the hunter asks if the mage who created the runes gave permission to teach others, and the hero explains that this person would be happy to be saving lives. It is said that a French mage created the mana-hiding rune and its uses, and even with people making large amounts of money, he only wanted everyone to use them. In this case, at the very least, he wouldn't complain about him taking credit in his place. And at this moment, the protagonist states he has one condition. Saying he knows of a place called Caves where many children are, the hero states he needs the hunter's presence there. Because of this, young Wu Huijie will be saved a year earlier due to his older version from the timeline. The next day, the sun shines on the horizon in the rural area. Smiling, the director says the attack now was good, but the student lost balance at the end and needs to make sure to keep it until the end. With a powerful attack from his spear that sends the student flying, Hong calls for the next in line. Hewick is irritated and disappointed but can't do anything with his current level. At this moment, another student attacks the director from behind while Hewick prepares to help by attacking from the front. However, the veteran hunter easily fends off the two, humiliating them. After defeating his students, the hunter laughs and asks the cute kids to come at him again, which makes our hero disgusted by their lack of elegance. Then the protagonist redirects his attention to his students, who despite having an outdoor class, remain elegant except for Jin's outburst. In this case, he understands that the students are at the age to do this kind of thing. Huijie asks Park if she is drawing what he instructed and asks to see if she is doing it correctly, but the girl firmly refuses. She explains that she will show it later once she can draw better, and the teacher is confused because his intention was to praise her to boost her confidence. So he explains that his role there is to help the students improve, but the girl again refuses, saying she will hand it in later. A bit anxious, the teacher tries to explain that he needs to see if she is cultivating a bad habit so he can correct it. Deep down, our hero knows he needs to encourage them in any way he can, but he doesn't understand how to motivate them. Reflecting on his past, the protagonist can only remember the mockery he made of the hunters, realizing that this is not encouraging. In contrast to the director's class, Huijie begins to remember his past when his adoptive father received a paper informing him that his son was second in school. With the paper in hand, Hong shouted with joy, proud that he didn't have to send him to a public school. However, something was not right in his son's expression. In this case, the hunter asked if the boy wanted to be first and informed him with a smile that he wouldn't mind negatively, even if he had come in last place. That day, Huijie replied that his score mattered a lot, making his father remember that the boy intended to go to college. Finally, the hunter replied that everything would be okay, telling the boy he could do whatever he wanted, no matter what it was. After recalling everything, the teacher informed the girl he understood her case, telling her to do as she wished and that she could show him when she was ready. With a friendly aura, Huaija says that from his perspective, the girl has the talent to become an archmage and much more because most are usually stubborn like her. However, this entire speech ended up causing the opposite reaction, generating an eerie silence. Huaija begins to sweat cold, not understanding what is wrong with the atmosphere. With some tears, the girl decides to apologize to her teacher. She hands him her work paper, saying she will let him check it. The teacher reiterates that the student can do as she wishes. Park continues holding the paper, and Huaija tries to comfort her, saying she can take as long as she needs. But the girl insists that she was wrong while tears fall from her eyes. Faced with this reaction, the teacher is frightened, unsure if he said something wrong and thinks they should stop here. In this case, the protagonist tells the students to clean everything up and go home, and Jin thanks him for the lesson while Park nods. As the girl leaves, our hero thinks she didn't cry just because she was touched and simply can't understand where he went wrong. A security guard opens the door for the young master to get into the car while some of the students are around. As they leave, they say goodbye to the teacher, who wishes them a safe trip. Huaija asks if the students' homes are nearby and Hong denies, informing him that they have a place nearby that they can use as a dormitory. This shocks our hero, but he changes the subject to the sad cases of child abductions that are on the rise recently. It is said that the targets are usually awakened children, and the kidnappers do not ask for ransom. Moreover, witnesses do not care, and the kidnappings can occur in broad daylight. With a serious look, Hong comments if the place the protagonist mentioned is the ARC Research Center. In this case, Huaija asks if the hunter thinks all the children at ARC are kidnapped, which confuses the hunter. There are orphanages among the places managed by the agency, including the Sai he knows. In this case, it is certain that many are being exploited in secret. So Wu Huija's condition is that the hunter saves all the children but also lets him participate in the operation. In this case, Hong asks if the boy realizes that he has made many confessions to him. The protagonist, in turn, asks the director to calm down, questioning if he would just take the children and end it without even looking around the research center. However, Hong states that the current teams already have enough members, but he is sure that the boy is hiding people who can breach ARC's security. To try to explain his reasons, Huaija says that there is a person he needs to find among the kidnapped children. Hong observes the hero's expression with some suspicion, but ultimately realizes that the hero is not lying. Finally, the agency director accepts the terms, informing him that it will be important for them to have a guide. However, he warns that it will take some time since they need to gather useful people, and when asked if they will be trustworthy, Hong confirms they will be. After all, the hunter was the type of person who didn't mess around when it came to children. The next day, the sky was clear and bright, with birds flying in harmony. Upon conducting a deeper analysis of his students, the teacher understands that Park is as gloomy as ever, while Junwoo is measuring the room. Suddenly, some students appear for a visit, and apparently, our hero doesn't like his suck-up student. The girl accompanying Sungyeon is introduced as Soon Soonjin, and the teacher asks if they aren't supposed to be in class now. The boy just ignores it, stating that the magic students are strange because they don't even take a lunch break. Then Huaija explains that they are reducing it on their own. In the end, the student understands that it's due to their class, but he says he can't sit in the same place for too long, and the hero asks if the boy is a swordsman. Sungyeon confirms he is and asks where his teacher's sword is, to which he replies that the director instructed him not to carry it around the school. Disappointed, the student says he wants to see it up close, and now that the hero thinks better, since there are two Wu Huijas in this place, it means there are two Yujuan swords. In this case, if there are two swords with this performance, even if it's not his main weapon, it's still quite tempting. After a luxurious car parks at the location, the girl gets out, and Hong greets her happily while she complains about the ruined roads. Unexpectedly, Archmage Kim Chaemin appears right in front of everyone, and in Huaija's mind, he knows this didn't happen in the past and shouldn't be happening now. On his magical device, information about the girl is displayed, such as her position, unique magic, and teacher. With a sweet expression, the girl thanks for the offer but believes the only thing she can teach is the basic use of mana. Her magic requires high compatibility, and she believes none of the students have the aptitude for it. However, observing the girl who is Park Myeon's granddaughter, the mage comments that she probably already knows the basics, but Hong says she doesn't. Kim then asks why the director called her, saying she initially thought it was related to ARC. Hong then denies this, pointing to our protagonist. Seeing him, the girl is surprised to see the person on the roof on the day of the incident. Surprised, the girl asks if the boy is a mage because she saw him holding a sword in Myeongdong. Intervening, Hong explains that the boy is not a mage but knows something even better, and when asked if it is related to unique magic, a hypothesis is denied. Introducing himself to Kim, the teacher says he is teaching runes to the students while thinking he is grateful for the opportunity to meet an archmage like her. In light of this, Kim feels somewhat uncomfortable and comments that he is apparently not a friend of Hong. In this case, Huaija understands that in the girl's view, runes are worthless, and she tries to explain herself, but the protagonist decides to first demonstrate his knowledge. In an open area, the teacher instructs the children to bring the runes they have drawn outside. Koi needs to make a part of the drawing longer, ensuring it doesn't become a habit, and he accepts the advice. Park Seo-hyun is doing a good job but needs to stay confident in her statements. With the sample in hand, Kim is indignant with the complexity of the runes, and after the final versions pass the test, it's finally time to put them to the test. Activating one of the runes, a huge flame bursts out of the paper, leaving the girl very impressed. With the second activation, a brief rain starts, extinguishing the generated fire and turning it into smoke. Seeing this presentation before her eyes, Kim finds it all magical. However, she's irritated for not feeling any mana, questioning how the boys did it. With this, the teacher praises his students with a smile because even an archmage couldn't detect mana in their work. In this case, the real power of the mana-hiding rune is finally demonstrated to everyone. As it is the first time the girl sees something like this, she understands that the overlapping lines provide a different function, working better than if they were destroyed. Han explains that Huija learned them from a mage. In this case, Kim begins to exude a sinister aura while asking the director to accept her as a student. Grabbing the hunter by the collar, the girl asks if she can also learn the runes. She states that she doesn't need a salary or anything, just needs to be allowed to take the class. In light of this, Han's expression starts to become more favorable. In this case, Kim gets the director's approval, leaving all the responsibility to our protagonist. Thus, the girl ends up under the care of our hero, who doesn't want to accept but clearly has no choice. A few days later, on May 15, 2024, everyone is already positioned in front of the research center. When asked who these people are, the director states that it's a team from someone trustworthy, but the protagonist comments that they don't look trustworthy, and Hong asks him not to worry. The goal is to confirm the children and block the escape route. If they can obtain some information and catch someone high-ranking, it will also be good. After everything is done, a signal will be given to cause some chaos. In this case, Huija asks if they really have to do this, and the director says it is an improvisation. Excusing himself to the hunter, one of the men informs that his ability detected nothing, no life forms other than insects, and no security cameras. When asked if the basement is also empty, it is confirmed that it is, in which case, this isn't impossible. In light of this, Huija tells everyone to go in, which confuses Hong. However, the protagonist is firm in his words, breaking the sealing chain of the place with his sword. The leader of the hunters panics at the use of mana control, asking what the boy is doing. It is said that something is off because they shouldn't be able to move easily due to the children being experiments that require a specific and sterile environment. Entering further into the place, our hero starts typing a password into one of the research center's doors. Upon completion, authorization is granted, and Hong comments that it would have been good if the hero had told him the code beforehand, but Huija liked having tricks up his sleeve. After entering the elevator, the protagonist presses the 5th floor, which intrigues the director because it seemed like a high place. However, he is informed that it is the complete opposite. They are going to the lowest floor, the 5th basement level. Arriving at the 5th floor, one of the heroes comments that there is nothing there either, but it's not as if they knew they would be there. In this case, Huija asks the hunters not to use any magic because the men initiated their emergency invasion protocol known as Pompeii. The men drew runes in hidden places that respond to the activation of magic, tuning so that if detected, the place will explode, which excites Kim. As they walk through the place, the protagonist thinks that seeing no dust around means they left recently and intended to return. In the past, this place definitely operated for 2 years before Hong's attack, raising the question of what changed for Ark to suddenly flee in the middle of the night. The protagonist is then surprised, because the door was locked, claiming that it was the main research lab, so the most important materials should be there. However, he didn't expect they would really make such a big sweep of that house. Looking around, he notices there were several toys. Hong, on the other hand, wonders if there were runes that activated by destroying the facility, and the boy replies that there shouldn't be. At the same moment, Hong ends up punching the glass, and the protagonist thinks that whether from the inside or outside, that place remained as incredible as always. Thus, a flashback of Jay appears, asking a girl what she was writing. She then replies that it was a logbook, because her father was a lawyer and said that evidence was important for matters like these. The little boy says to write that the lab chief hit the children. However, the girl says he didn't do that. Lee then takes the paper and says to write it that way, because that way it wouldn't be a lie. Thus, she could end up being a witness. Right after, the scene cuts again to another place, and an irritated girl wonders if that had been just a waste of time. Hong replies that it had not been a waste of time, because that was the Ark Research Center. The girl says she wouldn't have said that if she had some information about the research. However, that was not what he had promised. Next, another man shows up saying that he had removed all the explosives. Missin says that he was talking to her indirectly, mentioning that he could be hiding something from her, asking what it could possibly be. Right after, Hong starts looking at the protagonist. Missin says they needed some time to talk, and that's why they should leave already. Hong then asks if the girl had finished organizing, and she replies that she had. Missin says that the man had said there was nothing left, and the guy replies that it wasn't anything from the lab researchers, and had been left behind because a child was kidnapped. And actually, to be more precise, it was the protagonist's younger brother. The girl then starts analyzing that information, wondering what it was, because that dungeon had been a failure, supposing that someone might have escaped. Thus, 2 days pass by, and the scene cuts to a seemingly sad girl. Then Jay shows up, asking if she was watching the ants, and the girl replies that she wasn't. Jay, on the other hand, asks what the girl was doing, to which she replies that it was nothing much. Observing the girl, Jay thinks that, since he didn't remember her, she was probably already dead for some time, asking what she was doing alone in that place, and if, by any chance, she was making her friend fight alone. And the girl replies that yes, because they couldn't beat the other person even with the 2 of them together against him. Jay thinks she was right, because that boy showed quite a bit of potential, even when compared to Park, and the rest wasn't that bad either. The girl, in turn, asks him to stop looking at the 2. Lee asks him about the idea for that battle, and the girl replies that it was the other man. Meanwhile, that fight was still going on, and the other boy seemed to be a bit irritated about something, saying that it was cheating. But the other boy asks if he didn't remember what the teacher had said, because you never know what might happen in a dungeon. For that reason, you should pair up with someone else, in case he got angry. Next, a car shows up at the place, where an unknown person appears, and then Lee shows up, calling that woman aunt. Mission, in turn, shows up, asking how the young man was. Lee replies that he had already told her not to call him that in public, and Mizzen, looking at the other boy, mentions that he had improved a lot. Surprised, he asks if that was true, because he had practiced his swordsmanship a lot. Mission says it was very good to have left him with Hunter Hong, so she wished the other younger ones had taken after him. Looking at the other boy, she mentions that he had grown a lot since the last time she saw him, asking if by any chance he wanted to join her guild, so she would treat him well like a sister. However, Lee then appears, saying that she was actually very old. Replying back, Mizzen says that he still didn't have a girlfriend. Then an argument between the 2 happens. The protagonist, watching that situation, thinks he had heard before that Mizzen adored her nephew. That's why he thought they would be more affectionate. However, that was quite normal. Then Hong ended up appearing at the place, saying he had brought food. He called the protagonist along with Kim to go eat. A while later, they were already eating, and Miss-an mentioned that she had bought a dungeon. However, she believed the government would take care of its management, because of the incident with the other dungeon that had happened. Thanks to that, other guilds were hesitant to make an offer, so he didn't have to pay much for it. Hong questioned if there had been an official evaluation. The girl responded that because of the previous invasion of the dungeon, Hong's evaluation had been postponed. Hong commented that this was why they needed to try the Bangji dungeon as soon as possible. However, there was a problem. There was still another dungeon belonging to Mizan. Hong asked if the protagonist had any idea what his brother meant by the diary. The protagonist responded that he didn't. He thought he really didn't know about that, because he had never written it in the past. Sometime later, the scene cuts to the protagonist giving his class. He said that, as they were already used to cover and support runes, he would teach them a new rune. At that moment, Kim received a message from his mother. The boy asked what she wanted. Meanwhile, Mizan was watching everything. She thought the protagonist was very handsome, but she still couldn't trust him. Kim then asked how many runes the protagonist knew in total. The boy questioned why she was so curious about it. She replied that it was nothing. She just thought it was natural for students to be curious about their master's skills. Jay then asked her not to say something so scary. He wasn't a mage, nor had he signed a contract, so she shouldn't call him master. Mijin, observing the situation, thought the protagonist was indeed very suspicious. Then, everyone around noticed the girl's irritation. Kim apologized. He said it was a habit and that he didn't mean to interrupt anything. Jay then resumed the lesson. He said he would teach them shadow runes, or at least that's what he called them. After finishing writing on the board, he asked if it wasn't really easy. Kim asked what the effect of that rune was. The boy responded that she should try drawing it. Sometime later, all the students were drawing the runes. Jay observed the drawings and said that this was much easier than the rune that concealed mana. This was a simple rune, so they should all learn to draw it right away. There were several runes to learn, and he asked if they could possibly spend days practicing all of them. The scene then cuts to the protagonist watching another girl. She asked to activate her rune. Mizan was surprised. Her vision was gradually becoming strange. Jeb explained that the runes synchronized the user with the shadows. That's why it seemed ineffective while it was bright. But once it got darker, the effect could be much more dramatic. Jay then asked how she thought she could use that rune. The girl responded that she didn't know. Jay said it was okay not to know. He didn't want to press with a question. They could learn slowly. Mizan then said she had a question. She asked him to explain what the rune that concealed mana was. Jay replied that it was exactly what she thought. He asked if she hadn't learned it from the other man, because he had used that rune to save the plans that time. Mizan responded that she hadn't heard anything about it. Hong had changed the subject and she didn't ask again what had happened. She was worried about other things at that moment. The scene then cuts to Hong talking about Kim's family. He explained that the family had an archmage with the same attribute for 3 generations. This was extremely rare, even internationally. Even without experience with archmages, the family's reputation was enough. Hong asked if the boy knew what that meant. The boy responded that he didn't. Hong explained that Kim's rune had been proven by a prestigious archmage in the family. This This meant that the pursuit by the Ark and attacks from mages would target him. The protagonist asked them to announce in Kim's name that he would put an end to it all. Hong responded that he shouldn't live that way. He wondered what the boy was talking about, because that was an achievement alongside a mage. Hong asked if the protagonist thought he had silenced the plans. The protagonist, confused, asked if it wasn't him who did that. Hong asked why he thought they had never mentioned anything to the families, because no one knew that his rune would be remembered forever in history. He said the protagonist didn't need to worry about anything. He would make sure his name would be in the history books. Jay, on the other hand, wondered how many achievements he would accumulate at that moment. Moreover, he was thinking about the astronomical amount of royalties the thieves had taken. He thought that the French archmage didn't have to pay royalties. His desires were to save as many people as possible. With that money, he could acquire new equipment for the hunters in the agency, and still build a new building for the Hunter Academy. Meanwhile, Hong was watching Jia. The boy comments that he understood. Hong replies that he wasn't sure, but it seemed like everything was fine. For that reason, they should take a break and go out to eat something. Right after, the scene cuts to another location. Hong seems surprised as he asks what that was. Soon after, Missin appears, asking if they had already finished their meals. Hong, irritated, replies that this was the sacred territory of the school. He mentions that he could be reported if he called the place a school that day. He also says that staying there would be bad for the skin. Soon after, the scene cuts to a man taking a box out of the car. Mission asks if that was the last one, and the man confirms. The protagonist, watching the scene, wonders where that woman got all that stuff from. Mission replies that she had installed the subspace. It wasn't fully commercialized yet, but since her company had developed it, she was already using the first one. For that reason, he should contact her if he needed anything. Observing all this, the protagonist wonders if that was a future development of Dejin. Extending her hand to the protagonist, the girl says that she hadn't properly introduced herself before. She mentions that her name was Mission, and that the master of the guild called Dacian was helping Hunter Hong. From that moment on, she also intended to help the protagonist. Hearing this, Jay seemed pleased. He thought that finally the guild magnate had spoken to him. Right after, the scene cuts to All's room. Someone seems to have called the protagonist, asking if his main weapon was a sword. Jay, in turn, asks why he wanted to know that. Lee asks if they could be taught. Jay replies that they had the best hunters in South Korea at their disposal. Even so, they wanted him to teach them. The boy comments that the director used a spear. He had told the protagonist to teach them since he was occasionally absent from school. Sometime later, the scene cuts to Hong saying he should have been informed earlier. But since there were more teachers, he didn't need to be at school all the time. Moreover, they couldn't bring anyone else before officially revealing the runes to the public. Jay asks if the hunters from Dejin were reliable. Hong replies that she wouldn't lend her hunters. Besides, her people were outsiders. For that reason, it would be better for him to take care of things. Jay asks what made Hong think he was qualified. Hong replies that he could see it with his own eyes, because the eyes are the window to the soul. For that reason, he trusted Jay a lot. But in any case, he wouldn't let them use mana. They should just adjust their posture and other things, or they could fight training that way. He was sure they would learn something if they took a beating. Hong mentions that he had already warned them, because they would soon try to catch him off guard, and he had promised a reward if they managed to hit him. The protagonist asks what happened to Hyun. Hong replies that he left her with Kim, since she said she would try as healers and mages are similar. Then Hong says that he was bleeding. The protagonist asks where he was going. Hong replies that he was heading to the Rio District Dungeon. Jay asks to go with him. Hong replies that he didn't know what Art could have done. For that reason, it was more dangerous. He should be the first to enter and check if there was anything suspicious. Even so, he would return soon. For that reason, Jay should take care of the kids for him. Right after, the scene cuts to the next day. Looking around, the protagonist wonders when people had brought a coffee truck. He asks everyone to remember just one thing, because the one who survives will be the strongest. Another boy comments that he didn't seem so impressive saying that. Jay, in turn, asks if anyone had ever been near a dungeon. Everyone remains silent. However, one person raises their hand. Jay asks how it was. The boy replies that it was very different, because there were theories that it was a completely different dimension from theirs. Moreover, there were no humans in the dungeons. To survive, one had to give up their humanity. Therefore, they shouldn't value being human. They should only follow their instincts in the dungeons. Asking if the director had given them a break from real fights, the students confirm that he had. Jay said he would teach them, but he wasn't as gentle as Hong, so he would destroy all of their instincts, and he wouldn't kill them, so they should give it their best. Then the scene cuts to Hong's group. They comment that it really was a rank D dungeon, because they had said that all dungeons would be re-evaluated soon. Sometime later, the group arrives at the dungeon. They were a group of 5 people. Upon entering, they seemed surprised. Maisei asks if Hong could say something. Hong responds that he was embarrassed at that moment. He assumes it really was a rank D dungeon. Hong asks the other guy if there was any information about the monsters. The guy responds yes. He mentions that there were types of insects living in the area, but there weren't many. Besides, they seemed to be herbivores, because they had seen them eating leaves. They didn't show any interest in the meat and blood they had brought. Their body fluids were harmless, and they weren't acidic, so the core was in the middle of the forest. There were no monsters guarding it. Observing the surroundings, Hong seemed thoughtful, because a rank D dungeon was very peaceful. He wonders why Arky paid attention to that dungeon. Noticing the irritated girl, Hong asks if she didn't like insects. She replies that she hated all things with more legs than her. Hong then ends up showing one of the insects he had killed earlier. This makes the girl completely nervous about what she had seen. At the same moment, Hong asks everyone to wait. He starts analyzing the area. He says that there was something near them. Mission, observing this, seemed very surprised. She responds that there was a reason they hadn't reacted to the meat, because those creatures actually preferred rotten meat. Right after, the scene cuts to the protagonist. He asks how many times he'll have to tell her to write a report first. The girl responds that Jay had been in that place once again, and he wasn't joking. For that reason, she needed to clean herself up. Telling the girl to leave, Jay says that he needed to work. At the same moment, the boy wakes up, realizing that all of that had actually just been a dream. He wonders why she hadn't done that secretly on her own, and wanted to know why someone who never listened to him had asked for permission. But even so, he should forget all that and get back to work at once. Then the scene cuts to that place from before. The boy asks if the protagonist could tell the director to hurry up. Jay says he didn't have his number. For that reason, he wasn't sure what the guy had been doing for the last 4 days. However, if he had the energy to talk, then he should have rested properly. He asks if, by any chance, they wanted to start again. Shaken, the guy then apologizes. He says he wasn't sure what they had done. Observing the students, the protagonist says they already seemed very exhausted. For that reason, they doubted they were acting the same way with the director. However, the other girl responds that the director hadn't pressured them so hard. At the same moment, someone else appears asking if, by any chance, they wanted some water. So all the students seem more relieved. The other girl, Happy, says that he really was the healer, because they had really saved them. Shortly after, a car appears at the place. From it, an unknown girl starts to step out. The other girl, on the other hand, seems surprised by something. She asks why her sister was at that place. Kim then responds that she wanted to see her. Noticing the protagonist watching, the girl apologizes. She mentions that that was her younger sister. She asks the girl to greet him properly, because that was the new teacher she had been talking about before. The little girl, introducing herself, says that she had heard he had saved her sister's life. For that reason, she was very thankful. Observing the situation, Jay thinks he had a bad feeling about that, because that girl was being very respectful towards him. Also, he didn't even know that girl had a sister. He asked if by any chance she had gone to see her. Then the girl says they had said they needed a rank C hunter or higher, stating that she had really awakened before. Surprised, her sister asks when that had happened. The girl responds that it was during her class. Her sister asks if that's why the teachers let her leave. The girl replies that's it. She asks them what it felt like to awaken. However, the other guy responds that it wasn't anything special. Shortly after, her sister tells her to register as a teacher, because she'll be fine if she doesn't do that within a week. The girl responds that she had registered long after her awakening, but even so, she had never heard of that. The other girl replies that the director had taken care of that for her. That's why he had also received help. Right after, the protagonist asks Kim and Lars to register with them. The girl replies that she was rank S. The protagonist asks if Lars was bragging. Kim responds that things could get problematic if his name was listed there as a hunter, because the press loved to uncover things like that. He asks if the boy wasn't going. Kim then replies no, because he didn't have a phone. However, Kim says that girl had chosen Jay to go with her. Approaching the protagonist, the girl asks if she could be his disciple. However, Jay seemed a bit confused by that. The girl with sparkling eyes was still waiting for his response. Jay thinks that girl was a guaranteed genius because she was loyal, so he had various ways to use her if she stayed under his command. Even so, he couldn't do that. Thus, he ends up refusing her offer, saying that he wasn't a mage or anything like that, asking why he would have to take on some disciples. Jay says he read online that the golden period occurs 1 month after awakening. Therefore, he needed to remove impurities from the body using magic within the first 3 days. However, the protagonist says that people didn't believe that. The other girl states that she had heard of something similar before. She had received information that morning while waiting for the protagonist. She had just kept the information because she didn't have a trash can. Therefore, she shouldn't be misunderstood. Then Jay calls the girl, saying that it was completely false. For that reason, she shouldn't worry and should wait for the director. He asks if she had rested because now she should watch near her sister. Lee says she wouldn't want to go to that place after seeing how the classes were. The protagonist asks why she thinks that. He believes she might be interested. Personally, he found Lee very fun. Lee replies that of course he finds it fun because he's the one giving the classes. Jack counters, saying that's only because they're still weak. The scene cuts to the night. Kim asks if the awakening happened that morning. She asks how Hong knew that girl. Kim replies that he was helping the girls because he felt bad for 2 children living alone. The girl says she was very brave as she immediately asked Wu to accept her as his disciple. Moreover, she didn't give up after seeing the protagonist training the children. She had never seen him so troubled. Jay asked them to stop teasing him and to take a look at that right away. He says that was a body they had found in the Sompa district dungeon. Hong asks if he knew that person. The protagonist says he couldn't say that he did. Hong says that was the man who sacrificed his life so the protagonist could escape from RK. He asks if the protagonist really didn't know him. He questions who the protagonist's true identity was. The waitress appears, delivering the chicken they had ordered. Hong asks if the protagonist had nothing to say. Jay asks them to stop doing that. The man asks when it was because he was just getting started. Jay asks if that person wasn't the girl. He says he wouldn't confuse her with anyone else. He thinks she wasn't foolish enough to take the identity of some random guy and leave everything to luck. Around the year 2024, parameters for dead or missing people with that man's surname were added. These parameters captured everyone involved with him. Since that person was an old man, he only referred to people by their surnames and didn't care about their genders. One of them was abroad and another died during an attempt to prevent the invasion of the Jiangsang dungeon. Lastly, he was an officer before the awakening. Reports stated that the old man had worked with him on multiple cases. The records disappeared because he was working undercover and never returned. An unlucky hunter dreamed of doing what was right. Soon after, the scene returns to the protagonist talking with Hong. He asks who that person was and if he hadn't killed someone just to test him. Hong says he found that in the Sompa district dungeon. They said that dungeon was guarded all day, but they had no idea that he had ended up getting hurt in that place. For that reason, he wants to ask Jai if he really knew anything about that. Jai questions if Hong wanted his help and that's why he tested him. Kim in turn says she didn't understand anything they had been talking about from the start. She asks who that person was and why they were so extremely important. Jai, observing the girl, assumes she was probably drunk. He asks if she knew that he was from ARCS. Kim says he never said that directly, but only an idiot wouldn't notice after the mess he made at the training field. The protagonist is surprised as Hong hadn't explained anything to the girl so far. Time passes and the protagonist explains everything that had happened. Kim, apparently drunk, asks if the suspicions had ended for the protagonist. Hong in turn seems to accept and apologizes to the boy. He says that all those cards could be his. In addition, there was an ID. The details were filled in according to what he had said at the investigation office. It didn't matter if it was a lie because he would have to live with it. What he was handing over to him was a hunter's license. For now, it was only Class D, which couldn't prove as time went by. Besides that, he received his bank book, which was the verification card. He noticed that his payday had already passed. Jay asks if that amount was correct. Hong replies yes, because he had personally calculated. He mentions that he knew Joe was emotional, but he could check it more carefully later, so they should just eat at once. Hearing what the man had said, the protagonist is surprised. He wonders if his face looked like someone emotional about his actions, and if they wouldn't even let him explore the dungeon. Even so, he should set the money issue aside. The fact that this person was giving him these things meant something. Thus, he finally gave up teasing Ja and accepted that he was one of the poor kids from ARC. Ja, handing over a paper, says that it was one of the rumors floating around about that person mentioned earlier. For that reason, he should take a look. Hong observes its surprise, and the protagonist responds that it was ARC's research center, a branch made to recruit new members in secret. Hong asks why they were doing that, and if it was like a cult. Ja replies that they were doing it to gather as many people as possible, so they could choose from among them. Or maybe they were looking for good test subjects. One of the objectives of that place was to create a method for artificial awakening. Hong wonders what he was talking about. The protagonist is surprised because he really didn't know that. He asks why he thought people were kidnapping children. It was to increase the number of test subjects. Hong replies that it could be a worldwide crime syndicate, and the boy says he wasn't wrong. However, 2 years ago, an acquaintance of his was dispatched to the United States. The team that was transferred had been wiped out. To recover his body, he followed their tracks and heard about that place for the first time at a black market in South America. As he researched further, he could see it wasn't a small organization. There were several cases of massacres in dungeons and even criminal awakenings. They were involved in all kinds of crimes. Hong says that all the countries where they were found were being investigated in secret. Che thinks that now he was starting to understand. ARC was just part of an organization. They had sections that took care of the background and research. Then Kim asks if she could say what room that was. However, the boy replies that he had never seen it before. Hong questions if there were runes he really didn't know. The protagonist asks how he could remember all those that even Zhu didn't know. However, there was one thing he could do. He claims that at least he could figure out what type of room it was. Time passes and Kim seems to be in a car saying it was lunchtime. The protagonist's students seem to be crazy and starving. Kim is surprised and asks what happened to those kids. Jay asks if she brought the things he had requested. The girl replies yes. Handing over an asterisk Cardiano asterisk, Jay says she could draw it that way and then stick it. He asks if that was the rune that was in the picture. However, there seemed to be several. Kim says she didn't know why they were in such a hurry. However, they were careless with it, so she had to draw it in several versions. She asks if the boy couldn't do it, but he tells her to stop talking nonsense and just start drawing. Meanwhile, the students seem to still be eating. Kim finishes drawing. She says she thought it would be something grander since they were doing tests. Right after, another boy shows up asking what the teacher was doing. He mentions that it was a rune he hadn't learned and asks why she had stuck it on the meat. The protagonist replies that it was something he had to test. The boy asks if he was trying to create a new rune, so that must have been why they looked so similar. The young man responds that Teacher Kim is still going to eat and that he should stop bothering and go somewhere else. Changing the subject, the guy asks if the director really hadn't come back yet. Kim says he was taking too long. At that moment, the young man notices something strange. He asks if Jay was also sensing that strange smell. The protagonist then seems to realize something. Those people from ARK were using runes to feed the dungeons with rotten meat. Right after, the scene cuts to before the protagonist's regression in his teenage years. He asks Parahong if he thought it was a good idea to have a hunter's license. The guy says he didn't know he wanted to become one. He asked if the school had said something and if by any chance they were bullying him. Because if that were the case, they would go to the office immediately. The boy responds that the issue was that there was a lot of competition in the public exam. Hong says he could get him a spot. However, the protagonist says he thought someone wanted to be taken to another hearing. That's why he asked why he wanted to know if he could get additional points for having a hunter's license. Hong wasn't sure about that. The young man questions if he wasn't the most influential person in the management agency. The man replies that yes, but he wasn't in charge of recruitment. So he would look for some information, then he should get the license first. Jay says that sounded like a hassle. He was thinking of getting a rank D. However, Hong replies that he was his son. For that reason, he couldn't stay in that rank. But Jay responds that he didn't inherit his ability because he was adopted. Patting his head, Hong says that he really couldn't beat him. Thus, the scene cuts to the present. Hong says there was a person inside that dungeon. Although found dead, there really was a person in that place. Then it said that they would investigate it. For that reason, they had to wait for now. The more they pursued them, the more uncertainties they would have. So they would focus on preparing for the dungeon field training. The protagonist says that with his skills, even rank D would be considered support. He questions where he got that from. Hong asks what he was talking about. The protagonist was going with him. To Hong, he was more than enough. However, Jay comments that if he was going to make the protagonist work so much, he should raise his salary. Hong replies that running the store was quite expensive and that he had many responsibilities. Besides, they were going to build a new building soon. Since there were several dungeons in the area, the construction company would only accept the job if the price were higher. The protagonist says he just needed to clear the dungeons, and Hong replies that's exactly why he was going. Jack questions if it wouldn't be faster if Hong cleared the dungeons by himself. He replies that no. Even so, in the end, they needed to show results. A school he had founded with his name was facing criticism. Many believe that hunters didn't need a school. For that reason, they should present more evident results. If it were a woman in his place, people wouldn't consider that an adequate result. The number of awakened individuals was increasing, but the number of victims was also constantly growing. The hunters were becoming more and more out of control, and their skills were stagnating, which worsened the situation. That's why the school wouldn't fail if it managed to protect the newly awakened ones. He mentions that there's an easier way to solve the situation. They could announce that they are teaching runes only at the school. The scene shifts to the classroom. The students are surprised to hear that they would explore a real dungeon. Hong says it's been 3 months since the school opened, and it was time for a test. The protagonist would accompany them in a dungeon. Jay explains that the field training day would be the next day. They would enter a rank C dungeon near the school. Jay would accompany them, but would only intervene in extreme situations. From that moment on, the students would be required to form groups and learn 4 important lessons. Only after discovering the answers that were on the board could they start forming a team and planning a strategy. The place they were going was similar to Earth, but due to dimensional distortions, there would be extraordinary situations. For that reason, they should prepare to face things they had never seen before. Meanwhile, a girl seemed very shaken. A flashback of a person who could be her father appears. He says she would become a mage, and the protagonist recognizes her. He asks if she wasn't going out to eat, but the girl seems to be crying. The protagonist suggests that this is enough for a light explanation and proposes that they eat. Soon, the girl calls for Ja. She says that she really wants to leave that school. For her, it didn't matter how she thought about it. She believed she had no talent and was not qualified to be a mage. Before she became a burden, she needed to leave immediately. The protagonist, surprised, wonders what happened and what the problem was. He believes someone probably said something wrong to her. The girl replies that wasn't the case. She just didn't have the talent to use magic. Jay asks what she's talking about as her casting speed was faster than most active agents. He asks if she thinks Jiang couldn't use magic, but the girl replies he had nothing to do with it, because he only awakened half a year ago and she awakened more than 10 years ago. Besides, she could only use a single spell. She asks how she could call herself a mage when she could only use one formula. Then the protagonist asks where she learned magic. The girl replies it was before her grandfather's death. So the protagonist asks if he can know what her attribute was. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the protagonist discussing with Hong. They talk about Seo-hyun wanting to give up. Hearing what the girl had said, the protagonist smiles. He mentions that he had spoken with her before. She replied that she thought she really had no talent. That's why it motivated her to become an archmage. Hong replies that her standards were too high. Her grandfather had been a very renowned mage, so he had never met a man stricter than him. Jay asks if Hong met the man personally. Hong replies that he met his son, who was her father. The last time he saw her grandfather was when his son died. At that time, he dissolved the guild to take care of his granddaughter. After that, he only heard about the funeral. He was terribly hard on his son, but seemed to have been kinder to his granddaughter. The protagonist thinks that this is common among mages. Forcing their children to follow the path they desire after losing a child is normal. Then Jay asks Hong to take good care of her. Noticing Hong's reluctance, the protagonist questions what kind of response that was. Hong replies that he feels like he'll take care of her, even if he does nothing. He then starts to leave the room. He says Jade expected something like that from a magic teacher. Jay asks since when Hong has been a teacher. Hong replies that everyone already considered him one. Once again, Jay asks to increase his salary if they wanted to make him a teacher. Hong replies that lunchtime is over and that he should be on his way. Standing up, the protagonist says he will go talk to his class. He states that he is sure Hong will take care of the rest, that it's the kids who aren't mages. Desperate, Hong begs the protagonist not to do that. He really doesn't want to do it. Soon, the scene shifts to the classroom. Jay asks what they want to discuss. He asks one of the students if he thinks he can survive in a dungeon. The boy replies that they should worry more about survival than the attack itself. Jay is surprised and says he didn't expect such a good answer at this moment, so they should change the topic. The boy asks why he made them think so much. He says he ended up feeling bad from doing it so much. The protagonist asks if he really did that or if he's fine. Because in the first place, they were all useless. A hunter needs to know their weaknesses and find ways to compensate for them. The boy asks where they should start because he's very confused. Soon, Jay asks if they know what their magic elements are. There's nothing more subject to changes in value in society than mages. Even now, they are the most valued. But once the runes for choosing mana and the pens are developed, that value will drop drastically. As a result, mages are cornered. That's why they made a gamble. Thus, the countless magical researches of society have already disappeared. They began trying all sorts of strange things to pass their elements onto their children. An archmage in France who could no longer bear to see innocent children suffer studied how mana worked. He revealed to the public how to discover one's element. As a result, mages learned his method. They analyzed their children to keep those who had the same element and abandon those who didn't. Thus, they sent them to the Hunter Academy. Soon after, the protagonist asked them to use that to check their elements. Kim asks if the only way to know their elements was when they felt them for themselves. Ja replies that it was a method developed by room mages. Curious, the girl asks if they should try. The steps to know the elements of an awakened mage are as follows. First, the dwarf gold powder, which amplifies mana, should be mixed in clean water, using this mixture to measure the blood and increase efficiency. Then the swan feather that protects the hoard and the stance should be dipped. Lastly, the feather should be filled with mana. Thus, a light begins to envelop the feather. At the same moment, several roots start emerging. Jay asks if they had paid attention, stating that it wasn't difficult. The girl, desperate, asks who that mage was and how he knew so much, finding it incredible. She begs him not to play dumb, pleading for him to tell her everything. However, Jay replies that the boy who performed that experiment had already died. For that reason, the other students should try it soon. Next, another girl grabs the feather. She says nothing happened, but the protagonist asks her to keep pouring her mana. At that moment, the feather begins to turn black. The girl asks what that was, and the protagonist responds that he knew the problem was her element. He states that her element was darkness, the opposite of light. It wasn't that she wasn't good enough for her love, but their elements were completely different, and that's why they didn't match. Then the girl suggests her colleague should also try. Jinwoo says he will give it a try. The protagonist replies that his element was fire, so he should drop the feather immediately, or an accident could happen. Jinwoo asks what his actual element was. Jay responds that his element was light. Soon after, the scene cuts to the girl talking to Jay, saying she had been thinking about something. She states that it's true she couldn't use her love's magic, even if it didn't want her grandfather's magic to be forgotten. The girl mentions that Miss Cheeman told her how other spells were lost that way, and because of that, it all seemed like a waste. For that reason, now she wanted to become Jinwoo's teacher. Observing the girl, the protagonist thinks that she came to that place seeking a perfect solution. He asks if she really wants to teach all of her grandfather's spells. The girl replies yes, she didn't want her grandfather's magic to disappear, but she also didn't want to teach it to just anyone. Jay asks if she was sure about teaching that boy, considering they hadn't known each other for long. The girl replies that she was sure. Jay mentions that her feelings might change once she really saw the magic in action, and that she should think it over. The girl says she might need to see someone else using the magic to finally move on. Jay thinks she wasn't as traumatized as he had imagined. He assumes that because she was young, she recovered quickly. Or maybe he himself had a hidden talent for guidance, or even a simple word of encouragement could change everything. Either way, it was already resolved. Soon after, the scene cuts to the girl asking if Ju wanted to learn the magic. The boy replies that no, but he had nothing against it. However, becoming her student was a bit much. Kim says he didn't know what that meant. The boy replies that he understood because he was also a mage and was aware of everything. Even though it was a great opportunity, he didn't want to do it. The protagonist then asks why. Ju replies that even though it was a good opportunity, it was a bit extreme to treat his friend as a teacher. Jay is surprised, wondering if that was really all. Jinwoo says he was aware that this was the only opportunity of his life. Even so, this was also about how important that magic was to the girl. Still, he wasn't sure if he was really good enough to handle it all, and he didn't want to see the girl disappointed in him or blaming herself, nor did he want to overburden himself trying to keep up with her. Moreover, he didn't want things to get awkward between them. He also didn't have grand ambitions like becoming an archmage or anything like that. Being a regular mage was already good enough for him. Then the protagonist says that everything was settled, so they should take a break. As he starts to leave, Kim is surprised and asks if the boy was really going to give up on everything. She questions if he shouldn't get to know the potential of his unique magic. However, the protagonist says he already knew that. Asking the girl if she thought Jinwoo was really as untalented as she believed, Kim replies that it was hard to say as talent in magic was very distinct. It was difficult to explain to a mage. With common magic, one should gain control with dedication, time, and effort, but that doesn't mean it would work with unique magic. Someone who couldn't use common magic might have an epiphany and become an archmage in a matter of seconds. In simple terms, it was all about luck. Regarding Jinwoo, she mentions that he wouldn't know anything unless he tried. She also says it's not good to put limits on oneself. She understands his feelings, but carrying the legacy left by a friend's grandfather could be bad. That could be a huge burden for the boy. She asks if the girl had explained why she wanted to teach Jinwoo. The protagonist observes the situation and thinks that his own adolescence wasn't peaceful. That's why he was lost in that situation. A flashback of Hong appears where he says he would support the protagonist on any path he wanted to follow. If he wanted to go to the academy or work at the company, it would be fine. If someone bullied him, he would take care of them. However, the protagonist says he didn't need any of that. Hong asks if the boy hated him. He mentions that he was human too, and that it hurt him. However, the boy asks him to stop all of that. Hong, disappointed, asks if he really hated him, but the protagonist responds that it wasn't that. Returning to the present, the protagonist thinks that he hadn't even been testing his limits, so he couldn't complain. It wasn't like he could repeat this with his own children. However, he could comfort them directly, as he had done. He calls the girl and says that Ji-hoon had said he didn't want to learn. The girl is very surprised by what she hears. Jae responds that Ji-hoon didn't hold any hard feelings toward her, but he didn't think he was worthy. He also didn't think he had the talent to be her student. He said he couldn't face her or anything like that. The girl asks if this happened even after Ji tried to persuade him. Jae says that's how the other guy felt and asks what he could do. Anyway, she was already his student and he was her student, so that would be her primary task as a teacher. She should be honest and convince her student. Then the girl tears up a piece of paper. At that moment, she starts to eat it. Content, she says she would really do it. A flashback appears from the protagonist's past life with Hong. Hong says they need to talk. However, the young man responds that there's nothing for them to talk about. He says he wasn't really Hong's son. Anyway, Hong is surprised by what he hears. Then he kneels down and states that the boy was his true son. Jae asks if that was because of the adoption. He says Hong shouldn't worry as he would step aside when he became an adult. Moreover, he asks Hong to stop repeating his name as it shouldn't be spoken by him. He states that he was different from Hong's son and that they shouldn't be confused. He mentions that he seemed more like a stray dog that Hong had found. Then Hong says he didn't take the protagonist to replace anyone. Hong states that he ran away from the orphanage when he was 19 at the moment he awakened. That day, he saw himself in the protagonist's face. For that reason, he wanted the boy not to follow the same path he had. Having Ja, Hong says that he had thought a lot, but he couldn't define what kind of person he really was. The scene then cuts to the present, with Kim saying the same thing that Hong had said before. The protagonist responds that he would call that more of affection. Kim replies that she wouldn't disagree with him, asking if Jinwoo hadn't exceeded in that way. Jae responds that he had just interpreted it that way for him. It was all due to his experience. Those kids are quite emotional, so they become very unstable with the slightest push. Jinwoo was worried about the possibility of disappointing the girl. For that reason, they just needed to form a bond where disappointment wouldn't matter. Then the scene cuts to Jinwoo, who says he hadn't said it was for that reason. He states that he would give it his all. 2 days later, the scene cuts to Jinwoo calling that girl teacher. The protagonist, observing the situation, thinks that everything was a mess. Even so, he feels a little better seeing those kids studying. Meanwhile, 2 boys in the background seem to be training. A man comments that the only person who had been cut was him. Lee says it was no use as excuses like that wouldn't bring his head back. Jess says those people didn't need to be so loud. Then Lee asks the protagonist who had won the battle. Kim responds that they should play rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner. Soon after, Kim arrives as well. The other girl asks if what she brought was what she had promised. Kim replies that it was a standard student contract. She mentions that she used to use that model, so they should edit it to fit their situation. She apologizes for the books being so short, saying she learned that from her father. Ju asks if they wrote contracts between family members. Jev responds that lawsuits happen all the time between teachers and students. Kim says he should be grateful if everything ends in just a lawsuit, as there was even a stabbing recently. She tells them that they made a niece do whatever they wanted for 10 years using magic. That woman would likely be considered innocent. The girl says that if there's any problem with her, they should let her know immediately because she will do her best to resolve it. However, June responds that it seemed like a big deal, and he didn't understand what it meant. He says he just wanted to know if everyone was okay with what was being discussed. Then Kim asks if they weren't going to write a contract. The other girl replies that they were going to. However, they didn't need something so complicated and began signing a document. Thus, all the rules of the teaching were presented. Sometime later, everything was finished. Kim is surprised and asks if that was really the contract. The girl responds that it was all that was needed. She asks if Joo wanted to add anything else. Joo replies that he wasn't very familiar with it and asks if an advisor could be a student. He states that they should feel free to teach more talented people at any time. Kim says they should make sure to include more specific details instead of being so generic. She comments that they should know this was a legal bond. The other girl responds that they expected Kim to act as the notary, and with the approval of a great mage, they wouldn't have any more problems. Ja, observing the situation, thinks that they could consider it a learning experience if they betrayed each other. Then another girl calls Ja. She says she heard that 3 witnesses is a good number, so she asks for his signature along with the directors. Our protagonist starts signing the paper. He thinks that, aside from him, no one would be able to overlook that contract. Sometime later, time passes, and the protagonist seems to be alone in that place. He thinks that everything was indeed so calm. However, he wonders why that was happening, and if everything was really so good, why could the world come to an end in 20 years? Right after, the scene cuts to Hong, who says everything was being investigated by Hunter Lee. He mentions that there would soon be a practical test and asks how the kids were doing. The protagonist responds that he wasn't sure about the other kids as he was only responsible for the magic class. Hong asks how he could be so cold since, as a teacher, he should look after all the children. Additionally, he comments that the protagonist wasn't doing much as the runes classes were suspended. The kids needed to prepare for the test, and in any case, it was the other girl who taught. The protagonist says that's why he was helping take care of all the children whenever he had the chance. Hearing what the boy said, Hong smiles and asks him to keep working hard. Sometime later, Jay thinks that even though his senses as a hunter were terrible, there was a reason for that restlessness. He wonders if it's because he didn't have any work to do. He thinks that maybe there was someone who balanced work and life better than he did. Then the protagonist meets Ja, who seems happy because he had really managed to do it. He asks if the teacher was also seeing it, as that was the girl's grandfather's magic. Observing everything, the protagonist is surprised and asks if that was a unique magic. However, the girl responds that it wasn't, as it was the magic her grandfather frequently used to light up dark places. But since it also revealed hidden things, it was useful for avoiding traps. For that reason, it was an excellent magic. She asks if the boy didn't think so as well. At that moment, Hong appears, seemingly pleased with what he had seen. Soon after, Jay calls the girl, asking how she was doing with the mana analysis. The girl responds that she was working on it. The protagonist asks if the teacher hadn't taught her how to do that. Right after, the girl falls silent, saying she couldn't understand it very well, even though it was her mana. She comments that it was so different from what her grandfather had explained. Jay, on the other hand, is surprised, thinking it was impressive how she was able to imitate light magic with such a different type of mana. He asked her not to think of it in such a complicated way. Also, she shouldn't be too attached to the concept of light and shadow, but think of it as an element. Asking if she was good with basic magic, the girl responds that it was completely different. Then Jay kneels down, saying that the part about using magic remained the same. The boy digs a hole and asks her to fill it with water, asking if she could produce basic magic. At that moment, the girl begins to invoke a spell. The protagonist asks her to boil the water. The girl does as he requested. Right after, Jay asks her to stop, asking if she understood what had happened. He explains that she should think about why she was able to use light magic, which is the opposite of shadow. He says he wasn't sure, since he was a mage. However, he comments that water and fire are opposite elements, but their formulas were still different. So sometimes it's possible to create an opposite effect just by reversing a formula. He says that now she should start from that teaching. The rest she would have to figure out on her own. If she didn't understand something, she should ask Professor Kim. However, she responds that she couldn't do that, as she only wanted to ask the protagonist. Jay responds that he had already said before that he wasn't a mage. He thinks that for some reason something about her becomes scary when her bangs cover her face. Originally, there were supposed to be 10 children in the first generation of Academy students, but of those, only 8 remained. In the original timeline, he wasn't sure how many had dropped out after that incident, and even now, the classroom didn't seem modified. So it remained as it was in the original timeline. Until then, only anxious students had left, but originally they should have fought for a few more years before changing the name to Hunter Academy. To be honest, the new name sounded worse, but they kept talking about it, remembering the dead students or something like that. Shortly after, the scene cuts to the protagonist in the classroom apparently analyzing a student. Then Jay calls her, saying that she really lacked concentration. He comments that, as a hunter, she should be able to stay focused regardless of the situation. He asks if healers didn't go to dungeons, and for that reason, she should do it again. Right after, the boy remembers something, asking how her younger sister was doing, as he heard she went to speak with the director to register as a fully awakened person. Then the guy notices her hesitation and asks what the problem was. She responds to not bring that up as she didn't know where she got those ideas from. She comments that she barely managed to stop herself from stepping on the ice before school. And she was talking about things like keeping her feet cold and circulating mana, or whatever, since she really did all sorts of random things. Observing the situation, he was about to ask if that was why he had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. He assumes that's why she hadn't mentioned anything about the buildup in her veins. He thinks she might end up being dragged to one of those indoctrination training centers. But even so, he couldn't lose a future slave like her. For that reason, he had to be cautious about things like that. Right after, a flashback from the protagonist's life appears again. He says he had taken a look at his homework and what was written about his profession. He asks what that was and already refers to himself as a hunter, not even knowing what it was. Hong replies that he just wanted to hear an explanation from him. The boy says he just wanted a stable job. Besides, he didn't want people telling him what to do. That's why he would climb the ranks to be able to boss others around. Hong asks where he had heard those words, and the boy responds that he had seen them on the news. He says he would become a public servant instead. So he didn't want to become president because it was too much work, and he just wanted to be a middle manager who could pass the responsibility on to others. Additionally, he heard that a public servant's salary was low, but there was nothing to be done. Hearing what the boy said, Hong is surprised. He says it's fine if that's what the boy wants, so he will allow him to do what he wishes. Right after, the scene cuts again. The protagonist is a bit younger when his aunt asks why he hadn't enrolled in the academy. The boy replies that it's because he was going to become a public servant, not a hunter. Surprised, his aunt says that's ridiculous and asks if his master knew about that. She asks the boy to go train with her. However, he responds that he couldn't because he had an exam next week. But she replies that if he became a hunter, he wouldn't have to take any more exams. The protagonist replies that he would end up becoming an idiot like her. Soon after, the scene cuts to a bit further in the future. The protagonist says it seems like they had cleared the dungeon with great difficulty. He says that if they reached reality after working under that hunter, they should know they were prepared to become real hunters. He asks why they wanted to become hunters and why they continued their careers in that field. For that reason, they should reflect on that. However, another man asks why the protagonist hadn't become a hunter. The boy, with a smile, replies that he didn't like fighting. Moreover, he didn't like that it was such an ignorant job. Again, the scene cuts but now into the present. As he walked down the street, he thinks that he suddenly found himself at that girl's middle school from before. He wonders what he should really do. When he looks ahead, he notices something. He still had that paper. In turn, he's surprised, wondering if she still had that nonsense. Then another woman appears, asking if the girl was interested in that. She states that she was also from that place, and if the girl wanted, they could discuss it elsewhere. Moreover, she mentions that she needed to learn from a specialist to avoid getting hurt. Soon after, Jay seems desperate about something and starts running frantically toward the girl. At that moment, she notices him and asks what he was doing. The other woman is surprised, asking if he was the teacher of that Numa. Jay asks who she was, and the woman apologizes, saying she wasn't just some random person. She hands him her card and reveals that she's from the National Association of an agency called New Spirit. She says she's sure he could tell what they did just by looking at her. She mentions that they conducted various activities for children, from fieldwork to summer camps. Many people were struggling those days with so many dungeon breaks happening. As a result, they offered counseling during their activities. People who work with children always drop by, so they regularly visit, looking for the best ways to treat a child properly. She's aware there are many strange places in that cruel world, but she assures him they weren't those kinds of people. Additionally, they had several branches across the country and also received support from some government entities. Then Jay begins to analyze that paper. Soon after, he calls out to the girl, asking if her sister hadn't told her to go straight home. For that reason, she should go immediately. With tears on her face, the girl begins to leave. The protagonist says he thought the woman wasn't going to let the girl go. The woman comments that if he listened to a few kind words, he could help his student as well. She thinks that girl had found a teacher who was an easier target than a 16-year-old girl. She asks him to take a look at those documents because they were the association's information. They were all their sponsors, and she was sure some of them were quite well known. She mentions that they did this for everyone. Jai, observing that, remains silent. He comments that honestly, he wasn't a teacher and somehow ended up working with this, as it was originally something else. He asks if she had heard of the hunter training model in schools. Interrupting Jay's speech, the woman says she saw it on TV and asks if he was a teacher at that school. The boy then replies that yes, considering many children suffered in their childhoods, it wasn't an easy job. The woman says she understands, so he must have gone through many difficult moments. She asks if he was a hunter, and Jay replies that yes, but not a high-ranked one. The woman says that wasn't important, as what mattered most was his dedication to the students. She asks if he could buy a cup of coffee from that shop. That way, they could talk a little more, and she could listen to his explanations. Additionally, they could discuss how he could better educate his students. A novice and a young low-rank hunter, who unexpectedly became a model teacher less than a month ago. He still felt strange being called a teacher, but his concern for the students was genuine. He cared deeply for his students and was directly connected to the strongest hunter in South Korea, who was watching over them. For that reason, there was no better company for his group. Soon after, the scene cuts to the protagonist discussing with Hong about the National Association Against Spirit. Hong asks why he is holding that paper. The boy responds that an old lady handed it to him on the street, and he took it while she was cornering Hyun's younger sister. Hong asks if he was talking about that girl from before, and the protagonist responds yes. He asked if he should keep an eye on her, since he was the guardian. Hong comments that technically, he was more of a substitute guardian. Jay mentions that it was easy to trick her after saying he was concerned about the children's mental health. She even gave him a lesson plan and suggested he attend in his free time. Hong asks if he's asking for permission to contact that association and ends up accepting the boy's offer. Jay says he really wanted to get in touch because since he talked with that woman, he realized that someone else could pose as him. They had said they were teachers at the Hunter School. Hong, in turn, tells him to keep doing it. However, the protagonist remembers that he still had that thing on his leg. Hong says that if he let them know beforehand, everything would go smoothly. Noticing Jay's hesitation, Hong asks if there's a problem. Jay responds that it's nothing, he's just not used to that kind of situation, because sneaking around like that and gathering more information wasn't his job. Hong asks why he's acting that way, and the protagonist responds that it's because he doesn't have the talent for it. Right after, an awkward silence occurs and Hong starts laughing at the boy. Irritated, he asks if the joke was over. Hong responds that this type of work was what he used to do at ARC. Jai replies that he did nothing more than some household tasks. Hong questions if he had never infiltrated somewhere to gather information. The boy responds that wasn't his normal job. Standing up, the man says that Ersi had no idea about that. Even so, he tells Jay not to worry and just observe what they were discussing. However, the protagonist replies that he had already said he couldn't do that. Hong says he told him not to worry about it because seeing how he had the kids in the palm of his hand, he would do just fine. Additionally, he was more than capable, asking if he would be okay. If he came into contact with someone from ARC, they might recognize him. Even so, he should have a plan to deal with that, as he was walking around freely and could run into someone at any moment. That's why he needed to have a plan in place. However, that wasn't the protagonist's idea. He comments that back then they used masks so few people could recognize his face. Hong tells him not to overdo it and to just get it done, because there were other ways and he shouldn't do anything risky. Furthermore, he should use his cell phone while he was there. Hong is surprised, as in the 21st century, the boy didn't have a cell phone. The protagonist responds that he was preparing some lesson plans that day. Hong asks what that was, and Jed questions how it was possible to teach children without a lesson plan, because at the very least he should teach them about monsters' weaknesses and raid processes. The man responds that he wasn't good at explaining those things. Che says that if he thought others could be good at it, he should also be more than capable. At that moment, Hong starts running away from the place. The protagonist says that he was the director, so he couldn't run away like that. Thus, June 15 arrives and it was time for raid training in a dungeon. Kim, observing the situation, asked if the protagonist wasn't being too relaxed about it all, since he was barely wearing any armor. She asks what his rank was, because if he was an illegal awakened, he should have some idea. Jay asked if she had seen his license, as he was really a ranked E. Kim says that was true, because that was the only way Ertz wouldn't be suspicious of him. She mentions that Mizin went through a lot of trouble creating her background. Jade asks what kind of person can create an entire life for someone else in just a few days. Kim responds that the girl had said it was better not to know about that. She asks if he thought the kids would be able to succeed in the raid. Jack comments that Mizin's guild had cleared that dungeon before, so if they couldn't manage the attack, they should stop being hunters. Kim says he hadn't even taught them how to choose a leader. The protagonist asks how many of them had already been in a dungeon and could teach that. Even so, some of them were part of guilds. Besides, they weren't careless when it came to dungeons. Jay, surprised, asks if that man from before was really part of a guild. He thinks that he might have been a slave despite being a victim. He had acted like an idiot, scared of the guild, and had been stabbed twice. Soon after, Kim removes the protagonist's leg prosthesis, stating that she would take good care of the children. Right after, the scene cuts to all the students preparing to enter the dungeon. The protagonist recognizes the man from before, saying he was the fat one. He declares that this time he'll make sure he becomes a person instead of an animal. Then, the scene cuts to a woman greeting the protagonist, saying her name was Seo Jong, and that she was affiliated with the dungeon management office. Shortly after, the protagonist introduces himself, stating his name. The girl says it was a pleasure to meet him and asks if he had prepared the documents for the raid. The young man then pulls out a paper and says it was the dungeon raid report. The protagonist, observing the girl, thinks she looked very familiar. For that reason, he must have seen her at some point before. Noticing him staring, the girl asks if something was wrong. Jay responds that it was nothing, just that he was a little nervous about the raid. The girl asks if Hunter Hong had bragged about the student's abilities. Jay replies that even so, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Then Hong appears, asking why Jay always treated him like an idiot. The girl says she wouldn't treat him like an idiot if he did things the right way. The protagonist, observing the situation, seems to recognize that voice. He says she was the chief auditor on the day they attacked the research lab. He supposes he never thought he would see her again, as he went through a lot of difficulties at that time, but still retired without problems. Soon after, the girl comments that usually hunters are sent to take care of those situations. However, they didn't have anyone available to do that. Hong then asks if it would really be necessary to call other hunters when he was there with Auditor Kim. The girl responds that it was just standard procedure. A discussion among them begins, while the students watch everything. Interrupting the argument, Jay asks everyone to enter the dungeon at once. The boy begins giving some information, saying that 9 members in total were entering, including the students and the teacher and the school model, along with the hunters. He mentions the names of all the students and says that the exact time was 10:12 a.m., so they would enter immediately. Soon after, the scene cuts to everyone already inside the dungeon, and the protagonist asks for everyone's attention. He says he will provide any assistance and evaluate them based on how much they contribute during the raid. Lee asks how the test results would affect them. The protagonist responds that he would start with the lowest score, so they would have a private meeting with the director and remedial classes with him afterward. The lower the score, the more time they would spend with him. For that reason, they should stop talking and now rely on their own luck. Jay disappears into the bushes. Another student observing the situation asks what they should do. Everyone starts gathering to discuss a strategy. One of the students says that according to the exploration reports, the dungeon core was located to the east of the forest. To get there, they would have to face the goblins first. They ask if everyone remembers the characteristics of those monsters. Another student asks where the rune that hides mana was. The girl responds that it was in that location, so they should head toward it. Meanwhile, Jay was observing everything, thinking it was a bit frustrating to stay hidden just watching. The dungeon was a forest type, so there weren't trees everywhere around. Even goblins had the intelligence of a child, so they would bring fire to put out a blaze. However, there was no lake in that place, so his only option was to set the place on fire. If they noticed that, they would probably win with 100% certainty. However, it was clear that most people, or maybe no one, would think that way. Meanwhile, the students were still defeating the monsters. Soon, they realized they were about to be cornered. One of the students asked the mages to activate the shields. Another boy seemed very desperate, but at that moment, a girl activated her magic. The boy asked them to finish them off. Then another boy defeated all the monsters and the battle came to an end. The student asked them to check if all the monsters were dead, questioning if that had been the third attack. He wanted to know how everyone's runes were doing. The girl mentioned they had just checked, and that's why nothing went wrong. Soon, they would reach the core. There are rare cases where the location of a rank C dungeon core changes, so they shouldn't let their guard down. Another student asked if this wasn't a bit easy for a rank C dungeon. He asked if the other girl had ever been in such a dungeon. She replied that she had been with her grandfather before, so she only went to rank at dungeons. Another girl responded that she had been with her master in a rank C dungeon for training sessions, but since it was just training, it was easy compared to other dungeons. Meanwhile, the protagonist observed everything and thought they were being too confident. A student commented that even with someone watching them, the director wouldn't send them to a dungeon that was impossible to clear. The protagonist was surprised as that guy had never referred to him as a teacher. The student said that when they entered the place, they had checked all the monsters nearby, so they would probably clear most of them to make it easier. Considering that goblins always moved in groups, the largest number they had seen together was 8. That meant they couldn't intervene unless the situation became dangerous. That was just a bluff to make them nervous. Worse a bet that the protagonist was hiding in a tree nearby. Meanwhile, the protagonist was indeed watching from the bushes. He thought that even if that dungeon was easy, it wasn't hard to increase the difficulty. For that reason, he was going to teach them why they should have controlled their tongues. Unfortunately, most of the world's tragedies start with dungeon breaks. Soon after, someone asked if that kid was okay and if he had just woken up. She also wanted to know what his name was. He replied that his name was Hill. The man asked if Hill wanted to visit the guild later, as it would be a waste not to use the ability he had awakened. Besides, he said they wouldn't charge the training fee. Instead, he would just need to complete some missions using the guild's IP. That way, he would be a successful hunter in the future. It didn't take long for that boy to understand the meaning behind those eyes. Thus, the boy's life turned into hell. Shortly after, the scene cuts to another man. He thought he heard that he had been swept away by the monsters while saving him there, so he should thank the protagonist. Soon after, the boy noticed him. He said he thought that reading about runes must have been very difficult for him. Instead of an evaluative look toward a student, it was as if he were observing an inanimate object and assessing the whole body. Then the scene cuts back to the dungeon. The girl says that the number of monsters had decreased, and the other boy replies that it was because they were getting closer to the core, so that they should act quickly and get out of that place, because even if it wasn't a difficult dungeon, you never know what excuse that person might use to reduce their points. The other girl asks if he saw when the protagonist was laughing while they were rolling in the mud, because he had said it was just an evaluation. Once she asked the director if it would be possible to reduce the training a little. The other guy replies that given the director's personality, he doubted he would listen. Besides, he probably said that she wasn't going to a dungeon to live luxuriously. He also probably said that she would see much worse things when she became a hunter, and that's why she shouldn't make a fuss about just having dust on her clothes. Soon after, the other girl noticed something and asked if they hadn't seen it too. At that moment, several monsters appeared and soon started attacking the group. The boy asked them to protect Hee-won and wondered why the attack had been so sudden and what they should do to get out of that place. Shortly after, Jae appeared asking what they were doing because it was a raid, so everyone should gather. Observing Hugh, the protagonist seemed surprised. Right after, he called all his students and gave instructions for each of them to do something. Then they began the countdown and everyone did what the boy had asked. Jae thought he hadn't done much and all he did was light up the rear of the forest, which chased the monsters in a unique and directional way. He didn't do it because he was annoyed with the students, as it was an official method from the training manual distributed by the agency. He would never have done that, meaning he thought the kids wouldn't be able to handle it even now and were struggling once they were in position. Therefore, it wasn't necessary to face all the monsters, as they only needed to wait until the monsters pass and then destroy the dungeon's core to escape. The reason they split up could have been because of that other guy. Since they entered the dungeon, Hugh had been naturally giving orders and the students were following. No matter how much a leader's skill can affect whether a raid succeeds, relying on him for everything wasn't right. However, there was something more. Next, the scene cuts to the protagonist inside Hong's car asking if the dungeon invasion had failed. The boy replies that the dungeon had disappeared and the inspector confirmed that the raid was successful, asking what he was talking about. Furthermore, he said he would share the details later. Getting out of the car, Jae says that the next day he would report the final grades. However, he didn't even know if that mattered to him at the moment, saying they could leave already. Meanwhile, an awkward silence takes over the car. Jae asks Hugh if by any chance he wasn't going to leave. Soon after, Hong gets out of the car, asking them to step out so they can talk. The boy asks them to say what was on their minds. However, Hugh remains silent. The protagonist says he wasn't trying to lecture him, so if he had a problem, he should resolve it for his own good. With tears on his face, the boy says he shouldn't be allowed to become a hunter. Then the scene cuts to a flashback of the protagonist's house. Hao watches the boy and asks what that was. He had rushed to the location because Hong had said it was urgent. Hong says he was the only person who could leave the protagonist and Hai questions who that boy was. He is very surprised after learning that he was his son. As he leaves the house, Hong says he would return as soon as possible after finishing the raid and asks him to take good care of the boy. Moreover, Ji-won was also in a dungeon along with Hunter Lee. For this reason, they were going through a tough time. He thought Hugh could be the best person to take care of the boy. Thus, Hong starts leaving, asking him to take good care of his son. Watching the boy, Hugh doesn't seem pleased. Hugh, 2 years before that, graduated from the academy and, as a result, became the talk of the town in just a year. And as much as he hated to admit it, he was a very remarkable man. Returning to the present, the protagonist thinks he was a great man even in his current situation, because he was one of the most notable hunters in Korea. Then Hugh asks if she was from the management agency and what her name was. Jae says it was a pleasure to meet him since it was the first time he saw him and his name was Ja. The guy in turn says he had heard that name before. The protagonist says they were significantly behind schedule and for that reason, they should leave soon. However, the boy asks them not to rush, because they should leave it to him and because of that, he would take care of everything. Soon after, he starts drinking a beverage. Jae, surprised, asks if that was alcohol and if he was crazy since they were inside the gate. Kai replies that his brain wouldn't work unless he took a sip. For this reason, it was necessary to have a drink before entering the raid. Thus, they would finish it off and then grab some drinks afterward. Next, the scene cuts to the present with Hugh still somewhat shaken. Jae, in turn, thinks he should stop crying. Right after, he calls for the boy who, with tears on his face, says he shouldn't be allowed to become a hunter. Handing him some water, Jae asks him to take a sip, thinking that it was clear and natural to need to cry sometimes. However, he really couldn't stand people who cried over everything without recognizing their own mistakes. Moreover, there was only one reason why he was going easy on him at that moment. He asks why the boy believed he shouldn't be allowed to become a hunter, thinking that he was doing all that because he needed to hide him in order to be a proper human being. Right after, Hugh says that he was sure he had already heard that he was from a guild, and when he talked about it, it seemed to be something very professional. However, he lived his live bait for a long 3 years. Observing that situation, Jae thinks he can imagine what he had gone through, because that was a typical story of someone who had grown tired of being deceived in a fraudulent contract at a very young age. But it was still something no teenager should have to experience. Continuing to speak, Jung says he swore to become a proper hunter and gathered people to form a guild. Thus, he could help people and prevent such things from happening again. However, when those monsters appeared in the dungeon, he had one single thought, that it would be much better to use those who were not useful in combat as bait. He thought he hated that guild master or anyone. However, it turned out to be a more familiar method to him. That's why he found it so repugnant. Shortly after, the protagonist starts to speak and says that he knew a guy who grew up in a similar situation. and how he had signed a contract without knowing what was best and eventually escaped with the help of some sort of smuggler. That person also wanted to help in other similar situations. Now that he thought about it, he really reminded him of that person, because he faced the same struggles. Thinking that as that boy had just opened up about his behavior, now he could understand him a bit better. Because in the end, that man could never escape his past, because his old guild and the disaster that happened left many bad memories. Moreover, Ji-won knew about his past and could have warned him a little, saying that before he thought it was funny. But even so, he continued, helping kids who went through hardships like he did. Once the protagonist asked how the guy kept going. The guy replied that he was sure he knew it was a very rude question, saying it was funny how his father had asked him the same question. However, he should let that go because he had said it kept him up all night, asking if by any chance he was so curious that it made his insides feel twisted. Because of that, he had no choice but to answer that question, saying that he wasn't a moral person and could do worse things if he really wanted to seek efficiency. But he didn't want to do that because he didn't want to fall to the same level. For that reason, he was going to prove that he was better than that. Back to the present, the protagonist asks why the boy doesn't prove the same as well. Because life was his, so he should make his own choice. Asking if he knew why his former master went to jail. Kaum replies that he didn't, and Jae says that it was very frustrating. But even so, he should show him that he could really succeed in life. Right after, the scene cuts to the protagonist talking to Hong, saying that was what had happened. Hong questions if Jae knew how surprised he was to consider that the raid was a failure. If they couldn't clear a weakened dungeon, they couldn't be called hunters. Jae, in turn, asks if Hong didn't think they should at least receive counseling. Not just Hugh, but also the others who had been used as bait. The isolated students should be going through a tremendous amount of stress. Subjecting them to psychological counseling at least once to assess their condition would be a great idea. While eating, Hong says the food is really good. He asks what are the odds of a psychiatrist being awakened. It wasn't entirely impossible. When a hunter goes somewhere to receive counseling, the chances of an awakened psychiatrist being able to subdue the hunter were quite high. Then Kim starts to speak, saying he had heard a story from a few years ago. He mentions that a doctor was killed while counseling a hunter. Hong comments that it was clear the hunter hadn't done it intentionally. But even so, the media hounded him and judged him harshly. Park, nervous, asks if that was the reason why doctors refused to provide treatment. Kim responds that it was more than that. They wanted security measures like the use of the control unit and mana, like the one he had. Counseling could only be provided by phone call as the patient couldn't even see the professional's face. Jae, surprised, wonders if incidents of that level really existed. Hong explains that it was clear that proper treatment couldn't be offered that way. That's why hunters stopped seeking that kind of counseling. The protagonist observes that they were all kids, but Hong questions if they had licenses. Since they were all above rank D, they couldn't expect help from any specialist. If it had been truly a shocking situation, it wouldn't have followed this path from the start. Jia comments that still, they were all kids. Hong says it's not that he doesn't understand Jae's concern. He really cared about that organization. He asks if he hadn't said they were going to try to recruit him for the child psychology group. Since he's going anyway, he should pay attention to the lecture. Maybe he could gain something from it. The students were already familiar with him, and he could take the role of counselor. Considering how well he handled Hugh, he should fit in quite well. Ignoring the protagonist's responses, Hong ends up ordering another beer. The scene cuts to another day. Jae seems to be leaving a building and starts looking at his phone. Once the hunters cross the gate, they are isolated from the inner civilization. This meant that only the strongest hunters could survive. The kids would graduate in a few years, and after that, they would have to solve their own problems without help. However, there were limits. Jae thinks he never expected Hong to be so thoughtful. He was considering even the kids more than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the protagonist sees news about Hong. Soon after, Jae receives a call from the leader of the National Society team. The leader mentions he knew Jae would call. He asks where he could find a more caring teacher. He talks about a meeting for kids with trauma, believing it could help the protagonist. Then he asks what he thinks. The scene then cuts to Kim and the protagonist in a car. Kim asks if Jae is really okay with such a dull entry. He suggests they should take the car to lift their spirits. Right after, Jae gets out of the car. Kim, with a smile on his face, wishes the boy good luck. Then, Jae enters the venue. Another guy asks if he's going to the lecture. Additionally, he needed to know the boy's name. So the protagonist replies that his name was Ja. The guy mentions that team leader Jong had invited Ja. For that reason, he could go straight to the small auditorium on the second floor. He should stick that on the back of his phone and show it at the entrance. The protagonist seems surprised by something. The boy asks what the problem was, and Jae replies that it was nothing. He mentions that the boy just looked like someone he knew. As he starts walking away, Jae seems surprised, thinking that boy didn't resemble him. But even so, he was the same person. He wonders where number 3 could be after forming a lab as a failure. Supposing the boy was really living in that place now. Back then, number 3 was 15 years old and the oldest child in the lab. Since graduation and elimination were decided by the absence of 13 years in the lab, number 3 was practically an adult to the younger kids, He stayed even after that period because he was the son of a god who managed the younger children under the directors. Or maybe it was just because the director didn't like him. However, he ended up diligently encouraging the children to make mistakes with the senior. Thus, it became even easier after number 3 disappeared before turning 16. That was an unfortunate turn of events for the director. Since number 3 kept him in check, there was nothing holding him back. Even though he wasn't in good condition, he had grown somewhat attached. For this reason, he remembered feeling like an idiot because of it. He never thought he would meet that person again. Soon after, the scene cuts to another girl appearing to give a speech. The audience seems very happy with what they are seeing. The woman responds that what Jay had said was correct. For that reason, they should split into groups and have a discussion at that moment. However, the protagonist didn't seem too happy with what he had heard. People begin to argue with one another. Jay, observing the situation, thinks those people might be affiliated with ARC. That was a method cults used to increase their followers. Soon after, that woman notices our boy. She asks if that was his first time, and he replies that it was. The woman says Jay should talk to them. However, Jay responds that simply listening had already helped a lot. The other girl asks what field he worked in, and Jay replies that he was a teacher. Happy, the woman replies that she was also a teacher. She states that it was the students' second period, and for that reason, they were very sensitive. At the same moment, our boy stands up apologizing. He says he needs to go to the bathroom. While walking, the boy wonders how he could extract useful information from that group. That's why he couldn't confirm if they were really telling the truth about being affiliated with ARK. Perhaps he should try talking to the children. He still wanted to know why he should, when there was number 3, who he was sure was affiliated with ARK. Soon after, another boy appears. He asks if he could help him. Or perhaps he didn't like the lecture. The protagonist thinks it seemed like he recognized him. That's why he felt a bit sad that they had spent so much time together in the lab. It made sense. Even though it was known that his adult version was a child who had traveled through time, he could immediately go to ARK and beg for his life. He asks if the boy was a volunteer, and the boy replies that he was. He was there to fulfill his volunteer hours. Although that wasn't an internal reason, because he also suffered from the dungeon break. That's why he just liked going to that place to help kids who lived through the same situation as him. The protagonist, please, says that's very kind of him. He says that he's also responsible for students with experiences similar to his. They'd all seemed fine on the outside, but were deeply broken on the inside. Soon after, an awkward silence occurs. Jay apologizes for that, and the boy says he shouldn't apologize. He liked talking about that subject. At first, he ended up hating to think about it. However, now he enjoyed talking about it because he could help other kids with the same experience he had. Jay says he hopes his students can become as strong as him. The boy says it will take a long time to get that mindset. Looking at the clock, the protagonist says he shouldn't be so impatient. That's why he should go back, because it must have been hard for him to talk about that. He asks if it was useful to him, because he was also grateful for that aspect. If he needed anything, he could contact him. He wasn't a big shot, but he was still a hunter. The boy is surprised to learn that the protagonist was a hunter. Jay, please, thinks that was exactly what he wanted to happen. Then the scene cuts to Hong talking to the protagonist. Jay says they didn't give names, only numbers. Hong asks what happened to his younger brother, and the protagonist replies that he was number 12. Irritated, Hong says they were worse than animals. The protagonist asks him to try investigating the orphanages. He heard they had a child sponsorship project, because they ended up withdrawing the children in a hurry and left some traces at the training center. That's why if they sent them to various different orphanages, it would be easier to avoid suspicion. Right after, Hong mentions that he and Kim would have to enter the dungeon in 2 days. Something urgent had come up, and for that reason, he should take good care of the students. If the dungeon was rankable, he could guarantee it would take about a week. That's why he didn't know about that aspect. Even so, he shouldn't worry because he would provide enough help. Besides, Hunter Lee had mentioned that they couldn't delay the preparation of the school's facilities any longer. Then the protagonist asks if he hadn't placed the mana control there. Hong asks if by chance he wanted to use it again, and the boy replies no. Hong says that if that's the case, he doesn't need to do it, because it's more basic to teach students without that. The protagonist asks if he could proceed with the lessons following the curriculum plans. Hong, confused, asks what that was. Jay, annoying since he had handed that over to Hong before. Then the scene cuts to Jay teaching a class. Hong and Kim already seem to have headed toward the dungeon. Soon after, Lee asks what happened to their scores. The protagonist thinks he was very ready to criticize and separate them. However, he ends up remembering Kim saying it was already time to give them the carrot. He was sure the students already knew what they had done wrong. He asks if there really was a need to scold them, because instead of discouraging them, he should encourage them to do better next time. Besides, he should make sure to use the clothes he had handed him next time. Returning to the present, the protagonist asks the boy what he should do in preparing for a dungeon raid. Any answer was fine, so they could repeat their responses. Then he raises his hand, saying it could be the supplies. Thus, each of the students begins to give their answers. Jay responds that technically they were all correct. They were all really important. However, it's the one who reviews the dungeon information to formulate the strategy who decides on the team. Thus, he ends up determining the necessary supplies. There were two main reasons for their failure to clear the dungeon. The first was that they didn't appoint a captain with full authority to command the others inside the dungeon. And the second was relying too much on Hugh, because no matter how easy a dungeon seemed, they should always appoint a captain and a vice captain. In reality, this was a dungeon they should never have failed at their current level. He asked if things became easier after he reorganized their formation. For that reason, if they had kept a clear mind, even that wouldn't have been necessary. However, there was something more. Because dungeons and raids are not just about fighting well, and from now on they would teach how to use their brains. So they should think about how they would approach the situation if they were appointed captain. They would take a short break and meet in the mage's classroom. Next, the scene cuts to the protagonist talking with Mission. Mission says she was very happy to see Jai again. Then the boy asks if the dungeon had sirens. Mission asks where he had heard about that. The protagonist questions if it was true, and the girl ends up staying silent. Mission responds that yes, because it was a siren dungeon located off the coast of Soko. Additionally, it had already devoured many hunters. That place is known as the Siren's Nest. The siren enchanted the hunters because they lacked courage. All of that was because change could break her unique magic. Thus, Kim allowed herself to be attacked even knowing that it would happen. The establishment of the Skill Management Agency had its first task as director, which was to clear the Siren's Nest. Back in the present, Jaya thinks that he knew Kim's death could happen in the future. But even so, he couldn't expect a person's emotions to be purely rational. Originally, they shouldn't have been exploring the Siren's dungeon. For that reason, he felt a bit uncomfortable with it. The girl asks what was going on with him. Jaya, in turn, responds that it was nothing. Then the girl asks if by any chance he wanted to join her guild, because trying to avoid attention was useless after they publicly announced the runes. For that reason, he needed to announce them with less impact first. And if it worked, he would reveal the mana concealment rune. Having him in her guild would make controlling information easier, because if things went south, they could just deal with it under the guild's name. Jaya responds that he had no intention of joining any guild. Mission asks if it could at least be in name only. The protagonist responds that he would refuse just the same. Seeing that there was no way out, Mission ends up accepting it. Jaya, in turn, is surprised by what he had seen, because he thought she would really try to convince him more. However, the girl asks what he thought she should do, because the protagonist had saved her from her younger ones. So she'd think about doing something for him, because even if Jaya ended up killing someone, she could cover for him. Right after, the scene cuts to Hong, apparently inside a dungeon. Amid that ocean, the man seemed to be somewhat attentive. Then the scene cuts to Jaya asking his students if they had thought about it during the break, because there were no right answers in dungeons. For that reason, they should think quickly to freely devise a strategy. He asks who by chance wanted to start that time. However, no one ends up raising their hand. Soon after, the protagonist says that Hugh was the captain. He asks how he would appoint the vice captain. Hao responds that it would be Hansong, because since they had seen him before, he had experience in dungeons. After that, they would proceed toward the core. Right after entering, they would use the runes prepared by their mages and begin with their formation. Additionally, the healer would stay at the front along with the mages. 15 minutes after entering, they would end up encountering the monster. For that reason, they would annihilate them, because they were monsters that moved in groups, but some could patrol individually. For that reason, they would be inside its territory. Thus, they chose to kill it quickly before it returned to its group and brought more of them. The distance between the monster and him was about 15 meters. For that reason, there were 3 trees between them, obstructing the monster's view. If the monster didn't show signs of retreating, they would get closer to get a clearer view. He would inform the rest about the monster with hand signals and end up preparing the mages. The protagonist asks what would happen if they were closer to the core. And the guy says he would first focus on adjusting their formation. He would make sure they weren't taken by them, because soon he might have to deal with more monsters heading straight for them. As a consequence, they would defeat those in front and leave the others outside. Afterward, they would destroy the dungeon core before anything could happen. Hearing what the boy said, Jay begins to stare at him. Pleased with his perspective, he states that it had been very good. As a result, the raid was completed. Reliatri asks what his score was. However, the boy replies that there was no score, so everyone would have to take a turn before the class ended. He asks if Huey remembers how he named Hansong as captain. For that reason, they should try that formation. Thus, Jay asks Hansong who he would name as captain. The young man replies that it would be Huey, because he was the most skilled and experienced. Jay asks what would happen if everyone entered the dungeon. Thus, they end up encountering monsters all around. Hansong says that kind of thing hadn't happened in the dungeons they invaded, and Jack questions when he said that was the dungeon they entered, because there weren't 2 dungeons existing in that place. Besides, he had mentioned before that he would teach him to use his brain. For that reason, there was no basic way to learn. Soon after, the scene cuts to the dungeon where Hong was, and he apparently seemed to be battling that monster. Many hunters underestimated that dungeon just because the monsters there were mermaids. And despite the fact that no survivor had left that dungeon in 3 years, as a result, the mermaids devoured the hunters endlessly. That's why he wondered if there were rules that could block the voices of those mermaids, because initially his goal was to research. However, the protagonist ended up helping to make things more convenient. Thus, almost a whole year had passed since he couldn't make investments due to the school incident. Moreover, he couldn't ignore the government's pressure any longer at that point. When the entire incident was resolved, he would like to take some time to deal with them, because 30 years old is the perfect age for a hunter's talent to bloom. Soon after, a monster tries to attack Hong. He manages to defend against the attack. As a consequence, the man jumps, managing to land a hit on that mermaid. His companion, in turn, seems to have gotten angry. However, Kim was also there. Thus, she ends up being struck by that mermaid. At the same moment, the scene cuts back to Jae, who says that up until that moment, they had been taking turns. That's why they should do things differently that day. He asks them to listen to the situation, and everyone is free to suggest good strategies. That was a dungeon that was about to break, and the priority was to clear it as quickly as possible. The monsters that appeared in the dungeon were pixies. After passing through the gate, there was a plain where they could see a distant forest located less than 10 kilometers away. Hugh, in turn, asks if by chance he could know the dungeon's location. Ja replies no, because the exploration of that dungeon hadn't been conducted the right way. That's why he didn't see a core or even the monsters. Moreover, there was no cover because the moment they reached the dungeon, all the monsters inhabiting it were aware of their location. The girl asks what the weather was like, and Jay replies that it was sunny. The girl becomes thoughtful about that, saying that they might have to light a fire near that place, because those monsters left their territories instead of being cautious. Furthermore, they had enough intelligence to avoid traps and ambushes. Thus, they could set the place on fire with magic, and the monsters wouldn't be able to escape with their poor mobility in the air. The rest of the team, so as not to get burned, could leave the dungeon for a bit and then return. Hearing the girl's explanation, the protagonist remains silent. She asks if something was wrong. Jazz soon after grabs a sticker and places it on the girl's forehead, saying she had done a great job. Looking to the side, Jay ends up noticing something, because Kim's car was in front of the window. Soon after, the protagonist leaves the room. The girl, apparently injured, asks Jay to take her to the hospital. The boy asks if the raid had failed, and Kim replies that they had succeeded. However, something had happened to Hong. In disbelief, the protagonist thinks that was impossible. Apologizing, Jay says he would have to leave urgently. For that reason, he should take care of the students for the rest of the day. Then the scene cuts to Ja already inside the car, thinking there was no way the director could have trouble fighting some mermaids. The girl asks to let her say that in advance, stating that she had opposed it, wondering what kind of person that man was and why he would never work with him again. Moreover, he was full of himself. Jaya, nervous, questions what the problem was, and wants to know why they were heading to the hospital. Kim, in turn, stays silent, saying she needed to check the time, stating that they should have already started, so she needed to check her phone. Looking at his phone, the guy seems to be analyzing the details of the raid. He says that the Sion Guild would release them, and there were no fatalities because the hunters were transferred to the hospital for treatment. Then the scene cuts to the hospital, and our boy seems surprised by something, noticing that Hong was badly injured. He says he thought Hong would have shed at least one tear knowing his situation. Additionally, he knew it was more dangerous for the kids to discover the truth. Because of that, he didn't fake it properly. Recently, he had attacked some of his branches. For that reason, the arc was low and was trying to stay under the radar. Jai, in turn, asks if it was because he wanted to fake his injuries and observe his movements. Hong replies that it was exactly that. Kim, surprised, asks how he was okay since she had seen him being hit by multiple projectiles, because she had said those injuries were fake, and Hong responds that it was siren blood, although he had taken a very big hit. Then Kim says she made a mistake, because she was nervous as it had been a while since her last raid and she did manage, so she didn't even notice a siren approaching. The protagonist asks why she was so frustrated on the way there. The girl seems unsettled by that, because he said he would need to deceive the students too. Because of that, she only learned of that information when she arrived at the hospital. Thus, the two begin to argue. Returning to the conversation, Hong says they couldn't tell anyone about that. Kim says she would decide after hearing everything. Picking up the artifact, Hong replies that he got it in a dungeon in Mongolia 5 years ago, because it was an item that absorbed the damage it received. However, it was clear that it couldn't absorb damage indefinitely. The total value was fixed at 50, because when it took damage, its name would be engraved proportionally. Right after, Hong says he needed to leave. The scene cuts to him thinking that even after 20 years, only the first letter of Hong's name had been completed on that tag. For that reason, if he had returned that tag earlier and hadn't requested a leave for vacation, Hong probably could have been alive and reached Seoul. Additionally, those 3 letters were the only proof that his director had existed. For that reason, it made him feel his father's death more important than anything. If he had known things would end that way, he would have called him father at least once. He wonders why he never did that. But in the end, he couldn't call them even once. Right after, the scene cuts to someone making a call to the protagonist. He replies that he wasn't the person they were looking for. That voice says that if he didn't pay his debt, they would kill him. However, Jer replies that they had gotten the wrong number. Right after, he ends up hanging up the call. At that moment, he ends up receiving another call from someone. Kim, noticing him, asks if he wasn't going to answer. Jer replies that it seemed like the previous owner of the number was in debt, For that reason, even if he blocked it, they would keep calling from a different number. Right after, Kim grabs the phone. She seems surprised by something. Jay asks why she hung up the call. Kim says that the person they were talking about was from Ark. For that reason, he should make that person come to him first. Jay, surprised, says that Hong's strategy really worked. Kim says it also affected the students, asking what they should do about it. The protagonist says that was something Hong should take care of. Right after, Jay ends up receiving a call, apologizing for calling him, but they didn't think the other person could help, stating that they thought they had awakened. Additionally, they had woken up in a very strange way because they ended up hurting their brother. For that reason, they didn't know what to do in that situation. Jay asks if they could tell him where they were because he would get there as soon as possible, and the boy replies that he would send his address. Right after, he ends up hanging up the call. Kim, surprised, asks if that was really an awakening. The protagonist replies that he was probably hiding his awakening before and had only revealed it at that moment. Observing the location, Kim warns that he was too far, asking if Jay had the license. He asks to obtain one from the Hunters of Daejeon. However, Jay says that he had to show his social connection with none other than the Great Archmage. Shortly after, the girl says she had an idea, because the reason the boy had asked for her help was that he was having trouble controlling his power. For that reason, they should have him enroll in her school, but the protagonist ends up rejecting that offer, because they couldn't invite someone from Arake to their school, and that wasn't an option. Kim, in turn, says that was the most certain way, asking if he hadn't said that his younger brother was with that student. Changing his mind, Jay says they should ask Hong about it. Then the scene cuts to Hong saying that it seemed interesting. Jay says they had already passed the admission period, so it would be a student transfer. Pleased, Kim says they finally seem to be a truly proper school. Next, the scene cuts to the protagonist in his room, seeming to make an announcement, saying he hopes their assignment to create a raid was going well, because they should make sure to submit it by the end of that week. Also, he and Kim would be taking a vacation that day, so the Hunters of Daejeon would accompany them on their way home, stating that he wasn't sure if he'd be there the next day, so they should make sure to work hard. Observing Kim notices that she seemed very desperate, asking what the teacher's condition was. The boy replies that he was fine, and that was due to his personal matters, so there was no worry. Soon after, another girl raises her hand, asking if by chance she could attend every day of the week. Jay, in turn, says she could do as she pleased. Next, the scene cuts to another place in South Korea. Meanwhile, a little boy is playing ranch. Soon after, he notices someone. Thus stands up. Looking down, he ends up seeing the protagonist's name for some reason. At that moment, he begins to raise his foot. Next, the scene cuts to the protagonist fleeing kind of lizards. And the boy in the back seat is scared and says he still has a lot to live for. Then a lizard larger than the others appears in front of the road. Jay in turn asks the girl to hurry with those vines. The girl then uses her power and says that was the best she could do, but the protagonist replies that was already enough. While holding the flowers, he thinks about how he ended up in that situation. Two hours earlier, the group was waiting to hang his documents. Jay asks the boy if it was still hard to control, and he in turn replies that it was better than the first time. The protagonist then explains that the body adjusts after a day. Next, the receptionist asks Kang to turn around so they can take a photo. Kang in turn prepares for the picture. Kim says it seems true that the boy had just woken up, and the protagonist tells her not to be fooled. The girl asks why the man was being so hard on the young man. Jake thinks that no matter how many times he thought about it, the boy still hadn't fully woken up. He wonders if he had awakened by coincidence, or if maybe Eric had succeeded in artificial awakening, and he wonders if that's why they dissolved the river of promise. But he thinks that can't be possible because there was too much change since he saved the children in Myeongdong, so it shouldn't be to that extent. As they leave the place, the boy holds a slime jar. The protagonist explains that it was a gift for awakening. Then Kang grabs the slime, and it melts in his hand. Jay says that's normal, and explains that it was a slime for the awakened for training purposes, and that until the mana stored in the orbs is depleted, they will stay together when gathered, and one needs to be able to hold them firmly enough so they don't spread. While holding the orbs, the boy says it was very intriguing. Next, Jay asks what Kang was going to do next, because when people his age awaken, they all wish to become hunters. Kim asks if that also happened with the man, but he, in turn, denies it and says he awakened early, and that he also had no interest in becoming a hunter. The girl then wonders how such a person became a hunter. Ja replies that it was the opposite of his expectations and ended up being fun. He then asks if Kang remembered the school he had mentioned, and comments that it was just short of being called a real school and that the director was taking care of it as quickly as possible. Kim mentions that the man would soon be discharged from the hospital, so he shouldn't worry about the rumors, and advises the boy that it was still better than joining some shady guild, and if he was interested, he should call her. After that, Kang looks out the car window and spots people running from something. It is revealed to be giant salamanders. Back in the present, Jay ties the flowers to a post and moves towards the largest salamander, tying a vine around its neck and choking it afterward, making the lizard fall. Inside the car, Kim wonders if everything was okay now. Then Ja lands on the car's hood and ends up scaring his companions. Upon entering the car, the boy informs them that the largest one had disappeared and the smaller ones were blocked. Then he asks Kang how to get to the orphanage from there, and the boy gives instructions. Jay thinks about how strange the situation was, as there was no emergency escape plan for such a situation. When they arrive at the orphanage, Kim uses her ability to block the entrance. Then she asks if the boy thought the big salamander was the boss, but the protagonist says he wasn't sure because it was too small for a boss. As they walk towards the orphanage, Jay finds it odd, because there was a smell of fear coming from inside the orphanage. So he asks Kim to stay outside with the boy. Then he enters the building, coming across a dead person, and he thinks that it wasn't the work of a salamander, as the flesh would have been melted by the venom. As he walks, he sees more dead people, but no children. Jay realizes there were no signs of escape or resistance. Upon opening the daycare door, he finds the bodies of dead children. Then the protagonist leaves the orphanage, saying they should leave, and Kang asks about his siblings. Jay responds that he would tell him later. The boy falls into despair and asks what happened to the teachers and his siblings. And the protagonist thinks that with the orphanage in that state, the connection between number 3 and the Ark would probably weaken. And that if they placed Kang in the model school during this time, it would be easier to monitor him and identify the Ark that contacts him. Then the protagonist falls silent, remembering a conversation he had with Hong. The man asks if the boy hated the director of his orphanage, to which he replies yes. However, his father says that he had done exactly what the director was doing, but says the child wouldn't be like him. So he should become a better person than the director and laugh in his face. Then, Jay bangs his head on the car, thinking that he had always lived with this confidence and that there was no way he could give up. When they reboot, Mizzen says that the massacre happened in the afternoon, so most of the children were at school. As for Kang, there were records up until his first year of elementary school, but after starting homeschooling, the details became vague. Hong asks if the suspect list had been narrowed down. The woman says she checked the surveillance cameras, but there was little to obtain. However, in the footage, a hooded person appears, but there were no images of their face even when zooming in. Kim asks how a simple person could have done that. Mission then plays the security camera footage, which shows the person stretching out their hand toward a car and crushing it with their powers. Then the person enters the orphanage and the footage cuts out. After a while, they come out with clothes stained in blood and point at the camera while smiling. After the footage ends, Kim asks if the person was a serial killer who took advantage of the dungeon breach. Jay says that with that ability, the person could leave no evidence, and he believes the culprit intentionally chose to reveal themselves. Then Hong says he thinks he knows who it is, because that was the person he had been chasing in South America, and that he had heard rumors in the black market. However, they never met, and Jay asks how he was so sure. Hong says that in the rumor, there is a person who turns everything they don't like into a ball to keep as a trophy, and mentions that he had been chasing him because he was the head of the Ark. However, it was just a rumor, so he didn't know the details. Jay says it might be an internal conflict, as the fact that there were no signs of resistance at the scene could also be explained. Mizzen says that since no goods or data were stolen, that was the cleanest explanation. Hong then suggests the idea of using bait, because they had Kang, and they were certain he was from RK. He suggests telling the boy that the children were being protected, and that given the situation, he should go to the model school. Even if he wasn't becoming a hunter, he would still need a way to protect himself, and that if ARK came to get him, they would benefit from it. Mission says she liked that plan because they didn't have to lie. She then asks the man if she should investigate more about ARK, but he responds that there was no need, and that if this person is going around killing ARK affiliates, it means other places were in danger. So they needed to find Jay's brother first. The protagonist is confused, but his father explains that this person is going to kill people related to the lab, so his brother must be in danger. Hong and Mizzen then start asking questions about the protagonist's brother. 4 years ago at the research center, someone wishes a happy birthday to child number 3 and says they had prepared a cake for him. The boy, in turn, calls the person mother and thanks her. The woman tells him not to call her mother and asks how long he was going to keep acting like a child, and then the boy apologizes. Afterward, the child goes to the infirmary to treat his wounds. The doctor says he endured it well and informs him that he will have visitors later. However, the woman says that visitor might be an inappropriate term for the person. The person was the new director who was arriving. That was the first director the boy had met at that research center. However, he had a bad reputation among the children and researchers, so he didn't last long. The next director, although he was an absent person due to being busy, was careful with the children. A girl approaches the boy asking if it was his birthday, as she had heard from the researchers. The boy replies that yes, and soon they would eat cake together. Right after, the girl gives him cookies as a gift, and says she had taken them the day before to give to him. The boy then thanks her. While eating the cookies, the boy shares his gift with the young girl. After that, the boy hears a noise, and says it must be the researcher. Then a few people enter the room, saying they like the atmosphere because the children seem so bright. The boy, seeing that, wonders who those people were. And then the executor, the man who killed the first director, enters the room, carrying a child in his arms, who, in turn, asks where they were. His mother says they were at the research center and he would stay there for a while. The boy is happy and asks if he could play with the children, and his mother in turn replies that he would stay there playing while she would take a look around with his father. Then the woman asks what number the boy is. He replies that he is number 3. The mother then asks if he could take care of her son for a while. The boy agrees to do her that favor. After that, number 3 introduces himself and asks what the boy's name is. The boy in turn replies that they couldn't say their names there, so he could report him to his mother. Then he notices the boy had cookies and asks for one. To convince him, he says that if he gives him one, he won't tell his mother. And about the name, he was probably number 12. After the new director arrived, number 3's life at the research center didn't change. Number 12 would go there at snack time and leave at dinner. The other children were wary of him. But when number 12 brought a bunch of toys and food from outside, it soon warmed up to him, and he would always take cookies from number 3. However, everything started to change when the third director died. More children came in, and when number 12's father became the 4th director, it suddenly stopped. Number 12 lost both his parents and started staying with the other children. Kang wonders what will happen to him, and thinks that when he reunited with his sister at the orphanage, he thought the heavens had helped him, and that he never thought he would see her again after graduating from the lab. Even though he could no longer hold her in his arms, she was still as beautiful as ever. However, the heavens took his sister away. Then someone knocks on his room door. It was Jai and his colleagues. The protagonist says they had something important to discuss with him. Kang then invites them in. Hong enters the room and introduces himself to the boy. The young man asks if he was a hunter. Jay says the man was there as the director of the model school, not as a hunter. Then Hong decides to explain the current situation. He tells him that the orphanage was attacked by an unknown stranger. It seems there are some people who want to eliminate the orphanage because of him. The protagonist mentions that they were still investigating the details. After that, he says they wanted to know if the boy had heard anything strange from the teachers. However, Kang says he's not sure about anything. The boy then concludes that his brother didn't die because of the dungeon breach. Hong responds that if he could remember anything, would help track down the culprit. However, the boy stays silent. Then Jay suggests that he go to his school, as now he was without a home. 2 days later at the model school, the protagonist is with his students and asks who they selected as the raid captain. However, the girl says they haven't decided yet because they believe it's an advanced party. Jay then asks who she had in mind when she wrote that guide. The girl explains that they tried to exclude elemental magic as much as possible and mainly use common magic. But since they were going into a tunnel, she suggested a light attribute mage. After that, the protagonist is surprised by the students' intelligence. Then the young man says the students did a good job, and thinks that the fact that a group of teenagers wrote an 80-page guide was something commendable. The students are amazed after hearing that, wondering if they really did a good job. Jia replies that he already told them they did, and then his students are happy, making the protagonist proud. He then decides to give a good job label to everyone. After that, he says that everyone should already know that the director had been discharged from the hospital, and that it may not be exactly the time to celebrate the occasion, but soon they would have a transfer student. One of the girls asks how someone wants to transfer that school. Jia replies that it was still her school, so she shouldn't be so harsh. The girl says she remembers seeing him complaining about the school too. The young man changes the subject and says that Kim would soon arrive with the transfer student, and that he might be younger than the others, but he's in the same grade as them, so they shouldn't tease him. Kang silently observes the scenery in front of him. Shortly after, Kim informs the boy that they had arrived at the school, and looking out the car window, he sees a completely run-down school. Sometime later, the protagonist is introducing Kang to the classroom, saying that he was younger and would be in that class from that day onward, asking if he would like to introduce himself. Then, the nervous boy ends up saying his name. A little later, Jay asks if that was a strawberry smoothie. Kim in turn says yes, saying that everything would be ready soon. Soon after, Jay asks if that was the assistant hunter. The guy saying yes asks if they had met before. Looking at the tag, the boy says that Soonjin made it for him, saying a name was needed to be a barista, asking if Jay wanted anything. The boy then ends up ordering an iced Americano. Then the man asks what the kids like to drink, and the protagonist replies that since it was hot, they would probably prefer smoothies. A little later, Jay is already enjoying his ice cream, thinking that Hong was absent again and had said he was going to a dungeon raid. And at that point, either Lee, the financial supporter, or he, who did all the work, should be the main focus. Looking to the side, he ends up seeing Kang watching the sky. Thus, he hands him a drink, asking how school was going. Kang in turn says he wasn't sure about that, mentioning that the director of his old orphanage had a son, and the two of them used to play together a lot. But honestly, he didn't like him much, because he was extremely annoying and messed with the other kids taking their food. Hearing what the boy was saying, the protagonist seems to realize something, supposing that the young man was probably very irritated because of his past self. Continuing to speak, Kang says that out of nowhere, the director ended up passing away. Even so, he didn't seem well on the outside because the people around made bigger fuss. For that reason, he probably didn't know he would become an orphan because he always had a confident attitude. And while watching that scene, he realized that no one knew what life would bring. Observing the situation, Joe wonders if the boy had perhaps learned that lesson from his misfortune. Even so, he remembered not liking the fact that he had to be pushed, besides the fact that he only had one real father. Kang, continuing to speak, says that compared to that, he had lived quite a peaceful life. That's why he never thought he would awaken. Jay, in turn, asks if perhaps he didn't like the idea of awakening. Kang replies that it would have been better if it had happened in the past, mentioning that he had taken care of Sohee for a long time, planning to live with her once he left the orphanage, and if he had awakened earlier, he could have become a hunter to earn money. However, the girl was no longer there, and there was no reason to become a hunter. Shortly after, the protagonist asks if he didn't want to capture the person who had taken his sister's life, thinking that was all he needed to say to manipulate Kang's emotions and turn them into anger to control him, saying that he should do whatever he wanted to do. Kang had been in a lab since birth, and before entering the school, he had lived a normal life like any other child. Even Jay, who had been born in the lab, dreamed of leaving that place while listening to the boy's stories. However, it was hard to imagine that he wanted that, having had his freedom taken away. Returning to the present, the protagonist says that the most important thing was his will. So if he wanted to become a hunter, Jay would personally help him. But if he didn't want to take that path, that was fine too. Changing the subject, Jay asks if the young man perhaps knew where the director's son was. Kang replies that he didn't know because he had gone somewhere else afterward. Shortly after, another girl appears, asking what was going on, asking why that boy had entered the school instead of her. The protagonist responds that it was because she hadn't graduated high school yet. However, the girl still seemed very upset with the situation. Jag, in turn, thinks it didn't matter since he was already used to that tantrum, asking what she was doing there because she should be in school too. But the girl replies that school wasn't important at the moment. Shortly after, Jay asks Hyun to go get her sister. In a matter of seconds, the girl appears, asking if she hadn't told her not to skip school. Thus, a discussion between the two ensues. Jay, in turn, asks if Kang wanted to take the test. The boy replies that he still didn't know if he really wanted to become a hunter. Then, Jay calls the girl, saying that the model school wasn't an official educational institution yet. For that reason, she would be considered a dropout if she left high school to enroll there. So they should study for one more year because it was better to wait 6 months to get a diploma. Asking if June understood the situation. Hyun, in turn, apologizes and the boy says it was fine, asking her to try saying something nice to her. Shortly after, her sister starts to take Jun away. Ja then says that Kang could now try the test without any problem. It was no big deal, and for that reason, he shouldn't be too nervous. At that moment, the scene cuts to a flashback from our protagonist's past life. Then Hong calls the boy, so Jay wonders if he had done something wrong, thinking that Hong had told him not to touch the items he had brought from the dungeon, supposing he had found out that he played with a coin. Shortly after, Hong points to the protagonist's hand. Then it is revealed that the young man was holding that dungeon coin. So he apologizes for what he did, saying he wouldn't take it without his permission, but Hong replies that he wasn't there to scold him. It was obvious that he couldn't touch the dungeon items without thinking, but he would never take something dangerous home, asking if he understood what he was saying. Moreover, there was only one thing to ask, asking if he remembered when his coin...
Things with you. Things good? Good. Finishing off this work here. What left of it to do again? There's just the boots. I'll put the sword in. This one gonna be a bit different. Not good enough as the energy sword. As soon as this part here, super how I think. What I have to do now, just add Gaussian blur and turn this into turn this folder that I'm in here. Give it a blue with filter, Gaussian blur, Randy Dynamo works. Gaussian blur don't work on wow. It looks like I'm gonna have to do it manually. Check them. I thought the Gaussian blur would have worked in thing like that. This is my speculation. As as blue. Then the Gaussian blur and the blue. Right look definition of the hand as the light come here. So when it come here the light, a light will shine here. So here, extra blue here. So we try lightsaber. But that for it, they try lightsaber. Instead of you just like pulling it out the hand, you just come out something like that. Like a lightsaber, a sword of power. Along there, so I didn't finish that. Mm. In my color. I try to work a bit fast. I try not to stick when I'm working on things like this. Gotta get it out of the way as fast as possible, so I don't have to look at it again. Unless if I want ideas. I just me. I don't like Sonic man. Why fast like most of them Japanese and them just make them anime for week. Okay, you know. That's basically the point. Okay. I ain't as fast as but okay. I mean, them will do something like this within a day. I really can't compare. Yep. We finish off this this part. Once again, doing this, you always gotta have all the keys and them set so you could be at arm's length. If you have your key set, you will be always going and clicking this and clicking that and all that nonsense. You don't want to be doing all that nonsense. That is time wasting. Gotta set the key. Yeah, master doing. Set the key. So, keep right now. Let's go. I said at home, sent it so good that I'm going to need to get a new one, which I don't have the money for. So I had this like for 6 years now. Maybe eight for the most close to 10 years, 8 years. I had this in and it's called a UG. It's doing the job, but the UG. Yeah, trust me, when it came out, it was cheap. It was about, let's say, 2000 in our money, which is TT, and then the American money, 2000 in American, it was 2000 in our money, but it's less in in the States. Let's say, how much is about one maybe 160 or one something, so about 160 or 165 or something, so it was cheap. It was cheap. It cost about 2000 US TT, Trinidad dollars. That's how much for it, but it came from the States now. So 2000 in our money equals about maybe 150 or 170 something. More so, I think, if I'm not mistaken, let's say two, maybe 200 multiplied
and
by
his hand started
7.
glowing.
See 200 multiplied by 7. Nope, 300. I would say about around 260 something or 90 maybe so in USD. It was cheap. Let's basically put it that way. It was the cheapest Cintiq back then. You understand? A new company, and they get my cousin from the States get it for cheap, and he sent it from that. And I've been using it ever since. It gets the job done. Then yeah, anything. So long as it's doing the job, yeah, that's a good one too. That is basically the beginners welcome. I had one of that too when I started off. Then I see Cintiq, decide to ask for Cintiq, and end up getting it. But like I said, had it for years. Can't complain. Giant, giant. Trust me. Just need a nice medium size or small if you could get it. One. It comes like a second screen on your computer. Well, by the side of your computer, take a view. That's all it counts. I trying to do this and I couldn't do it. along, it's coming along. Yeah. Shadows and even more lights. Hands up your hand. Regardless, with like the bouncing lights and then the shadows. The lights will be bouncing out and stuff. So the ingredients and stuff to have look dirty. Yep, so we'll be going into more details another day. Another day. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Thank you. But it ain't done yet. If you think that looks cool, wait until it really finish. Because I have a lot more to put into it. A lot more. Uh, when it done, pretty level of quality when it done. uh, but thanks for coming. See you next time. I know to go ahead this I reached this 5 minutes. I know to go ahead this Thanks again for coming. Latest for now. Bye bye.